political leaders are acting like kings, um, basically running roughshod on the people, trampling on them, crushing them, killing them, abandoning them, denying them education, road, electricity, everything that will make a country a functional place. It starts from the village, it starts from our kindreds, it starts from our town, from our local governments that doesn't even exist, to the states where we have kings, and they are running us like there's no tomorrow. There is nothing we can do. We are paralyzed. Yeah, the state governors doesn't have control over the police or whatever. But anytime they need to shoot the people, they can always tell the presidency, and the presidency will be so ever willing to approve deployment and killing of reducing the population so that people will remain subjective and under control by all means. So these things will continue to happen. You know why? And the governors will continue to steal the money, the people's money, whatever they get shared at Abuja. They will continue to hide it and steal it because they are in charge. They have immunity. But on the event that we have a binding referendum, that will end all this nonsense, including the sharing of money at Abuja. So what you experience in places like Kogi State is no different from what is happening all over the places. It's all failures, robbery, kings trampling on their subjects by doing nothing but stealing and stashing away in foreign banks. Even when these things are made public, Nigeria still doesn't do nothing to change. They recycle themselves and they keep coming back to continue the ruling going on, like upside down kind of leadership. There is solution for Kogi people, Abia, and all other states where this sort of neglect and abandonment is present. The Ninas Alliance territories will be delivered through the constitutional force majeure declared on December 16, 2020. That's what all the political jobbers are afraid of. That's why they are switching parties, because they are looking for where to hide. They are looking for where to find sanctuary. A multi-regional referendum will and surely reorder the way things are done, and that means a far-reaching revolutionary process. The current criminal political elite, all those Judas goats, they are all scared of this. They know what is coming. It will be their end, and they are scared. It beats their imagination and their grasp, like so much that they have no idea what to say or what to do or how to react to this. They think that the people are entirely helpless under their criminal watch, but they don't know what is coming. Well, for starters, for those who are new, who don't know about this, there is Lower Niger Congress and more, and www.ninasffn.org or ninasvoice.org. Also check out lowernigercongress.org for a deeper understanding of what is happening or what the demands of the indigenous nationalities is over Nigeria. It is to stop the deplorable situation that is in Kogi State, which you are about to hear. What is happening, like how much the state governor is stealing from budget of a whole state. Over 50% of the budget is to be expended in the governor's office. The governor's office has a different budget from the governor's lodge. That's the kingdom of Kogi State. You know, in the pocket of one man and his cronies. There's not a whole lot of time left for Nigeria to go through this process to save a lot more lives, or the alternative outcome is better imagined. It wouldn't be good for anyone, including this criminal political elite. This video here is quite interesting, from Chinedu Asuzu Peters of the Good Government Ministry. I'm going to move the video a little bit. Okay, here we go.
On this platform, BVI Channel 1, where truth is the gospel we preach. The last time we dropped a video on Dilo Milaye making a revelation respect to bogus allocation of money to the office of the president. He's feeding, almost hitting 1 million naira per day. Good. It doesn't end there. He had come back this time to hit it hard on the state government, beginning with his own state. Yaya Bello. Oya, make una listen to this one. My ear, no big pass your own.
My name is Dino Melaye. I'm here to address you once again because of our nation's history. Today I will be talking about the 2022 budget of Kogi State. Governor Yaya Bello has submitted to the House of Assembly a budget of 145 billion naira, out of which 90 billion is for recurrent and 55 billion is for capital projects. But the surprise is that in this 145 billion naira project, the the government house, Kogi State, a budget of about 30 billion have been budgeted. 36.5 billion have been budgeted for government house, Kogi State, while 20 billion have been budgeted for the office of the governor. So put together, and this is the first time actually that the government house would be separated from governor's office, because governor's office is in government house. But anyway, the budget was splitted and put together. Yaya Bello and government house have a budget of 56.5 billion. But the irony is that 56.5 billion Yaya Bello budgeted to himself for 2022 budget is more than the entire capital project of the state. The capital project in the 2022 budget of Kogi State is 55 billion. But the Yaya Bello have budgeted for government house and governor's office 56.5 billion. About 40% of the budget of Kogi State is going to Yaya Bello alone, and his budget is higher than the budget that will have concomitant effect on the lives of Kogites, even if implemented. That's the capital budget, and that is why one is really surprised, and I will not be surprised why Kogi State is in the state we are. There's no development, no project, nothing, because all the money has been stolen. Now, one will not be surprised also why our 20 billion naira was returned back to government coffers, because of this dubious, satanic, wicked, nefarious act of Governor Yaya Bello. You will also recall that nothing would have happened when I raised the issue of the Ganaja flyover. Fanwo Kingsley, the Commissioner of Information, came up and said that the money was diverted for other purposes because it's a white elephant project. In fact, that was his statement at that time. He said it was a white elephant project and the money has been diverted for building the road on the Manpati Road. The money was diverted for Manpati Road. But surprisingly, because I submitted a petition to the AFCC, without appropriation, without procurement process, they've started the project now, the Ganaja flyover. I mean, you can now see the inconsistency in the Yaya Bello administration and government. But the Yaya Bello and his cohorts will not go unpunished. We are monitoring and evaluating all their satanic manifestations, and I want to assure you that every kobo stolen from our common patrimony will be recovered. Every house bought with our common patrimony will be recovered. Even wives that are married with our common patrimony, money spent on them will be recovered, because the battle to salvage Kogi State from this economic cankerworm and financial scavenger is a battle of no retreat, no surrender. I remain Dino Melaye. God bless Kogi State.
Hey! Hello, man.
If students in Imo State, Abia State, Kogi State, Kwara State, Katsina, in fact, I don't want to mention those Sharia Caliphate states, but if children can go to classes and be sitting on mud floors, mud houses in 2021 in Kogi State, what is the essence of the state in the life of those children and their parents? If the roads are completely covered in water, there is no gutter, there is no good road, there is no electricity, there is no water, there is no security, of what essence is the existence of the country? Until you find the answers to these questions, you will not understand the mission of Ninas. So it's better that we ask the serious questions that we need to ask over Nigeria. Is it the way it is? Is it okay for you? If it is not okay for you, then ask questions. What's the way out? What is the way out? So follow the message of the referendum. Follow the referendum, the constitution, the 1999 constitution. LNC, Ninas continues to go back to the same source because that's where the whole problem comes from. That's why Kogi State will have such a moron that is robbing the state dry, just like the federal government is robbing Nigerians dry, like stealing everything and leaving nothing for the people. Continue listening.
Now, you wonder why and how things had continued to go down. Now, go to Kogi State.
Good afternoon, guys.
What has a woman's uterus got to do with your prostate? Researchers have now uncovered a strange connection between these two organs, and it has finally led to the prostate fix that we have been waiting for. According to the...
See the condition of the road here. There's like a big river in the middle of the road. If you can get a clear view of it, so you actually have to go down there off-road to have access to this road. Can you see there's like a river? This is Kogi State. We're in the heartbeat of Kogi State. Look at it, Bachi. Look at weeds and reeds growing in the middle of the road. This is smack in the middle of the road. Look at that. This is unbelievable. We need better road infrastructure in Kogi State, and we need the right people with the right investment to build a better infrastructure for our people.
And this student, as I speak with you, a little bit education is far away from them. Look at them sitting on the ground. Look at the mud house in this modern age and time. Now look at the ceiling board there, which the teachers use as their board. Look at it, there is no chair. It's unfortunate that this is where we found ourselves. This is their fault. Now, it is unfortunate that the government that is meant to take care of the people are not doing what is supposed to be done. Now, this student, as I speak with you, they're about to start their examination, and 2,450 naira is going to be their main challenges, and about 8 of them are going to be chased away. Now, this is how very, very little it is that they find it difficult to give their children education. I said it that whosoever is involved in destroying the lives of Kogite, may his life be destroyed. Please, let's go. Now, this is the class of block where they go to school. My name is Yunusa Gabriel Enemali, and my community report today is coming all the way from LGEA Ukolojo Gene. It's in the Kina local government, Anyiba ward. Now, I'm going to unveil something that will touch your heart wherever you are. And the reason why we're doing this, we need to bring you up to speed to understand what is happening. Now, come with me. Now, this is primary 1. As I speak with you, it is combined with primary 1 and 2 because they are little hot where they stay. Primary 2 has been fallen down by a breeze. Look at it there. Now, come back. Now, you can see these are the leaders of tomorrow. Well, according to them, move closer. Let them see their faces. These are supposed to be the leaders of tomorrow. In this community, there is nothing like infrastructure here. No social amenities at all. Now, it is so pathetic. Look at their board. This is their board. Now, I move with him. He comes with me. Come with me. Come with me. Now, this is supposed to be class 2. But today, it's already down. Now, show me the camera. This is supposed to be class 2. This class 2 is now combined with class 1. And that is why you have a mixed class. Now, I am told that they have class 1 to 6. Now, this 1 to 6, you will be extremely shocked with what you're going to hear. They only have 2 teachers, and they are being paid by Subel. Now, tell me, how can this teacher cope? He has family. He has children. Now, the salary being paid him is on the so-called percentage salary. Now, here is primary 3. This primary 3 is also combined with primary 4. Am I correct? Okay, this is just primary 3 alone. You can see them. Now, tell me, what leader of tomorrow are you going to make out of these people? As far as they're concerned, nothing like computer that they would have ever seen in their life. Now, come with me. I'm going to show you. Now, as you come this way, this is the class.
The schools are entirely in the public space. There's no roof, no wall, nothing, nothing.
The shanty where they stay and they teach them. This is in the Kina local government, in Kogi State, in Nigeria.
No, go to Kogi State and see the deplorable states, the condition of lives of Kogites. Whereas the governors, the emperors in power, are busy allocating billions to themselves while the people continue to suffer. It is good that he had come down to his own state to make this revelation. Now go to your own states, ask questions, look into the budgets of your states, the allocation, the money that comes in, how it's being utilized. Then you will understand that Nigerians have been subjected to become modern slaves in their own country by the politicians. The politicians have succeeded in colonizing Nigerians worse than the British people did to Nigeria as a whole. Hey, hello, man. You don't see why this country had never worked. You don't see why I said corruption is an institution in Nigeria.
Chinedu, Nigeria is not done with Nigeria yet. I mean, Britain is not done with Nigeria yet. They are still on their business on Nigeria. They are still working on Nigeria. They are still messing Nigeria up. In fact, the future prince, God forbid, said the other day that Africa, the problem of Africa is the population. He wants to do something. He wants to continue from where his grandfather stopped in seeking after population reduction of over 80% in Africa and filling it up with animal. Those are the people. They are not done with Nigeria yet. They are also running Nigeria through the oil and gas. Their business interests in Nigeria, they want to sustain it and maintain it by all means. That's what matters to them. That's what matters to them. And so, let's continue.
PDP, when I introduce them, APC, when I don't gazette them. But not only Nigerians, we believe in our message and rally round to save themselves before it is too late. And then we'll change this status quo. And that is why GGM is here. We will not do it for you. I will not come to your village, to your state, to your region to fix it. You got to do it yourself. You got to start waking up. You got to start asking questions. Because these politicians, they are not doing you any favor. Government is not doing you any favor by delivering.
You're not going to do it alone. You are not even standing alone. There are people who are on top of this 24/7, 365 days a year. Join them. You are not going to be standing alone. It's called NINAS. Google it, study it, find more information.
Bring the service they ought to do. You are complaining. Your schools are falling apart. Is it not in Kogi State? We published the other time where children do not have a roof over their head to study. In the same state, you are allocating billions of naira to the office of a governor, one man. How do you expect your hospital to work? No, tell me, how will you expect them to create jobs? You see why I say that Nigerians are victims of Nigerian state? I am not missing word. And until Nigerians wake up and stop being used by this never do well political class, because at the end of the day, these men will come out. for elected position. You the victims of these people, will still gather around them, collect money, collect palliatives, sell your votes to these men, and yet you complain and end up in church where you'll be praying and fasting. Let me tell you, if you like, pray from today till the next generation. With the way Nigeria is, you will continue to suffer. Your condition can only get worse. I'm telling you the truth. The only solution to it is to embrace the truth coming from GGM, from this platform. There is no other way. You have to stand up. You have to resist them. You have to stop them from entering into the government house, because they can't get there without your help. They can't. They can't get there without your help. And don't listen to those who tell you that it doesn't work, election doesn't count, and the rest of them. All those things are old story. We did it in Anambra State. And Ayabado Soludo Touch, that he has come out to say that he's going to have a very transparent financial records in his government. Ayabado Touch. And that is how it begins.
The problem of Nigeria flows from the 1999 constitution, the criminal constitution. How do we go about it? How do we take it away? Let's get to referendum. When we go to referendum, our people will vote for new regional constitutions to be part or not to be part of Nigeria. It's not about any further elections. We suspend all political activities, shut down every political activities until we get Nigeria sorted out first. That's the most patriotic thing to do. That's the least we can ask for. In a place where the government has been fingered to be part of the terrorists destroying the country. The government is not ignorant in this case. The government is not even neutral. The government is part of the problem, part of the terrorists. Thank you. The Ninas movement petition is back on. Direct link to the petition is found at www.ninasvoice.org/petition. The petition can now be found on the official Ninas movement website at www.ninasvoice.org under the petition for referendum tab. As before, you can sign this petition with either your email or your Nigeria phone number. That is very useful in a place like Nigeria where many do not have an email address. It also means that if you have a smartphone, you can use it to access the petition. Then input the phone number of your extended family and good friends in the village after you have explained to them what the Ninas movement is about and they have given their consent or permission. Do also copy the link to the petition to share via your social media networks like WhatsApp, Messenger, Facebook, every platform out there, Twitter, whatever. It is to inform the world that we are ready, we are determined, we are focused in gaining our freedom from bondage in Nigeria. Thank you as you join the movement. November 25th, 1969, like 52 years ago, English singer, songwriter, musician, and peace activist John Winston Lennon protested against Britain's military involvement in foreign conflicts, especially in Nigeria, by returning his Member of the British Empire MBE medal with an attached letter to the Queen, Elizabeth II, the current Queen of England. It reads, Your Majesty, I am returning this MBE in protest, this Member of British Empire, in protest against Britain's involvement in Nigeria-Biafra civil war, against our support of American in Vietnam, and against cold turkey slipping down the charts. With love, John Lennon. This is how John Lennon protested against British genocide in Biafra over the oil and gas that is in the Delta. That's all the British interest is all about in Nigeria. It's about the oil and gas. And that's why, in fact, they don't even mind the entire population getting wiped out, the Africa population, just for them to get to the animals in the wild and the oil and gas in the field. That's the whole thing that led to the genocide. And today, 52 years later, we are still on it. The demand now is for referendum to take place. And the enemy is doing everything to strengthen the hand of their slave agents, those advancing their slavery in Nigeria, those still sustaining the British Empire in Nigeria. The British are the one waging proxy war against Nigerians, against the Nigerian indigenous nationalities. That's why they are empowering the North, the Arewa, and they are continuing in their criminality in Nigeria. While the oil and gas extracted from Nigeria is getting smuggled out of the country, after being shipped out as crude and being refined and returned to the country, it's now getting smuggled out of Nigeria to neighboring countries where it fetches the smugglers more money, while Nigerians don't even have it. Or where they have it, they are now talking about increase, like doubling the price, thereby making life unlivable for the people. So this is the country that some people want to die for, instead of going for referendum.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits out of selling Nigerian fuel illegally. Smugglers sell the stolen petrol at significantly lower prices than conventional service stations do. Our reporter Blaise Iyong spoke to illegal vendors and their customers in the city of Marua in northern Cameroon.
Official petrol stations like these are losing business to illegal fuel traders in Cameroon. Stolen fuel from neighboring Nigeria is readily available for trade in the country. For 7 years, Abdulaziz Aduka has been selling illegal fuel in Marwa, northern Cameroon. The 27-year-old says he sells at least 1,200 liters of petrol daily.
This illicit fuel has been the main source of income for me and my family. I'm able to put food on the table and take care of my family's needs.
This is one of the warehouses where fuel is stored in this city. The illicit fuel is smuggled to Cameroon through its vast land and sea border with Nigeria, and then transported by vehicle to distribution points like this. Even when Nigerians are faced with fuel shortage, the supply is constant in Cameroon. Cameroon produces its own fuel, but the stolen Nigerian petrol is far cheaper here. Motor taxi rider Sivern has not been to a petrol station for 6 years.
This fuel is very cheap, and that's the reason I prefer to use it. At the petrol station, sometimes, not even sometimes, the price is always fixed around 664 CFA francs. However, the illicit fuel is sold for 350 francs, maybe it's 400, or when it's expensive, it can be sold for 500 francs. And that's why I use the illicit fuel.
Though the sale of smuggled fuel is illegal in Cameroon, the trade is done in the open. It's hard to walk 300 meters without seeing someone selling fuel in most parts of the country. Abdurrahman Ali makes $40 from selling fuel in a good day. He says the authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
A country at war with itself, like Nigeria, will have her resources getting into wrong hands. Just like the Nigerian government fell into wrong hand, so also other Nigerian resources has fallen into wrong hands from the 60s till this moment. And that's why Nigeria is not at peace. That's why Nigeria is bleeding for referendum, multi-regional binding referendum to be conducted by the United Nations. Until this takes place, well, this kind of development will continue to be a common feature. Nigeria will continue to experience disquietness at all levels.
Let's head to Cameroon now, where traders are making huge profits.
Fuel. The authorities simply turn a blind eye as long as vendors like him are able to make an unofficial payment.
We have people sent by the city council who take money from us and allow us to continue the trade. We pay a little under $4 every month.
These are Cameroonians
Once this
speaking.
fee is paid, we're allowed to do business.
Cameroonians,
No one comes here to stop us.
Cameroonians trading
We're
on
not worried
Nigeria's
about
fuel.
anything.
That's
The
what
exact
happens
number
to a
of stolen
third
Nigerian
country.
fuel that enters Cameroon is not known. But according to local media reports, the illegal trade is about $5 million a year. It is said to provide good income for smugglers and local vendors.
Here is Amadou Bello's mission statement and battle script of October 1960. October 12th, barely 11 days after Nigeria's paper independence, on October 1st of 1960. Here is what he had to say. The new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. This is 1960. Now consider how the North went to set up Sharia during Obasanjo's presidency. And Obasanjo, who has always been a slave to the Arewa, called it political Sharia. That was effective separation from Nigeria, but Obasanjo didn't react very well. Instead, he sent Nigerian military to go, the same Janjaweed soldiers, to go and kill off people of Odi and Zaki Biam. Now, or even the killing of mass members or imprisonment across Southeast. Now, this is how Nigeria has been going. Consider what this Amadou Bello said in 1960 to what Muhammadu Buhari is carrying out today. And you get to realize why Nina's movement is the way to go. The dominoes are falling for Nigeria. It's all going. The union is going down. So all that we're doing, we're buying time. But the country is already gone down the cliff. Only a multi-regional referendum will rescue the situation. Anything else is merely postponing the evil day. And that's very unfortunate. For the same reason, the world has remained silent over development in Nigeria, waiting for more fire to be burning, more smoke to be going up in the air. Maybe three times what happened in Rwanda should also repeat in Nigeria, a country that has experienced over 3 million citizens of the country, the East, being decimated, being destroyed during the Civil War. Less than 50 years ago, 51 years ago. Now, the whole world, especially the Western countries, they are still keeping quiet, watching Nigeria to see how far the fire will burn. And they don't mind continuing doing business with Nigeria because of the oil and gas. They don't care about our people. They don't care. They wouldn't mind seeing some of our people die in their trying to cross the Mediterranean, going to Europe. People are still dying doing that. Nigerians are still being held in jails in Libya, being auctioned in Libya. Nigeria and other Africans are still in detention centers, getting sold at auctions in a country, Libya, that has fallen apart through miscalculated Western intervention. Tony Blair, former British Prime Minister, supplied the false information that led to the bombing of Iraq the second time by George Bush Jr. Tony Blair. Because of oil and gas, they don't mind seeing places go up in flames because of oil and gas. I mean, this is what is going on all over the world. Iraq is a broken country, thanks to Western intervention. And when I think about this, I keep wondering, could these people actually support good things and see it happen very well in countries? Their intervention, what does it really do for nations? Yemen has been there for many years. Congo is a forgotten war. Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan has been taken over by the Taliban. U.S. intervention, both in Iraq and Afghanistan, including Syria too, because they pulled out of Syria too. Somalia has been a failed state for over 30 years now. Sudan, they helped to carry out a referendum. They have been on edge ever since. That of Sudan is the most shameful one because Cuba helped to provide them personnel. They trained their people. Cuba taught South Sudan how to be patriotic citizens, the love of their place, the love of their country. But as soon as they got independence, they went into war because of leadership. What killed Nigeria? What helped to destroy Nigeria? The constitution is the number one, but leadership failed Nigeria from day one. And the Arewa had bad intentions in joining that union. They never were part of it. They had their evil intentions, which they are carrying out now, which is helping to tear Nigeria apart beyond repair, beyond recovery, because Nigeria must part ways. Anyway,
there's only one simple way to stop refugees. Yep. Stop creating them in the first place. Right now, in the news, there are a lot of stories about refugees risking their lives to cross the English Channel. The majority of them come from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, or Libya, countries the UK has recently bombed. So maybe if we stopped bombing people's homes, they wouldn't need to leave those homes. A lot of our foreign policy simply does not make sense. Sometimes we are told that it is absolutely vital for us to overthrow a dictator to bring in democracy, whereas previously we were happy to arm them. Sometimes we even arm a dictator, only to bomb them just 4 months later. In a lot of cases, not only do we support dictators, but we've put them there in the first place. In 1953, Britain and the United States orchestrated a coup to remove the democratically elected Iranian prime minister.
We had some involvement with overthrowing a democratically...
That's Obama speaking.
We did this because he was going to nationalize Iran's oil
protect his country's assets. That's how they killed Thomas Sankara.
But because this would have affected our oil revenues, we helped put in his place the Shah, a non-democratic monarch. The Shah went on to imprison, torture and execute his political opponents with the full support of the West.
How did the torture start? Not with an official order, but with individuals, were you saying?
Probably. In the inside, they would never come to me and say, well, sir, we have tortured this fellow to make him talk. No, that was not my business.
And when the blowback to our actions came, it was devastating.
That's what triggered the Iranian Revolution.
We never seem to learn from our mistakes.
And the same thing has repeated in Afghanistan.
Thinking that killing innocent
Islamists took over Iran that time. They have taken over Taliban, thanks to U.S. involvement.
Dictators, thinking that this time
it doesn't make sense.
But all we do is fuel conflict and terrorism and force people to flee their homes and become refugees.
This is where the teenager's body was found this morning, hours after he'd set sail with another boy in a small inflatable boat. When the boat capsized, only one of the boys was found alive.
If we really want to stop refugees, then we need to stop creating them.
The actions of the United States and the Western countries are fueling this quietness around the world. If the United States and the Western Europe and the Western countries wants to see stability in the world, they should insist on good governance in countries that they are doing business with. Because they are enabling Nigeria by still trading with Nigeria after it's been made so clear that Nigeria is engaging in extrajudicial killings, documented. That alone should bother the conscience of the world to say, no, enough of this nonsense. No, but they think that Nigeria is peaceful enough to be doing business with Nigeria. They believe that Nigeria is okay the way it is to be continuing doing business with Nigeria instead of placing sanctions, instead of demanding that International Criminal Court investigate Muhammadu Buhari in Nigeria along with other government functionaries, including Lai Mohammed. The world keeps quiet, waiting for more Nigerians to die. The people has been weakened over many decades already. Their weapons have been taken away from them. They are economically disempowered. They are stealing the money and giving them 5,000 naira. I mean, proposing to give them 5,000 naira, which is less than $10 a month for maybe 1 month. They will not even give at all. But that money will be shared among government officials. The world doesn't care what is happening to Africa because it is Africa. And then the world never even finished jobs they went to do in Arab countries. That's why we have Yemen, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Syria, Somalia, and a whole lot of other places. Their intervention is highly, highly suspect. Insecurity in Nigeria. Tony Nadi, Secretary General of Lower Niger Congress and NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress, LNC, an aggregation of several self-determination ethnic nationalities spread across the pre-1966 Eastern and Midwestern region of Nigeria. Tony Nadi, in this interview, speaks on the insecurity situation in the country, Nigeria. The LNC scribes, who is also the co-convener of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, which recently protested in front of the United Nations building in New York, also discussed how the 1999 Constitution sustains insecurity in the country. NINAS held a protest at the United Nations in New York in September to, among other things, call the international community's attention to the need for a referendum to determine the future of Nigeria. How do you rate the outcome of the protest? We have a plan, and anybody asking how things are going would do the little homework of looking at what our plan is. It is in writing and available on our website. We had a 20-year plan that began in 1999, right after the 1999 Constitution came out. We first called a meeting of the owners of the land from the south to the north, including the Fulani, of which Muhammadu Buhari, and Said Abubakar, the current Sultan of Sokoto, were part of the delegation that came from the north. From that moment on, that conference yielded a consensus that we must go back to being a federation, or we will be forced to dismantle the union, because the constitution by which they are doing their democracy is holding us against our will in the union of death that Nigeria has become under the 1999 constitution. Progressively, the people who were causing most of the problem, the caliphate, began to go towards their own plan and Sharia. So the rest of us moved on without them with the movement for New Nigeria that has now matured into NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. The first thing organizations under NINAS did, having liquidated the 1999 Constitution, was to say they would not hold further election under the Constitution. We didn't go to the United Nations. We were outside. We were only there to inform the international community that our union is in distress and that we have declared a dispute that could lead to the dissolution of the union, so that they can understand it when it begins to unfold. We wrote them a letter addressed to the Security Council. Contact has been made and it is being interrogated, and they have made contact with us. So the international community is following what is happening. If you recall, in 2019, the United Nations raised a rapporteur team that visited Nigeria, and that team pointed out that the Constitution is full of injustices responsible for the killings that are widespread and making Nigeria a danger to the global community and security, because 200 million people will get into distress in terms of seeking refuge if Nigeria snaps. That was a major concern to the United Nations. 7 months before this, we had gone to Capitol Hill in the United States and they interrogated this. The only people among everybody else not following what is happening are the Igbo. The Yoruba and the Middle Belt have joined in rejecting that constitution on account of the violence meted against them by the caliphate that now has ISIS in their fold. The president and commander-in-chief remains the grand patron, in fact, lifetime patron of Miyetti Allah, which is directly responsible and claims responsibility for the actions of Fulani herdsmen terrorists as just the fourth most deadly terror group on earth. If you put all this together, you will discover that our government is the sponsor of the terror we are talking about. Are the various ethnic nationalities really on the same page with NINA's plan? Ilana Omoodua, for instance, is talking about an independent Yoruba nation, while Afenifere is talking about restructuring. Until it goes to a referendum, you can't say whether they agree or not. This is not about Afenifere or any other group. We are talking about people that are in trouble. What has Afenifere done all this while about the problem consuming their people? Ilana Omoodua, led by Professor Banji Akintoye, a close confidant of Paolo, came up because Afenifere has not done anything. If Afenifere has an alternative proposition, they should tell us. They should, for instance, put a meaning to the restructuring they talk about. We have put meaning to our movement. We said the first order of business for NINAS is the complete jettisoning of the 1999 Constitution before we ask the questions. Yoruba, do you want to remain in this union? Is it if they say yes? It is if they say yes that you begin to talk about the constitutional arrangement to be in that union. Afenifere and Ohaneze do not want to look at what the problem is and what the solution should be. Nyanwood, as President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo, signed up to NINA's proposition. Look at what George Obiozor is doing in the name of the same Ohaneze. Nyanwodo called a full-time Imobi meeting. He did not say he was signing for Ohaneze, but he informed them that there is an engagement with this problem and that there is solution that will come by way of constitutional force majeure. Nwodo did all that before he signed off, but look at the mess that Obiozor has created. He left the whole place for those who say they want a Biafra that they cannot define. We already had a plan that will deliver self-determination to not only our people but also to other ethnic nationalities caught in the same mess that has been discussed at the United States and the United Nations, and you suddenly come out to say you want Biafra. We were saying Ninas is against holding another election under the 1999 Constitution, but as we speak, political parties are already holding congresses and preparing for their convention ahead of the 2023 general election. Tony reacts. We are not talking about the Anambra state government election or any off-season election, but the 2023 general elections. And we are not talking about boycott. We are saying that political parties must be persuaded by whatever means to stop the journey to the elections. We have to stop the 2023 election so that we can go through a transition, because if the election holds, the winner will govern by the same constitution. The only thing the political parties are doing is renewing the life of the 1999 constitution, because no matter who wins, they will govern by that constitution and all our problems will remain with us. How do the people get political parties to see things their way? The people who are in danger of extermination will take it up with them. The only reason they had succeeded was that people didn't know they are the ones holding the ladder for the people killing us. Now that the people know they are going to be treated as if they are the ones doing the killing themselves. The life of the 1999 Constitution is sustained by the periodic elections, and it is only political parties that contest elections in Nigeria. Therefore, if the political parties choose to sustain this Constitution at the time their people are facing death, those currently facing death will face them and make sure the AK-47s turn on them. The Southeast is currently plagued by insecurity blamed on unknown gunmen, yet some also say it is IPOB/ESN. What is your take? Is it in doubt that it is IPOB that became ESN? Our people have become so dishonest and they want to pretend that ESN has nothing to do with the unknown gunmen. It was in our presence that IPOB became ESN, and in no time ESN became unknown gunmen. Nnamdi Kanu was making broadcasts every day and mocking the soldiers being killed. Why is it that it is unknown gunmen that enforce the sit-at-home that IPOB and ESN issues? But IPOB has since called off the sit-at-home. Okay, Tony reacts to this. But do people go out on Mondays? These are the things we're talking about. The World Igbo Congress took out advertorials in newspapers to hail the emergence of ESN. You have governance and constitutional order in place, as bad as it is, but until you find a way to delegitimize it, it is there. In the midst of all this, you jump in and say you are doing ESN. If somebody sets up a situation whereby anybody at all, including herdsmen, government people looking for ways to infiltrate and call and eliminate everybody, can become... I'll go over this again. If somebody sets up a situation whereby anybody at all, including herdsmen, government people looking for ways to infiltrate and eliminate everybody, can become an unknown gunman. You have to trace the problem to where it began and who began it. To that extent, unknown gunman is a product of ESN, and ESN is a creation of IPOB, which is not in doubt. Whose interest does this sit-at-home serve? The people declared this sit-at-home order. The people declaring this sit-at-home order should think of whose interest they serve. But you and I can see that those people who have been looking for ways to destroy eastern Nigeria since 1967 to kill our people and destroy our economy will be happy to see more of it happen. So those who say that is their strategy of achieving Biafra should explain how the destruction of our economy, the killing of our people, and the introduction of terror into the Southeast will help them. It is not serving the interest of the Southeast. Rather, it is serving the interest of those who want to exterminate us. They have now put us in a situation where that enemy will be the one to decide when to stop it. It is the IPOB and ESN that has thrown them into this mess where they are killed at will, and their business is destroyed by the Nigerian state. Do you subscribe to the federal government's branding of IPOB as a terrorist organization? I'm not concerned with what Abuja said or what they said or what they said not. I'm looking at what IPOB is doing in Igbo land. It amounts to terror in my estimation. So I'm not saying they are terrorists because Abuja said they are terrorists. I'm looking at the actual things they are doing. That people are being made to close their shops. That people are killed because they didn't close their shops. What they are doing is plain terror. And I'm saying so because of what they are doing. What is your word for ethnic nationalities in Nigeria? The remedy available to them in the danger that surrounds them now is called self-determination. They can recover their sovereignty and begin to organize their lives. We have deployed a plan that can deliver that. Those who have interrogated the plan have embraced it, and those rights are inalienable and don't depend on Abuja or the National Assembly agreeing with you. Those who want to come out of the dangers that confront them should embrace our plan because it has been discussed at the United Nations and the United States. The ethnic nationalities can embrace this plan and rescue themselves from the death and extermination being visited on them by the invading Fulani. As long as that constitution remains in place, the guns will remain where they are. What is your take on the state of insecurity in the country? We have identified the cause, and nothing will change if you lock down arms and ammunition exclusively to the federal government that is dominated by the Fulani. If we remove arms and ammunition from the exclusive list in 3 months, insecurity will disappear because everybody will take care of their own security as it is done in federations everywhere. The problem is engineered by those interested in holding all the guns in the land and then pointing them at others, killing them and taking their lands. We are making a direct charge on the president and commander-in-chief and the army that there is a collusion. Insecurity did not fall from the sky. It came from an orchestration. There is an ethnic cleansing campaign to kill off the owners of the land because the Fulani want to relocate from across Africa to this place, Nigeria. This has been What Will Stop Insecurity in Nigeria by Tony Nna, the Secretary General of Lower Niger Congress and co-convener of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Thanks for listening. Here is Ahmadu Bello's mission statement and battle script of October 1960. October 12th, barely 11 days after Nigeria's paper independence, on October 1st of 1960. Here's what he had to say. The new nation Nigeria, the new nation called Nigeria, should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. This is 1960. Now consider how the North went to set up Sharia during Obasanjo's presidency. And Obasanjo, who has always been a slave to the Arewa, called it political Sharia. That was effective separation from Nigeria, but Obasanjo didn't react very well. Instead, he sent Nigerian military to go, the same Janjaweed soldiers, to go and kill off people of Odi and Zaki Biam. Now, or even the killing of Masob members or imprisonment across Southeast. Now, this is how Nigeria has been going. Consider what this Ahmadu Bello said in 1960 to what Muhammadu Buhari is carrying out today. And you get to realize why Nina's movement is the way to go. The dominoes are falling for Nigeria. It's all going. The union is going down. So all that we're doing, we're buying time. But the country is already gone down the cliff. Only a multi-regional referendum will rescue the situation. Anything else is merely postponing the evil day. And that's very unfortunate. Speaking of the indifference of Africans, especially those in diaspora, to what is happening in Nigeria, I did reference a Nigerian who has been living in North America for over 45 years, telling new arrivals into British Columbia or elsewhere that they should forget about where they come from and live their life fully here, because he believes that's the best way they can resettle in a different country and be themselves. People from other countries are doing the same thing. They are going back to their home countries and getting rid of whatever property they have there and moving over to their adoptive countries for good. That's what this guy is saying. But this American professor, Professor James Small, has a different perspective. He believes that it is selfishness, it is lack of wisdom, lack of foresight that enables Africans moving into the United States to only focus on themselves and don't even care about their people dying in Nigeria, in Somalia, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in every country wherever there is crisis in Africa. Africa don't care. Even when black people are killed in North America, in the United States for the most part, like Nigerians and African citizens of these countries, resident in these countries, they don't care. They just continue with their business. While Black Lives Matter movement is going out on the street, protesting, holding court every day, making sure that the world gets to know what is happening to their families, how their children are getting killed, how their young people are getting cut short, their life getting cut short by the state in North America. That is what is behind this professor's frustration with Africans moving into the United States, Canada, Australia, Europe, wherever. They need to bring a certain energy to be back to their home countries in Africa, especially Nigeria, where terrorists are taking over the country and overrunning communities and replacing them. With the tacit support of a sitting government, people are quiet. They are not reacting to it the way they should. Here, Professor James Small on this.
They would not even use an Let me ask you this question, brother. You are always in Africa. You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rides and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man. See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force.
Exactly.
You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse you because somebody got on some printed clothes that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings, and then because they speak a language, try to make you play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American. Most of the movements that have changed the world, that allow all ethnic nations to profit, has been our movement. And so we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us. Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now? No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation. Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that. That our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, you had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomena. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement. You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street. You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
There you have it. If you leave Africa, go to the United States, takes the job that an African American born in the United States of descendants of slaves, they believe that you are an economic enemy. And because you are not involved in political movements for positive change, they believe that you are also an enemy because you are not helping to make the society a better place, either in Africa, for example, in Nigeria, or in the United States. That's the lot of the black man, the burden of the black man. They need to rise up and change, especially black Africans in diaspora or in Africa. They need to come to that realization. We must come to the realization that people's movement makes all the difference. Some of us might need to die, might have to die for others to live and live life more abundantly. I believe the high priest said this when Christ was brought before him. He said it's important that one of us die that the whole nation perish not. We should care about the greater number of us than individuals. If we go it alone, we will lose. But if we care for each other, if we work together, we will succeed. This has been your guy, Stephen, from the Lower Niger Territory Radio. Radio Liberty. About 7 years ago, I arrived Nigeria from London, and a few hours later, I took off to go visit a family friend who is now late at Igbesa. And that was like within 3 hours after I got into Nigeria. And within 5 minutes after we left the house, some members of the Nigerian police who were blocking the road stopped the vehicle in which I was traveling to Igbesa in Ogun State. And from there, they began to ask for all sorts of documents, which my nephew who was driving provided them. And then they looked at the vehicle, a Toyota 4Runner. They looked at it and said, "Where is the permit for the tint at the back windows?" And I told them that the vehicle, I brought it in, that's the way it was. Nobody tampered with it. It is factory fitted. That's the way it was made to be. And while I was telling this guy this, he said that the papers for the tint must be provided. This was like 7-8 years ago. And from there, this matter escalated so much that they took me into their detention. That would be one of the worst detention I ever stepped into all my life. In Nigeria, in Lagos, within 2 to 3 hours of arriving the country. And they detained me for 3 days along with about 8 or 9 or 12, even maybe more, a dozen number of men who were being held under crazy reasons. Like, Nigerian police is a threat to people in Nigeria. And this is part of the thing that fires me up about seeking a way out of Nigeria, like getting Nigeria sorted out so that the people can live a life without fear of persecution or abuse and the insult and extortion from state officials. Nigerian police detained me for 3 days and charged me to court. And the interesting thing is that the person who did this to me, the DPO that supervised all this punishing experience on me, is an Igbo man from Abia or Ebonyi State, an Igbo man. Others were begging him. In fact, a police officer from Kanu was asking him, "Why can't you treat your brother very well?" And so, you want to know if Nigerian police is the #1 thieves in Nigeria. In fact, they escort high thieves. They escort politicians who are supposed to be shot, who are supposed to be tried and shot, sentenced to death. Or like 99.9% of Nigerian politicians, if they go to China and become Chinese citizens and continue doing what they're doing, China will shoot them. They will die. In November 2021, I'm saying this, the last week of November, if any of the Nigerian police were to relocate, Nigerian police or politicians of all stripes, from local government, to state and to federal, 99.9 of them, including the president, if they show up in China and become Chinese citizen or resident and do what they are doing with Nigeria's resources, or Nigeria's citizens, the way they opened up the border to bring in terrorists to take over the country and commit ethnic cleansing all over the place, especially in the middle belt. If Nigerian politicians are to go to China, even though China is said to be that communist country, they do this, they do that. China does not even compare to Nigeria in any negative way. Nigeria is completely alone. Those ruling Nigeria are enemies #1 of Nigeria. Those ruling Nigeria are presiding over a criminal document that was handed down by military. The 1999 Constitution was the culmination of the plan of Ottoman Danfodio Ahmadu Bello, Muhammadu Buhari. This is the ultimate. And it was designed by, including Muhammadu Buhari. He has finger in all these things. Every single one of the military leadership that emerged in Nigeria from 1966 July 15, they have always plotted how to take over the country for their great-grandfather's estate. And the British knew what they did when they handed over the reins of Nigeria into these people's hands. And so, the focus here is the Nigerian police. Here is what an actor, I don't even know him, but his name is Baj Adebile. He said, "Why I fear Nigeria police?" Baj Adebule took to social media during the week to state that the day before, when he finished from a movie set late at night, he was concerned about finding a route home where he would not encounter policemen. According to him, that made him realize that many Nigerians were more afraid of the police than criminals. If you remove the Nigerian police from the roads today, there will be a reduction of 75 to 85% armed robbery and other violent crimes, including murder. The Nigerian police. They are also into extortion. They steal from people, they rob people, they rape people, like they do a lot of criminal activity, because those at the top are equally engaged in robbery against the citizens. I mean, how can police that is taking care of Lagos State be commanded from Abuja? Even Lagos State as a state supposed to have different police units from different local government or whatever, council. They're supposed to have their own police. Canadian provinces doesn't have police of their own, at least. Some provinces does not have police, state police, but they have local police. City have police under them because they are answerable to the people. The people elect their officials. Their officials take care of the people and the city, they develop the city. So they hire people, they hire police. But when you have a police that is headquartered in Abuja looking after Akwa Ibom State, Delta State, Anambra State, Kogi State, Ondo State, Benue. I mean, look at the killings in Benue. It requires a local police to look after local communities. Police that is under the salary of the city, not the state, not the federal. If the federal still want to help, they have to deal with the city representatives, the people representing the people in that area. Nigeria must go down for new beginning to take place. In an interview with Sunday Scoop, he maintained that he does not feel safe around policemen even without being guilty of any crime, he said. "I fear the police because I do not feel safe around them due to the multiple cases of kidnapping, robbery, extortion, exploitation, and intimidation of citizens for which they are notorious. I must add that Nigerian police is the #1 instrument of state that is carrying out extrajudicial killings, including mass graves, and the Nigerian military as well. I have been harassed by the police, and most recent one was about a month ago. My girlfriend and I were on our way to an event when some police officers stopped our car at the CMS area of Lagos at about 9 p.m., asking to know where we were headed. After telling them our destination, they asked us to get out of the car. While I asked why we had to do that, my girlfriend started recording the incident on her mobile phone because she felt unsafe. On discovering that she has been recording, the policeman threatened us and claimed that we were challenging them. He snatched her phone from her while asking
to search my car boot. He later returned my girlfriend's phone to me and ordered me to delete the video. I had to do that to de-escalate the situation before letting us go. He told me to put my woman in order. Unfortunately, I do not think there is anything citizens can do to stop police brutality. I believe police officers act the way they do because they are aware that there are no consequences for their actions. There is no one to hold them accountable, as they often have the support of their superiors. As far as I'm concerned, the noise about reforming the police is nothing but a smokescreen. A true reform must start from the top echelons of the Nigerian police. Well, no. Reform will not fix Nigeria. What will fix Nigeria is a binding multi-regional referendum. Every single region in Nigeria, the region we used to have or the zones we have now, there is the one that is called Middle Belt. That is the central Nigeria. It extends all the way to from southern Kaduna, coming down to Benue State. That's the central Nigeria. That's Middle Belt. And then there is the lower Niger territory, which covers the present-day south, south, and southeast. And there is also the Oduduwa, which is the southwestern states. These areas are demanding a binding multi-regional referendum, and they are called the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. When we go through referendum, not just the Nigerian police will be figured out, will be taken care of. A lot of other things will. The justice system will. Electricity, the means of generating electricity on a steady basis will happen. The roads will be fixed. Your life will have value. You will have insurance for your vehicle. Those are little, even those are small. Your citizenship will acquire value. Your life will not be taken by agents of state recklessly, without consequences, like they've been doing. We will not have terrorist groups among us, because everyone will get the right to their citizenship, and they will have hope. So there will be no need for terrorist activities. Earlier today, I saw some Igbo youths handling severed human heads like they are coconut in their hands. Not just one, but I saw two at least on the video. It's too graphic to share. It's very, very unfortunate that we will become like our enemies, the terrorists, the Boko Harams, the Fulani herdsmen, in order to redeem ourselves. No, there is a better option. There is a better solution. There is a better way out. There is a better way out. We can get out of Nigeria by not doing that. We don't have to be worse than our enemies in order to defeat them. Join the movement. It's not a fluke. It's not a joke. It's not money chasing venture. Join the movement and experience change, like real change that will impact you, your generations, and many generations to come. Now, moving forward. Rochas Onayo Okorocha, the former governor of Imo State, has gone to UK to advertise on the double-decker bus, Rochas for 2023 Nigeria presidency. This is the man who looted Imo State and converted state institutions into his private names and family members' names. This guy is positioning himself to become the next president of one Nigeria. He says that he is beholding across the north. He started building schools. He is very huge in Maiduguri, in Plateau State. He has connections all over the place. He considers himself a good candidate to rule Nigeria. He does not hear what his people are calling for, that his people are calling for referendum, that although his own place is destroyed, that his own village is completely insecure, he doesn't see that his people are demanding for referendum. Instead, he is trying to rule Nigeria, to extend the Fulani chain, the Fulani shackles, the Fulani British shackles around our necks and hands and feet. This is the Nigeria that Rochas Okorocha, Bola Ahmed Tinubu would want to rule. The thieves are advertising in London but ignoring the reality on ground back in their homeland, Nigeria. Southern and Middle Belt Nigerians are clamoring for multi-regional referendum based on Judas goat like Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Rochas Okorocha, Ojuzo Kalu, and many others who are now positioning themselves to rule Nigeria are trooping to London, including Atiku Abubakar, who just said that there is no... In fact, I don't have to repeat what they are saying, but it all goes to show that all of these people do not even tell themselves the truth. That Atiku Abubakar actually believes that he can change Nigeria shows how untruthful Nigerians are. This is a guy who have never for once spoken out against the Fulani herdsmen terrorists. This is a guy who is so corrupt that he had issues with the other corrupt president, former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Instead of addressing the fact that the country has died and needs an urgent attention, like referendum, these guys are trooping to Britain to convince the British public and the British system that they will do a good job in looking after the British interest in Nigeria. They do not care that everything is going crazy in the country. The British incorporation known as Nigeria has interested candidates marketing themselves to the British public to notify the Queen and the British subjects that they would be loyal. You move money stolen from Nigeria to the UK to print posters, campaign banners, everything, hold interviews, pay money, spend money there. Isn't it too obvious that we need something else to reset Nigeria? Multi-regional referendum will alter the misdirection and set Nigerians aright. NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, have got it figured out. Check it out here. www.ninas.voice.org and Lower Niger Congress.org. Let's get it right this time by going after referendum votes, rather than having a convicted drug dealer or non-state treasury looters take over from a non-terror enabler. That would be like extending the Fulani and British slave shackles by another 4 years. Let's shut anything like election this year and press on for multi-regional referendum votes. It will lead to immediate improvements in a lot of ways, especially in the security, economic, and well-being of the people, as well as social interactions. The people from the north can live anywhere. People from the east can still live in any part of the country, but as citizens of different countries. This is the way it is done all over the world. There are Nigerians all over the world. They still retain their Nigerianness and possibly acquire citizens of other countries too. That's dual citizenship. And so Nigeria can go apart in different ways, and it will still be people relating with each other. Unless there is need for us to put up walls, then we can put up walls. So this is the only thing that will save Nigeria, not, deceiving ourselves. This is what will save Nigeria. Listen to this.
Good afternoon, my brother. Yeah, good afternoon. My brother, the way things is going in this country.
The way things are going in this country, what do you plan?
In this country. I don't get plans.
How do you plan to succeed? He said he doesn't have plans.
Exactly. Why? You see people that want to be a doctor, that want to school to study medicine, they end up in doing farming. That is not what they plan, but that is how the country planned it. Photo. So you cannot plan this country. It's the country that will plan you. And anywhere the country plan you to, just accept.
Let's go over that one more time.
Good afternoon, my brother. Yeah, good afternoon. My brother, with the way things is going in this country, what plan do you have to succeed in this country?
Nigeria.
Plan.
Nigeria has no plan.
Exactly. Why? You see people that want to be a doctor, that went to school to study medicine, they end up in doing farming. That is not what they plan, but that is how the country planned it. Photo. So you cannot plan this country. It's the country that will plan you. And anywhere the country plan you to, just accept.
He's essentially saying that Nigeria has zero plan for you. And a situation where you are the one to provide your road, your electricity, your security, there is nothing there for you. The best thing out is for Nigeria to be unbundled. You know how you offload an overloaded vehicle? Nigeria needs to be completely offloaded. Nigeria needs to be dismantled. Nigerian nations needs to be set free out of Nigeria, out of current one unitary Nigeria. This is not a hate speech. It's not a hate speech, but a call, what I would call patriotic call to rescue the situation. Otherwise, we're not heading anywhere. We're going in circles. This is your guy, Stephen. Have a great weekend. Here is a very interesting one that you would think will attract the attention of the United States to deal with Nigeria effectively. U.S. sanctions 6 Nigerian bankrolling Boko Haram. United States sanctions 6 Nigerians bankrolling Boko Haram. This is from March 25th, 2022, Friday. The United States has designated a network of 6 individuals connected to the Nigeria-based terrorist group Boko Haram, now under the control of ISIS. The U.S. Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, made this known in a statement on Friday. While stating that they have added the citizens to the terror support list, stated that all 6 were found guilty by establishing a Boko Haram cell in the United Arab Emirates, UAE, to raise funds for and provide material assistance to Boko Haram insurgents in Nigeria. They are Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Salihu Yusuf Adamu, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, Ibrahim Ali Al-Hassan, and Surajo Abubakar Muhammad. Abu Dhabi convicted Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Salihu Yusuf Adamu, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, and Surajo Abubakar Muhammad for transferring $782,000 from Dubai to Boko Haram in Nigeria. Salihu Yusuf Adamu and Suraj Abubakar Mohammed were sentenced to life imprisonment for violations of United Arab Emirates anti-terrorism laws. Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, and Ibrahim Ali Al-Hassan were sentenced to 10 years in prison, followed by deportation. I must interject here that Nigeria has been a very cozy home for terrorists. When they release them, they let them go the other way. Not a single one of them have been convicted. In fact, they even take Boko Haram fighters and tell us that they are repenting them. I don't know what colors they are painting them when they repent them. But they just let them go.
They melt into the society, and even they recruit them into the military. I mean, Nigeria is getting surrounded daily by this, by the actions of government enabling terrorists. These 6 people that were convicted have now been specially designated nationals and blocked persons pursuant to Executive Order 13224 as amended. The U.S. government stated that OFAC's action follows arrests, prosecutions, and designations in the UAE in September 2021, demonstrating the commitment of the Emirati government to using judicial measures and targeted financial sanctions to disrupt the flow of funds to these networks, terrorist networks. The U.S. government stated with this action, the United States joins the UAE in targeting terrorist financing networks of mutual concern, said Under Secretary of the Treasury Brian Nelson. Treasury continues to target financial facilitators of terrorist activities worldwide. We welcome multilateral action in this Boko Haram network to ensure that it is not able to move any further funds through the international financial system. As a result of today's action, all property and the interests in property of the individuals named above and any of the entities that are owned directly or indirectly 50% or more by them individually or with other blocked persons that are in the United States or in the position of control of U.S. persons must be blocked and reported to OFAC. That's an agency of the U.S. Treasury Department. Unless authorized by a general or specific license issued by OFAC or otherwise exempt, OFAC's regulations generally prohibit all transactions by U.S. persons or within the United States, including transactions transisting the United States that involve any property or interest in property of designated or otherwise blocked persons. This man wouldn't have actually been convicted if it was to be handled by Nigeria. Furthermore, engaging in certain transactions with the individuals designated today entails risk of secondary sanctions pursuant to EO 13224 as amended. Pursuant to this authority, OFAC can prohibit or impose strict conditions on the ongoing or maintaining in the opening or maintaining in the United States of a correspondent account or a payable through account of a foreign financial institution that knowingly conducted or facilitated any significant transaction on behalf of a specially designated global terrorist. The power and integrity of OFAC sanctions derive not only from its ability to designate and add persons to the specially designated nationals and blocked persons list, SDN list, but also from its willingness to remove persons from the SDN list, consistent with the law. The ultimate goal of sanctions is not to punish but to bring about a positive change in behavior. For information concerning the process for seeking removal from an OFAC list, including the SDN list, please refer to OFAC's frequently asked questions for detailed information on the process to submit a request for removal from the OFAC sanctions. Again, this is that the United States has sanctioned 6 Nigerians convicted in the United Arab Emirates, 6 of them, all from the Sharia belt, all Ariwa elements, working, facilitating terrorist group Boko Haram, providing Boko Haram with a large amount of money. I mean, there are many going on. Like I said before, the government is the one repenting them, injecting them back into the society, and then they continue to sabotage any war effort against terrorist groups because the government is behind it. Again, Abacha said it while he was alive that any insurgency that lasts more than 24 hours, the government has a finger in it. Muhammadu Buhari has proven that to be nothing but reality. Have a nice day. Western world may point to China now critically, pointing out what China is doing, how China is taking over countries' assets or institutions, over corrosive debts they hang on weak African countries that are constantly borrowing money and begging without producing enough to pay their debt or even become self-sufficient countries. Countries like Nigeria and a lot of others are becoming entrapped by Chinese dangerous debts. Because China knows what the Western country has done to Africa. They know how much Africa was manipulated, fleeced, and stolen from, and they continue to steal from Africa. And so China is doing their own bit. They are just advancing the fleecing of Africa with the aid of despots across Africa who are serving the interest of external forces rather than tend to the needs of their people.
China's activities in Africa have raised a lot of eyebrows, and the issue of being trapped into Chinese debt is real and ominous. Here, we look at the top 10 African countries with the largest Chinese debt. Whether the officials and government authorities accept it or not, Chinese dealings in Africa are being viewed in a highly skeptical way. The truth is, the menace of falling into Chinese debt trap is very real, and it is happening. Africa is slowly being tied to the yoke of Chinese debt. There is no transparency and accountability when it comes to acquiring Chinese loans. As a result of this, African countries are finding it hard to extricate themselves from the grip of Chinese debt. It means that debt is continuing to pile on, unabated, and the repercussions will be dreadful. Some countries are having it worse than others, as will always be the case. Below is a list of the top 10 African countries with the largest Chinese debt. Number 10, the Democratic Republic of Congo. The DRC could easily be one of the richest countries in the world considering how it is abundantly endowed with precious natural resources and minerals. However, plundering of these resources has set the country back, including unending conflict. It has an estimated debt of $3.4 billion. DRC was quick to exchange mineral resources for loans with China. Number 9, Ghana. Ghana stands at number 9 with an estimated debt of $3.5 billion. The country's opposition has involved the IMF to help look into the country's debt. Number 8, Nigeria. The West African country has an estimated debt of $4.8 billion. Nigeria has accepted the Chinese yuan as a reserve currency. Number 7, Cameroon. Cameroon has an estimated debt of $5.5 billion. However, it was recently revealed that China was in talks to cancel part of the country's debt. But with China, nothing is so certain. Number 6, Zambia. Zambia is increasingly getting mired in the tentacles of Chinese debt. The Chinese have sponsored a lot of projects in the country. The country has an estimated debt of $6.5 billion. China is taking Zambian firms as part of repayment plans, and there were reports that ZESCO, the national power utility, was being taken over by China, even ZNBC, the country's national broadcaster. Number 5, North Sudan. The conflict-torn country has an estimated debt of over $6.4 billion. Although China has written off the country's debt incurred in 2015, it still has a long way to go. Number 4, the Republic of Congo. Congo, which may be popularly known as Congo-Brazzaville, has an estimated debt of $7.5 billion. Again, corruption has played a major role in ballooning the debt to such egregious levels. Number 3, Kenya. Even after the discovery of oil in the northern part of the country, nothing in essence is working towards cutting down the levels of debt to China. Kenya has an estimated debt of $7.9 billion. The country has been taking money to facilitate the fruition of its infrastructural projects. But as lack of transparency and accountability come into play, a lot of money has been lost to corruption. Number 2, Ethiopia. All those Chinese infrastructural development projects in Addis Ababa are coming at a heavy price. Ethiopia has an estimated debt of $13.5 billion. The debt levels have slowed down some projects due to repayment issues, but there is now a new structure for these debts that makes it a little bit affordable for Ethiopia to repay. And finally, at number 1 we have Angola. Angola is the most indebted African country to China. It has an estimated debt of over $25 billion. Shocking, but that's the reality at hand. Most of Angolan oil is going towards the repayment of Chinese debts, despite Angola being the second largest producer of oil in Africa. That brings us to the end of this video. Share your comments in the section below. Remember to support China's activities in Africa.
So Ethiopia used part of the money they are owing China to build the railway that stretched from Djibouti to Addis Ababa upon the departure of Eritrea out of Ethiopia, because Eritrea is what used to give Ethiopia, the old Ethiopia, access to the sea, to the Nile. And so once Eritrea left Ethiopia through one referendum and the eventual referendum about 2 decades plus ago, Ethiopia became a landlocked country, and they had to build that rail track that traveled from Addis Ababa to Djibouti. That's how they get their containers and other shipments, through the rail, just like Uganda, that is equally landlocked, that gets her containers through the ports in Kenya. One of them is Mombasa. And so countries can survive even when they are landlocked. We can stop the Chinese onslaught against Africa by going through referendum in Nigeria. That's how we'll sort our problem there. Otherwise, those people going cap in hand, borrowing, looking for money, looking for air to share, money to share, in a country that has 3 million crude oil barrels every day they supply to the rest of the world, they are still beggars. Terrible people. They have destroyed Nigeria and rendered it a miserable country. You know, a country that is supposed to be giving aid to other African countries is constantly borrowing, putting future generations into debt without any commensurate infrastructure to show for it. Sucks to be Nigeria. Here is the Nigerian Vanguard's live report of the World Press Conference held by NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities for Self-Determination, or NINAS, titled Why 2023 Polls Should Be Put on Hold, by NINAS. Reporting by Dapo Akinrefon. In Lagos, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, yesterday, that is December 19, this is December 20, warned that any attempt to conduct the 2023 general elections with the 1999 Constitution may truncate Nigeria's peace and lead the country to a failed state. It warned that nothing will get better in Nigeria under the unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Professor Yusuf Turaki, who spoke at a press conference on behalf of the NINAS Board of Conveners 1 year after the December 16, 2020 activation of the Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, warned that failure to heed warnings may lead to grave consequences for Nigeria. Turaki said, "Nothing will get better in Nigeria under this unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Let us all remind ourselves that whether we seek regional autonomy, resource control, or outright exit from Nigeria to become an independent sovereign state, the first order of business is the decommissioning and easing out of the 1999 Constitution, then a transitioning process during which referendum, plebiscites, and negotiations for fresh protocols will be undertaken as indicated in the NINA's 5-point proposition. It is no longer a matter for debate that the source from which the woes and miseries of Nigeria and Nigerians flows is the 1999 Unitary Constitution of Nigeria. That the life of the 1999 Constitution is renewed and reinforced once every 4 years through general elections. That only political parties contest elections in Nigeria as declared by the Supreme Court of Nigeria in a governorship election suit from Rivers State. That all political parties in Nigeria subscribe to the 1999 Constitution and therefore contest elections under that Constitution. This means that whichever party wins the general elections in Nigeria, the elected candidate must, as a prerequisite for assuming office, swear to and govern by the 1999 Constitution. This further means that after each round of elections, the Constitution and all the debilitating structures and provisions erected by it remain intact, and so also the woes of Nigeria and Nigerians, getting only worse. From the foregoing, it is clear that whoever genuinely seeks to extinguish the source of woes and miseries of Nigeria and Nigerians must find a way to break this set cycle of periodic renewal of the life of the 1999 Constitution by way of elections. Besides, he said, the new round of renewal for the source of our collective misery, that is, elections, is in 2023. It is obvious that the action to be taken to end our bondage and misery is to shut down the voyage to any further national elections under the 1999 Constitution, which merely renews our bondage. Turaki is the leader of the Middle Belt. Accordingly, guided by the 5-point proposition of the NINA's CFM of December, NINA's Constitutional Force Majeure of December 16, 2020, we must now brace up and prevail on the political parties to halt their preparation for the 2023 round of national elections so that the transitioning process can commence instead of wobbling on to another round of national elections in 2023 under the 1999 Constitution, as Nigeria could snap without further warning, having shown all the vital signs of a failed state. This is a wonderful release from NINA's Secretariat. I hope that the minders of Nigeria, those who erroneously think that they own Nigeria, I hope they are listening, they are paying attention. The people are not kidding. Our people are not kidding. We are serious. We are serious to have a binding multi-regional referendum that will be supervised by the United Nations for effective implementation of the results from Middle Belt, Lower Niger Territory, and Oduduwa nations.
Today from the Global Lane, the dictator topping this year's list as the worst persecutor of Christians.
The regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
Most expensive Thanksgiving meal ever. Will Biden's infrastructure deal slow skyrocketing inflation?
The truth is, it's not fully paid for, and as a result, it will turn out to be inflationary.
Coming soon to the University of North Dakota, gender-neutral dormitories.
If a male identifies as a female, he could essentially be assigned a female roommate.
And transgender indoctrination.
The princess who came to your ball tonight was me.
And FBI terrorism tools used against parents. And it's all right here on the Global Lane. Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world? China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list, And to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrest, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agencies. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, look, the Taliban has been, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. And then if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with a Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And, of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom. And they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus. And in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem because just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless. If you're traveling over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house this Thanksgiving, or if you're staying home and preparing a meal, you and Granny will need more cash in your wallet for purchasing Thanksgiving food items. According to the balance, you'll be spending 21% more this Thanksgiving than you did in 2020. And here are some cost increases to note for feeding a gathering of about 10 people. Potatoes, up more than
8%. Vadale, Enige, Ehaimo, Edion, Ikbia, Ihuo, Isenwohan. Iriwoto Sanrivi, Mejotuao. Otunatioli, Ninas, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Naigionu Homonareo. Onotunada wegi Akoze Novadi Beale Osibo 2023 na Habosibori. Maimo Bobo Bekisholi Onotunada wegi Ebony Majana Naturally Nigeria Okidonki Ebu Umulu Okolo da senyegwe emie be ahenya oria agboria memo meoria mi oloki doki ono tunani na sida wege ebare chabebu ne botioli constitution ole mane santioli ebuhi ye ebi umulu no ogi ole vuole wala esa mata wege era de nyaura ono kukwole ola ka hia sibori so that do dia begi onorana ole oni constitutional ole buhina ola ka hia sibori ola ka hehe akwasegi aze alwe akoze ramde wege oge no riwi onebuhina meda time aba nkpokpano onebuhina wege mane nya oto naturally indigenous nationalities mamwa huni ihe Abuja nire a enyama ogeva ge onebuhina maye tali maro bobo gi naze ni Abuja ni ahe nyama ge ebere woto ribegia igo efe no woto emioko igo humo na koko mayeri ahu ni na ni amemale oru eke no ebuhi naturally constitutional bobaki no ma wako ta o ma mi gumada sikoko wege ma mo ahu no sma ma muni na ebi ma mo weke oto ego homo na mi mali oge mare ni na ole zo no rubuto ogia ene doni go mu no rebegia ami bakia na ye anoru eke no buhi na wege ono gbebere ohi akigbolasa ma dagole ge ami bakia na ye igo na rekoko ma igo hu na rekoko igo na rekebe efe no rubuto amujo bi center natural Abuja eyewo mu ewo gale onebuhi na natural constitution olera hu na ndamege exie wara ala mi bakia na ye ogine iwege ma na mo boy gbe ma oda ka komo nya asabo himigbe uwa be owa ye kiane e wa sabo yo no wa be o eye mi wena o me fi woto o fi woku mu fie gere be kia a sabo na wo jede aware we ge nya ge mo sabo na wo jede e wa wo gboria a sabo mi ole igwe kiri okoko a wo money e gwana ro mu go ni na ano ne bi hina o area ha ni na eli na sita we ge owa ke mare diro anye osas onu se na osacha sebirio ole da we ge upede ni eneribi ugie uki igbeva alukpe nebotioli 2020 onu tunina sanda we ge onebu hina actually constitutional okiki igbugen na abo onu ebo no sma actually Nigeria na igbugon ki na abo abadaki wo hien na tari ina sabo arigbe na hia da odo de ka hion sole ase me ba lu onebu hina ni igbugo na nya ni na si wege ebe umulu no ebe hoge no ole ada wege ase elu akoze ramde alo akoze ina zeni onebu igbugo na no hoge vuana ole na si revewo ole mada wege oke na remie ge ayelo akoze o bebe awada lo ni ma si ayelo ati alo akoze o ona homo ni na se gere wa ha bo si waro egbe dan egbe fu waro o mejo to ba o.
Where do Christians suffer the worst persecution in the world?
Nigeria.
China, Iran, Somalia? International Christian Concern has just unveiled its 2021 report on the top persecutors of the year. ICC lists 3 top persecutors this year: the worst country, worst group of persecutors, and the worst individual persecuting Christians. Well, joining us to discuss this year's list and to explain about what's happening around the world is ICC President Jeff King. Jeff, it's good to talk with you again. So let's get right into it. The worst country persecuting Christians this year. Surprise, it's not North Korea. Which country is it and why?
Well, yeah, Kim Jong-un, North Korea, it's always going to be a top performer, right? But what we looked at was like how many Christians are being killed presently. Is it a problem that's not addressed? We chose Nigeria. It's a surprise for a lot of people. But Gary, in the last 20 years, 100,000 Christians have been killed. 3 million plus Christians have had their lands, farms, homes stolen from them. And the government is part of the problem. So we chose Nigeria.
Well, I know a lot of people say Nigeria, that's just Fulani herdsmen and so forth, but it goes well beyond that. Tell us a little more.
Well, this is the problem. We work in Washington, D.C., and we're working with the government. And so that's the line that comes from the Nigerian government. They want to frame this as a conflict between farmers and herders. It's not a conflict. It's a one-sided war. It's a genocide against Christians. There's Boko Haram also, but the Fulanis have done much more damage. The Fulanis are going in. These are armed groups that go in and shoot up Christian villages and take their land. And what's going on is it's a war that never ends, is never addressed. The Nigerian military never goes after the attackers. There's no arrests, there's no battles, there's nothing. And the reason is that, look, Muslims are in control of the police, the army, and the intel agency. So the whole security apparatus of Nigeria is controlled by the Muslims. And so the fix is in is the phrase. It's like it never gets fixed. It's never addressed. Nothing ever happens.
Okay, Jeff, let's move on then and discuss the worst group persecuting Christians this year. It's not Boko Haram or Al-Shabaab. Who is it? What are they doing?
Well, it's the Taliban. And Gary, look, the Taliban has been, torturing, murdering Christians for years. The problem is that now they are in control of a state, and they have a potent intel security apparatus set up by us, but now they're in control of it. They're calling Christian leaders. We know you. We're watching you. We're going to come get you. They're going door to door. And unfortunately, just this past 2 weeks, they grabbed the first Christian. And what happens is they'll torture him. They'll find out who the other Christians are he knows. and that if he won't turn back to Islam, they'll kill him. And there's going to be a whole bunch of that.
Well, a lot to pray about on that. Now, the worst government leader or person persecuting Christians, it's not Canada's Justin Trudeau for shutting down churches and arresting pastors during the COVID pandemic. So which government leader did you list as the top persecutor targeting Christians, and why?
Well, you already nailed it. It's North Korea and it's Kim Jong-un. So either the country or he are going to show up in the top list. But look, the whole North Korean state exists to serve him and to keep him in power and the Kims in power. So we chose him as the individual doing the worst job against Christians, doing the most persecution against Christians. I think people know it, but look, if a Christian is caught with the Bible, if they're a real Christian, the regime will take 3 generations of one family and stick them in prison for life. And these are prison camps that are designed to slowly kill off people.
And of course, we know that you have to worship the leader there. Juche is their faith, and that's worship of their leadership. I know there are many other countries of concern, especially, let's say, India, where attacks against Christians are on the rise. Tell us what's happening there, Jeff.
Well, India is especially disturbing, Gary, because India has a constitution that guarantees religious freedom, and they have a tremendous track record. But what's happened is you have some hyper-nationalists, some fundamentalist Hindus that have gained control. The Prime Minister Modi, is a radical Hindu. His party, the BJP, these are radical Hindus. They believe quite fervently that India is only for Hindus, and in India and Hinduism are fused, and there's no room for anybody else, and they're doing everything they can to slowly strangle Christianity. You won't hear it from his lips. He's a smart politician. Listen to the BJP leaders, listen to his leaders in the party. You'll hear it quite clearly. They're not shy about it.
And Jeff, I know China and Pakistan, those are always places of concern. And you've been to many of these countries. You've met with many persecuted believers around the world. Which country really is driving you to your knees in prayer right now? Maybe what one should we keep our eyes on?
Well, I pray for Nigeria constantly. We do a lot of work with the victims there. The 3 million plus that have already lost everything. Their homes have been stolen. 70 to 100,000 killed. The government is part of the problem, because just like you said, the government says this is just herders and farmers. It's a conflict. It's nothing but, and they are complicit in the attacks on Christians.
Okay, I know that you're hoping this report will put more pressure on these governments to affect change. Jeff King, president of International Christian Concern. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your time and insights. We appreciate you and the work you're doing.
Love you guys and what you're doing, Gary. Thank you so much.
God bless.
Yeah, Nigeria is holding the country award, at that level, for persecution of Christians due to the involvement of government, the coalition of government in protecting the Fulani terrorists who are going across Nigeria, killing, sacking communities. Even government policies is designed to favor them. The government tries to take over, build forest reserves, cattle routes, Ruga, shoreline takeover, all sorts of programs the government have tried to put through in order to spread these terrorists across the country. These are all part of the agenda of the current government to carry out and fulfill the ideas, the imaginations of Ahmadu Bello, to extend the life of their caliphate that died when British took over Nigeria in 1914. So they have no interest other than to pursue this jihad and see it to a conclusive end by killing off indigenous nationalities, especially Christians. They've done it in the far north. All the Christian communities there have been targeted and killed and replaced or chased into IDP camps locally, where they get bombed by Nigerian Air Force, or into foreign countries, neighboring Nigeria, into refugee camps. This is where the international organizations, especially the Christian-leaning organizations, needs to step up their game and expose what is happening in Nigeria, which the Nigerian government consistently lie about. They went to New York during the UN General Assembly in September, seeing Nigerians with their posters patriotic Nigerians protesting against the killing of Christians and the destruction of the country. Nigerian government actually goes into New York, Bronx, to hire homeless people and other foreigners to counter-protest the expose from Nigerians against government collusion in terrorist activities in the country. I don't know what these people are thinking, but we know that there is no way Nigeria can recover except to go through multi-regional binding referendum. That's what will save the day. If not, if this joke continues, we're only delaying the inevitable. And that is a very terrible thing that will happen to Nigeria. To not arrest this situation now through a referendum, call for referendum to, calm nerves and let things, go very well for every section. Failing to do this is only going to cause more problem, more pain of separation.
From the various states of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, they come in honor of the invitation of the Ijaw National Congress to its program titled All Ijaw Summit.
The point of fact is that
expectedly, issues concerning the aspirations of the Ijaw nation dominate discussions on the theme, the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question.
What we have in our country today is a unitary system of governance and dressed in the borrowed robes of federalism. Not surprisingly, states and ethnic nationalities are increasingly clamoring for self-determination, or even in outright cases, secession. The ideal situation will be the devolution of powers from the center to the states. While it is my cherished hope that Nigeria will find reasons to coexist peacefully, equitably, and justly, we cannot believe that all is well. Gatherings such as this should actually prepare us for the eventuality.
A country called Nigeria.
The sub-themes are redefining the Nigerian state and the Ijaw people, the imperative of Ijaw quest for self-determination yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and reforms in Ijaw national polity, the need for self-introspection. The program ends with a communique.
The Ijaw nation and Ijaw people will no longer depend on the Nigerian state solely for the protection of their environment. To this end, an autochthonous Ijaw environmental protection strategy is evolved so as to leave behind a sustainable land for future generations.
The Ijaw nation takes a stand for self-determination.
We have resolved from this summit to employ and engage all peaceful, diplomatic, and non-violent means and pursuits to actualize our right to self-determination as a distinct people of common historical, linguistic, and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing to drive, to pursue this target of self-determination until it is achieved.
A common denominator among participants is the leaking wellhead of ITAO's OML 29, the pollution in Nembe, and the cry of the people.
Hello, my brothers and sisters. It's showtime. Well, today, from Ibom People's Radio, the topic is UK MPs to debate sanctions against Nigeria. Today, Wednesday, December 11th, 2021. As a matter of fact, this is going to happen at 4:30 p.m. UK time. So this is going to start in about an hour or so. So basically, what are we talking about here? MPs from news reports would hold a debate today. United Kingdom members of parliament from the House of Commons will hold a debate on the Magnitsky sanctions and human rights abuses in Nigeria. This debate, as usual, will be held in Westminster Hall in England. The debate will be led, reportedly from the reports, by Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament. Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament, will lead this debate on sanctions, on how to sanction greedy, inept, and murderous Nigerian officials. So we have a couple of questions to address here. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? A lot of people don't know what this is. I'll give a quick background. The second question we're answering, how does it apply to Nigerian officials and UK laws? The third question is, how does it affect Akwa Ibom? We are here to advocate for Akwa Ibom people, for 7 million Akwa Ibom people, for self-determination, for economic independence and political independence. That's what we are here to advocate for. So we take these Nigerian issues and see, does it affect Akwa Ibom? Should Akwa Ibom care about the Magnitsky Act? Should it care that the House of Parliament in London, where a lot of decisions are made on even the very Nigeria, should it matter? Should it matter in London? This is where the president goes to get his health care, gets everything. Nigeria politically depend on their former colonialists in the United Kingdom. Does it matter? The question is yes. I will go on to respond to the three questions I posed today. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? Well, this is really a bill that was passed in the US in 2016. It authorizes the US government to sanction other countries where they believe the officials of those countries, not the nation itself, but the officials of those countries are human rights offenders. It allows the government, the US government, and in this case, the UK government, to freeze their access and ban them from entering the US, in this case, the UK. Because the UK is actually adopting the Magnitsky Act of the US own. So, if you are from a country which the US does business with, and you have human rights abuses, such as what Buhari and his Fulani-led government is doing, so it allows that government, in this case, it will allow the UK, this debate today will allow the United Kingdom to freeze the assets, as you can imagine, all those fancy houses in London and UK, by Nigerian officials who've stolen money. Everybody's aware of this. Essentially, grab the whole of Nigerian oil resources money and packed in the UK. It allows the government to freeze this. If the government can prove, if like what Chris Bryant is doing today, if it can ascertain that that government has human rights offenders, which we do. We have political prisoners today, a lot of political prisoners that Buhari put you in prison. If you say a single thing against the insecurity in Nigeria, against ISWAP, people Buhari calls his Fulani brothers from Mali, from Niger Republic, coming into the country, if you say anything, you are thrown into Buhari's gulag. You are thrown into his gulag. So those ones, human rights abuses, to freeze the assets. Freeze the assets in England in this particular case and ban them from entering the UK. I could give them a list. I could help them here. Starting from the Chief of Staff himself, Professor Sulu Gambari, to ministers like Lai Mohammed, which people refer to as Liar Mohammed, because he lies a lot about government policy. In fact, he even lied recently about the killing of young people in the NSAS debacle, where young people were murdered at the gates of Lekki Toll. So that's what it allows them to do. So that kind of answers my second question. How does it apply? It applies to Nigerian government officials. It applies to the ministers who have enabled the killing, has enabled the stealing, who own property in England. We have the list of all of them. We are going to submit this to United Kingdom. We have the list. Nigerian officials should not be allowed. People like Malami, the Attorney General. People like Issa Pantami, who is a terrorist who trained in Sudan, a self-confessed terrorist who trained in Sudan, is running the communications ministry in Nigeria. Basically, is in fact in power to decide who comes into Nigeria and who doesn't. And he has allowed, according to him, not me, his brothers, Fulanis, to flow into the country, causing the serious insecurity in Nigeria today. So how does it affect Akwa Ibom? Simple. Akwa Ibom resources are used to fund this.
Yes.
So if you go to Hyde Park in London and see those houses, 30% of the value of those houses belong to Akwa Ibom. Why? Because Akwa Ibom finances the Nigerian economy by 30%. This is accurate. This is simple. I don't mind pushback on this. I welcome it. Feel free to write about this. And I'm very, very ready to respond. So we are waiting the results of this. But we have sent input. I know I've sent input to the House of Commons myself on behalf of our organization. Quick input. But we have details. We have let them know that we are ready to supply them details, to give the names of every Nigerian officials who have abused human rights, specifically the Inspector General of Police and all that, and those of them who have stolen money and are parking them in England itself. That is the whole idea of the Magnitsky Act. It has been adopted by a lot of countries now. So if you do what people like Buhari is doing in Nigeria today, you can be stopped. You wonder, why is it a big deal? They are afraid. These people, all their children are in England and the US. All their money is packed over there. They don't love the Nigeria they claim to love. They are all scared and they will run. When the country is about to break up, watch, all these men and women will run away. They don't have anything in Nigeria, so what do they care? So, which is why people like us are calling for self-determination. We are calling for self-emancipation, not restructuring. Self-determination, which means we decide where we want to be. Akwa Ibom is not part of this. Akwa Ibom is not part of the destruction of Nigeria. Akwa Ibom, very, very rarely will any Akwa Ibom people be affected in this, what is being debated now. We have a list of those who will be affected. I gave you some names already. I could give more. Thank you very much. This is all. This is our only message today. Magnitsky Act being debated in the United Kingdom House of Commons. Nigeria will be affected. Nigerian officials like Laya Mohammed, Nigerian officials like Issa Pantami, Nigerian officials like Sule Gambari, the chief of staff, Nigerian officials have to be made. Seize those assets, return them to Akwa Ibom State where they belong. Return them to Akwa Ibom people. Let them decide what they want to do with it. Let them decide whether they want to be part of this country. To be part of this country, which every single day you hear one terrible issue or the other affecting a country in which people are insecure, the education is done, all the doctors are fled. This is all I have to say to you this morning. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Goodbye.
Nigeria government isn't only in bed with the terrorists, but they are enabling them, protecting them, and the president doesn't speak against them because they are his tribesmen and members of Islamic movement that wants to overpower Nigerians and institute Islamic State across Nigeria, not just in the Arewa part of Nigeria. It's unfortunate. Just yesterday, Tuesday, over 30 passengers in a bus got burnt in Sokoto. And these are most likely southern travelers in that state that got burnt. You will never hear the president speak against them. President Buhari fails to describe Sokoto bus burning of 30 Nigerians by bandits as terrorism. This is being reported by AtlanticPosting.com on December 8th. Nigeria President Muhammadu Buhari has continued to make light of the significance of the mass murderous campaign of some killer tribesmen. His tribesmen, the Fulani herdsmen terrorists, who had been categorized in the Global Terrorism Index as the fourth deadliest terrorist group in the world, by failing to describe the Tuesday mass murder by bandits in Sokoto of 30 Nigerian travelers who were burnt down in a bus. President Buhari said, while expressing sadness on Wednesday, a day after, over the gruesome attack on innocent travelers on Wednesday, I am very distressed at the manner of death visited on these hapless citizens who were undertaking a legitimate journey to another part of the country. It shows that the evil this administration is confronting is one that requires the support and involvement of all Nigerians. No, your government is the one enabling the terrorists. You gave them over $300 million just a few years ago. The military and police does not confront them because they are the president's people. They are doing the work of Allah to kill non-Muslims, especially to kill Southern Christians. I extend deep condolences to the families of the victims as I assure that the security agencies will continue to give their all, yes, to bring to an end the oppression of these despicable people. However, President Buhari should know that only terrorists embark on mass murder of scores of people. Bandits go pillaging and robbing. According to a report by Reuters, at least 30 passengers on a bus in Nigeria's Sokoto State were burned to death when gunmen touched it on Tuesday. Police and residents said, in yet another reminder of growing insecurity in Africa's most populous country. Gunmen, known locally as bandits, have in the past year carried out violent attacks targeting villagers and commuters traveling on highways and kidnapped hundreds of school children for ransom in the north of the country. I must add here also that Benue State, Plateau State, these states in the Middle Belt has been experiencing mass murders, mass killings by the same government, that the same terrorists Fulani group that has even threatened the state governor, the governor of Benue State, Governor Autumn. His life has been threatened by the Fulani. And yet, the maximum ruler in Abuja doesn't see the need for state police. He doesn't see the need for referendum. This is what we're talking about. Referendum is unavoidable in Nigeria to address all these killings, all these extrajudicial killings and state collusion in the act of terrorism against the indigenous nationalities. Sanusi Abubakar, spokesman for the Northwestern Sokoto State Police, said the bus was carrying 24 passengers when it was set alight by armed men and that 7 people had escaped with injuries and taken to hospital. The 2 residents who reached the scene and helped retrieve bodies told Reuters that the bus was overloaded and the bodies were burnt beyond recognition. Nigeria always distorts the facts. Every time, from the top to bottom, the president goes to the UN floor, and right on the floor of the United Nations, he is lying, telling the rest of the world lies, talking about famine as against terrorist activities that his government is supporting. He will be talking about desertification, how people are leaving Libya to go other places, without talking about the fact that he opened the borders of Nigeria to let in terrorists to oppress the people. They counted body parts of at least 30 people, including women and children. The residents said the villagers were ambushed on a road linking the Sabon Bini local government area and the village of Gidambawa in Sokoto State. Bandits move around on motorbikes and are known to hide in forests where they often keep kidnapped victims while awaiting ransom payments. Now, this is the Nigeria that we are seeking to reset by way of referendum. And this is the message of Ninas. Referendum.
The people need to get involved in what is going on to themselves, to their lives, through referendum vote. It's a democratic process. The Nigerian government is skirting around it. The president said that those who are talking about referendum haven't described what they mean. Well, Mr. President, it is a vote. People will vote yes or no. In the simplest way of explaining it to you. Hopefully you will get it one of these days, and soon too.
Brief introduction of Aloha Niger Radio. Lower Niger Radio is the initiative of a few individuals who saw the necessity of enlightening and educating our peoples in the Lower Niger Territory on the urgent need to be part of this liberation project of all the ethnic nationalities that are entrapped in the union of death Nigeria has become for them. Following the events happening in Nigeria today and always, I am sure nobody is happy with Nigeria as currently constituted. However, the owners of their respective ancestral lands in the South and Middle Belt formed a strong alliance for the single purpose of self-determination. This alliance is called NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which declared a constitutional force majeure, CFM, on the 16th of December 2020. NINAS has 3 blocks, the Lower Niger, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt blocks. NINAS cannot be pensioned without connecting it to the Lower Niger Congress. So, seeing and recognizing the enormous good work the Lower Niger Congress had been doing all these years, these few individuals formed a media team to help the Lower Niger Congress bring these messages of hope, trust, and truth to all our peoples in our homeland. These peoples include Anang, Ibibio, Efik, Ishan, Ijaw, Idoma, Igbo, Kalabari, Bini, Itshekiri, Urobo, Obolo, Ogoni, Ogoja, Ugep, and so many others. Join us today and be part of the People's Revolutionary Movement for total freedom from the oppressive and brutal caliphate-imposed document called 1999 Fraudulent Constitution. Power belongs to the people. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation.
Here's an article by Marvelous Marvel, NATO. You can't win a battle whose sponsors are your leaders. Political leaders and religious leaders. They are the one behind the terrorist groups across the Sharia belt, the 12 Sharia practicing states of northern Nigeria. They are doing it at the presidency, at the mosque level, at the sheikhs, they are sheikhs. They are traditional leaders. Their traditional leaders are also their political leaders. So these people are setting the whole place on fire, and they think we're in one country. 2 days ago, I spent about 30 minutes on phone with a military general in the theater of war in the Northeast. He spent time with tales of how he recaptured some towns from terrorists in the Northeast, and how his troops are battle ready. As usual, I pleaded with him to resign, just like I have spoken to many of them from the South and Middle Belt. This is no ordinary war, and it won't end in victory for Nigeria. I need my friends to return home alive. Hopefully, many of them would be hearing this. Just yesterday, I read of the murder of General Zama Zakusu and other soldiers in Borno State, a state where terrorists hoisted their flags and are collecting taxes in several towns. I called my friend again to go through our discussion of the previous day. It was in 2005 that I first mentioned that Nigeria was heading the Afghanistan model in a conference, but many of the paid government officials kicked against it and lambasted me for being unpatriotic. Recall that terrorism was still at its infancy back then, so many of them didn't see the landmine created by the North when they adopted Sharia as their legal code more than 20 years ago. Fast forward to the present day, many of the guys that lambasted me are sitting quietly in their graves. Let me make this statement again. Nigeria will not win the war on terror. Nigeria lacks the institution, the character, the army, the will, the commitment, the unity, etc. to fight terrorists. We lost it long ago and was made worse when Buhari and the North reneged against the constitution to adopt Sharia in several northern states, 12 of them, which emboldened the actors to spread their tentacles. Nevertheless, I will continue to hold GEJ responsible for succumbing to the Ariwa threat led by Buhari, El-Rufai, Sanusi Lamido, and the northern elite when the Nigerian army carried massive onslaught against the terrorists under Jarain Hejrika by removing him as the chief of army staff. And that's what the North demanded of GEJ, and he did it. He removed the Hejrika. You know, when some of us think that Jonathan was a wimp, we were not wrong. He succumbed to them and even removed the former national security advisor who was later killed in Bayelsa State by agents of Ariwa. He removed him and replaced him with Sambo Dasuki. You know, Azazi, General Woya Azazi. It's unfortunate, you know, what has been happening to Nigeria. You know, it's very sad. Very, very sad. Recall that they accused General Hejrika of trying to avenge the Biafran loss on their people. In other words, the North saw the terrorists as their brothers fighting for the same cause of establishing Sharia law, but in a misguided manner, whatever that means, but saw Hejrika as an usurper, and Nyamiri, which must be stopped at all costs. Evidently, they were never happy that GEJ appointed an Igbo man chief of army staff, the first since 1970. Even though General Hejrika recorded success in his push against terrorists and the Ariwa regarded him as an infidel, decimating their Muslim brothers, they never cared that these people were murderers, rather were driven by religious sentiment. It was the North under Buhari that said that attack against Boko Haram was an attack on the North. Muhammad Buhari said it. It was Buhari that muted the idea of treating terrorists as the way Niger Delta militants were treated and suggested paying them salaries, which they are doing already. It was Buhari and the North that fought GEJ against branding Boko Haram as terrorists, but they were quick to call flag-flying IPOB members who has never killed any police or soldier as terrorists, and even went ahead to proscribe them and murdering thousands of them. Recall that Boko Haram appointed Buhari to represent them in negotiating with the government of GEJ in recognition to his support for the group, which was public knowledge. Consequently, on assumption of office, Buhari and El-Rufai started paying their murderous brothers as repentant terrorists and claimed to start a rehabilitation program for them. Millions of dollars were sunk into this program till date. The result was the growth of terror and banditry across the whole of northern Nigeria in very dangerous dimension and astronomic proportions. Expectedly, many of these rehabilitated terrorists found themselves into the Nigerian army today, working as spies and fighting from within the army to kill military personnel and their families. The point we must not shy away from is that Boko Haram, Islamic State, West Africa Province, ISWAP, Buhari, El-Rufai, Pantami, including, I must add, Sheikh Ahmed Gumi, and many others, are fighting the same cause, which is to establish a pure form of Islam or Islamic State, a caliphate in Nigeria. Why must we involve ourselves in their fight? Buhari wanted Sharia, while the terrorists want Sharia. Why must an Igbo, a Christian, go to the north to die in a fight between two Muslim brothers? Why would a Middle Belterner, why would a Southwesterner do this? You know, Nigeria is gone. Sadly, I see those praying for Nigeria as either gullible or hypocritical folks. This is the time for politicians in the South and Middle Belt to sit down in sincerity to find solution to how the movement of terrorists in the South. Actually, they should shut down. All political activities should shut down until we figure out exactly what's going on. I am going to church this morning. No, I wouldn't pray for Nigeria to be better. Rather, I will pray for the disintegration of Nigeria, at least in the most peaceful way, which is what Ninas is proposing. A very peaceful dissolution, a peaceful way of putting Nigeria to sleep for good. I will ask God to separate us from terrorists and wicked people. I will tell God not to allow a wicked country like Nigeria to prosper until they allow my right to exit from their wickedness and evil union, at least through multi-regional binding referendum for the nations of Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa Nation, and Middle Belt Federation. Whoever dies while fighting for Nigeria has died for nothing. And if you look at the way soldiers are being treated in Nigeria, you will come to the realization that dying for Nigeria is a waste. It's a waste. When I saw a note that the bandits are threatening Christians in Zamfara, I asked what is the work of our security agencies. Why would they come out and make such comment when you have not verified it because you are making people be more frightened? I will not stop going to the mosque to pray because I saw in a paper that if I go to the mosque, I will be killed. Let me be killed. I must die. So Christians should not be afraid of going to church to worship because an anonymous person is threatening them. This is the Sultan of Sokoto, a former brigadier of the Nigerian military, speaking. He's not offering any solution. Rather, he's telling people to go to the church or to the mosque and if they die, they die. That is not a secured environment. That is not reassuring. Rather, we should be talking about how to secure the lives of our people through a binding multi-regional referendum, not exposing people to harm, to death, to terrorist onslaught that is being powered from the presidency, by ministers, by sympathizers of terrorist activities. The Zala movement. These are people in government and outside government that are fueling crisis across Nigeria. They are fueling the killing in the Benue area, in the Middle Belt, in the South, in the entire South. Everywhere is under siege from the Islamic terrorists. And Sultan of Sokoto is telling us that we should continue to do things like nothing is happening. If we die, it is the will of Allah. God forbid, it is not the will of God that we should be facing terrorist activities, terrorist attacks, but we can go through referendum. And where the referendum passes through, then we should have sovereign authorities to protect the people of those areas in the Lower Niger Territory, Middle Belt and Oduduwa nations. This is what Nigeria must do now to avoid further escalation of the hostilities across the country. As condemned nations continue to trial the killing across the nation, the Sultan of Sokoto has made his reaction known. Speaking on Thursday, December 9, today, the Sultan of Sokoto said that there is no day that passes without people being killed in the northern part of the country. It's not just in the northern part of the country, all over the country. In fact, in the east, people are now playing with severed heads of fellow human beings, which is very barbaric and unfortunate. The Sultan also called on residents of various states across the north never to live in fear of death by bandits' attacks. The Sultan of Sokoto, Said Abubakar, in a report by Tribune, said that majority of the killing spree happening in the country, in the region, is not reported in the media. It's not only in the region. Most of the killings, including police killings and military killings, are not reported. They are all underreported. When they report 5, most likely it's probably more than quadruple that figure. Everything is toyed with in Nigeria, just like they are playing with the COVID test now that is keeping Nigerians stranded in Europe or in transit. Everything is cooked up. Everything is full of lies. Nothing real. Nothing is real. Everything. Even government, the sitting government, can dabble into terrorist activities while telling the rest of the world that they should consider the plight of the Palestinians. Buhari goes to the UN to preach on the Palestinian cause without while actively setting Nigeria on fire by his policies, by funding terrorist activities, using the Miyetti Allah as a front. And sympathizers are in government, and he knows it. He said this at the fourth quarter 2021 meeting of the Nigeria Interreligious Council, NIREC for short, with the team, NIREC, security agencies, and peace in Nigeria. The Sultan, who is also the co-chair of NIREC, said there have been consistent threats by some unknown persons who claim that those found attending churches in Zamfara would be killed. Of course, Christians has been wiped out in states like Borno State, Bauchi, Yobe State. They are either killed or they've been driven into IDP camps within Nigeria or refugee camps in countries. Even countries at war like Cameroon has Nigerian refugees in their camps. Chad, Mali, all over the place, including Libya, where people are being traded, auctioned at slave camps, slave markets. The Nigerians are being chased to those places from Nigeria. And Buhari thinks that he's in charge, that we cannot have a multi-regional referendum under his watch. It will be over his dead body. Oh well. Calling on both Christians and Muslims in the region to ignore this threat, the religious leader said the insecurity in the northern part of the country is overwhelming. It's across Nigeria. The fire is burning across Nigeria. He said Nigeria has a series of challenges facing it. I wish it's just minor challenges. It's an existential challenge. It's at the root, at the foundation of Nigeria. The constitution is the problem. That is why all these things are happening. And if leaders don't wake up and come together to understand the issues facing the country, the challenges will escalate. I don't know what you're waiting for. It's already gone beyond control. The Guardian reports that the Sultan also urged citizens to embrace peace across the country and love one another. How can we love one another when there is a bigot serving as president, when ministers are all bigoted minds, people who have no love for the country or the people, but rather they are clutching onto their tribe and their religion? That does not make for love of country. There is no love of country for Nigeria. For the political leaders, the Sultan said politicians must continue to make platforms available for Nigerians and their supporters to dialogue for peace. Let's dialogue for referendum. Let's go for referendum. That is the thing that will save Nigeria. Everything else is just cosmetic dressing. We are just dressing the surface of the deep-rooted injury that will not heal. Let's put Nigeria through the knife of referendum. Referendum. Nigeria cannot escape it. Or the alternative will be most unfortunate upon the country. The Constitution is obsolete and represents incomplete decolonization. By Ndidi Uwechwe. Independence from colonial masters was meant to be freedom for Africa. However, some 60 years later, freedom has continued to elude many African countries. That is because independence in itself is not freedom except when it is accompanied by self-determination for indigenous ethnic nationalities on their ancestral lands. Looking back at events in the 1950s, it becomes clear that corruption, injustice, and mischief were going to guide the new nation called Nigeria. Let us first consider a key index that was manipulated, that is, population figures, which determined representation in the parliament, distribution of resources, and distribution of federal civil servants, etc. Harold Smith, a British former colonial civil servant working for the Department of Labour before he died, confirmed that the figures of the census in 1952 had been inflated to favor the North, to make it seem that region had more than half of the total population. Armed with this window, Bello, the premier of the northern region, must have felt very confident when, just 12 days after independence in 1960, he boasted his vision and caliphate agenda for Nigeria.
to be an estate of his ethnic nation, the Fulani, immigrant settlers in Nigeria, and declared the South would be conquered territory and its people never able to control their future. Thus it was, with this caliphate agenda as guide, that when preliminary results of the post-independence 1962 census showed that the South had a higher population than the North, final results were never released, and so a new census was held in 1963 with mind-boggling figures that now made the North the most populous region in all of Africa, and therefore with a higher population than the South. Apart from untrustworthy population figures attributed to the North, the Union called Nigeria was also shaky under its three regions because the three main ethnic nations were dominating the others. The Middle Belt had been lumped with the Arewa bloc into what was referred to as the Northern region. Joseph Tucker, a Christian and leader in the Middle Belt, had preferred there be a separate Middle Belt region because of the possibility of Arewa taking up Sharia. At the Willings Commission of 1958 in London, it was only with reluctance that the Middle Belt agreed to be part of the Northern region, having secured an agreement that Nigeria would always be a secular state. To date, too, the ethnic nationalities of the Middle Belt have felt dominated by the Hausa Fulani, and from at least 2017 began to say that they are not North Central but Middle Belt. In the Eastern region, the other smaller ethnic nationalities felt they were being dominated by the more populous Igbo. Similarly, in the Western region, the other smaller ethnic nationalities felt that they were being dominated by the more populous Yoruba. Their concerns were somewhat alleviated with the creation of the Midwestern region. What is important to note and retain is that, number one, at independence there were already cracks in the Union because one party referred to as the Caliphate wanted Nigeria to be an estate of the Fulani and had an agenda that the indigenous peoples would not be able to control their lives. That means that the indigenous peoples would be denied their inalienable right to self-determination. 2. Even though there were three, then later 4. Even though there were 3, then later 4 regions with self-determination, the more populous ethnic nations within them, that is the Yoruba, the Hausa, Fulani, and the Igbo, were dominating in their regions. They basically took over the sovereignties of the other ethnic nations. That means there was incomplete decolonization of Nigeria. This is where and why the liberation process of the NINAS, Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination movement, is important and includes processes for complete and full decolonization for every indigenous ethnic nationalities in the NINAS territory. What is now well known thanks to the Enlightenment work of the NINAS movement is that the illegitimate 1999 constitution foisted on Nigerians hijacks the self-determination of ethnic nations. Arewa bloc from the year 2000 unilaterally took up Sharia as a function of their own expression of self-determination, and that has been interpreted by the NINAS movement as Arewa having seceded from the Union. Since Nigeria is meant to be a secular country, now the rest of the country are regaining their own right to self-determination by NINAS movement's proclamation of constitutional force majeure on the 16th of December 2020. That started the process to decommission that illegitimate 1999 constitution. The NINAS movement uses a non-violent, orderly process that follows a similar path to what South Africa used to terminate their own apartheid constitutional order. It involves suspending general elections of 2023 to go into a time-bound transitional government. All government structures would remain in place, with regional referendums for self-determination conducted by ethnic nationalities. With the NINAS movement strategy, there will be negotiations where no indigenous ethnic nation will be left out. Each will be able to choose whether they want to be in the Union of Nigeria or not, plus whether they prefer to form a different union with culturally compatible ethnic nations, and if so, how. Every ethnic nation must now be at the discussion table, making discussions and being part of decisions.
To repeat, for clarity, as it is important to retain and act upon this information, when the British left, decolonization was incomplete. The Caliphate took over their position as overall colonizer. In addition, within the regions, the smaller ethnic nations were dominated by their more populous ones, and their self-determination was being engulfed by them. The Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination movement is bringing about complete decolonization. Each indigenous ethnic nation in the NINA's territory, no matter its size, is equal to any other. There is no minority as classified by Bello. Each ethnic nation will be involved in the discussion about their future. Each ethnic nation will decide for itself, and each ethnic nation will have full self-determination to go in the formation of their choice. This is the liberation process of the NINA's movement for self-determination. For more information, check www.ninasvoice.org. Thanks for listening.
Small, intellectually, politically, and economically insignificant Africa. But is that really true? Now, here are the facts. Africa has a total area space larger than all of Europe, China, and the United States of America combined. Yes, it is 3 times the area of China, 3 times the area of Europe, 3 times the area of United States of America, meaning you can transplant China, Europe, and United States, and several other countries on the Africa continent, and they will fit neatly. Africa is 30.5 million square kilometers and a youthful population of 1.3 billion inhabitants. China is 9.6 million square kilometers and 1.4 billion inhabitants. India has a total space of 3.3 million square kilometers and 1.4 billion inhabitants. Now, yet, Africa is projected as overpopulated, and pressure mounts on Africans and their leaders to depopulate. Why? Why? Now, please note, Africa is home to 60% of the world's arable land, 90% of raw material reserve, 40% of gold reserve, 33% of diamond reserve, 95% of platinum reserve, and holds the largest bauxite reserves in the world. Of course, in addition to manganese, woods, uranium, crude oil, and others. Yet, the continent is touted as the poverty capital of the world and ripe for depopulation. The question is, why? Well, President Jacques Chirac of France provides an illuminating insight. He said, "We bled Africa for 4.5 centuries. We looted their raw materials. Then we told lies that the Africans are good for nothing. In the name of religion, we destroyed their culture. And after being made rich at their expense, we now steal their brains through miseducation and propaganda to prevent them from enacting black retribution against us," unquote. Well, put simply, for over 4 centuries, Africa is not in control of its resources. Look, a 2016 study of Africa by the NGO called War on Want reveals that 101 companies, mostly British, control $305 billion worth of platinum, $276 billion worth of oil, and $216 billion worth of coal at 2016 market prices. Yes, they own mines or mineral licenses in 37 African countries and control vast swaths of Africa's land, 4 times the size of the United Kingdom. Now look, Africa subsidizes the rest of the world by $32 billion annually. A 2017 report by Global Justice Now and other groups estimates that $161.6 billion enter into Africa, while $202.9 billion leave Africa almost every year. For example, in 2017, Africa received a total of $19.7 billion in aid, but paid back $18 billion in debt repayments. Debt burden is killing Africa. African governments have borrowed between 25 and 75% of their GDP, but with little or nothing to show for it. Africans in the diasporas remit not less than $32 billion annually, but multinational companies siphon $32.4 billion in profits and illicit financial outflows. Look, an estimated $29 billion are stolen via illegal logging, fishing, and poaching annually. How can any continent, country, or people accumulate and sustain wealth, growth, and prosperity with such statistics? That's a great question. Well, look, hopefully, now you know your Africa better. Edmund Mbiaka once wrote, "Peace of mind always comes with knowing who you truly are, where you currently stand, where you positively need to be, and strongly believing in its possibility." Africa needs to control its resources, no doubt. For productive, patriotic, and effective leadership, we need our best and ablest citizens with fortified character in local, state, and federal governments. This must be given utmost consideration in upcoming elections across Africa. Let me say it once more. Our problem is not the age of our leaders, but unfortified character. It is your responsibility to protect and defend your Africa. The starting point is to educate and transform the mindset of our leaders and peoples. Look, the least you can do is to assist with ensuring that this message reaches every African. Slavery destroyed us. Religion divided us. Ignorance controls us. And truth scares us. With these retrogressive forces, Africa will remain a dark continent. So we must renew our minds. Please share this video in support of my efforts at reconstructing Africa through mindset transformation. You see, together, we will reconstruct Africa and take charge of our destiny. For who controls Africa controls the world. I thank you.
Anything that will make you depend on this country called Nigeria, you are finished. You are doomed. Because you are suffering, you are smiling. Not punish the people that went and nominate the Jagaban of Lagos, Tinubu. Stupid Nollywood people that is supposed to be thinking about the people that die in Doggett. They are busy endorsing Jagaban as the next president. President will kill them there.
John Okafor, Ibu.
If Jagaban rule this country as Nigeria, will leave this country. You will not see me again. He will not come and say, stupid man. He cannot come back to do what? Old man like that. Old man, when we are still alive,
people are engaged on talking about who will be the next president of Nigeria, a country that is already gone beyond recovery. I mean, what is Tinubu trying to do? Or who else? All those people that are pushing or angling toward election, like they don't see the signs, they don't see the handwriting on the wall, they don't see that Nigeria is completely gone. Our people are pathetic. Like they are ready to do whatever because they don't care. They have no regard for the people.
Anybody that will endorse Tinubu, that person family, that will not enjoy 2022. Hey.
That's it. It's not over yet. Here is a prayer by the elders of Mbieri, where some criminals went to kidnap their Eze. I'm not sure if he's the one they killed and displayed in the marketplace or another one, but this is another prayer that is in line with the one we just had now. The number of people needs to be completely dealt with, and let these prayers come through upon them. Following the kidnap of Eze Madumere, the Eze of Mbieri, the Eze of Mbieri gathered at the Oriemberi to make incantations and prayers for the release of their fellow Igwe. The prayer itself is against all criminal activities by different groups and state actors across our land. May this prayer come true upon them. Amen. May there be no elders among them, among the killers. Here is testimony of a woman in the north that was kidnapped by the Islamic terrorists who are targeting Christians across Nigeria, including Muslims as well. But their main target are the Christians, because they are targeting across Benue State, Christian groups, communities in the north, in the east, in the southwest, all over southern Nigeria. These terrorists are going across state lines, doing all sorts of criminal activities. Here is one of the women that recently got released and what she had to say.
I saw horror. Wallahi tallahi idan abu yana kama da yawmal kiyama Allah ina gana gan shi when I was in captivity. I saw that. I saw horror. I still have nightmares, bad nightmares. Sai an rike ni har yau har gobe. Akan horrors din da na gani. Akan horrors din da na gani. That's why I left Nigeria. That's why I'm here. But wallahi tallahi, if you have not been through what we've been through, a lot of us that have been in captivity and been raped multiple times by terrorists, you would not know. You would not know the pain. You would not know the agony. Nobody stood. Nobody believed me. Nobody said anything. Nobody helped me.
What a sad situation.
No one. And that's what's happening right now to our children. That's what's happening right now to our children. They're being killed. Nobody's believing them. Nobody's saying anything. I'm angry. Nobody's accepting any refugee from northern Nigeria. Nobody. I was raped. I was raped. I was raped by terrorists. I was raped. I was naked. I still have marks on my arm. I know what's going on. I know the pain.
The Islamic terrorists are raping women, raping young people, everybody. And Muhammad Buhari is struggling to call them terrorists. He is struggling to tag them terrorists. That's the government Nigeria have today. Terrorists are running Nigeria essentially. Terrorists are running Nigeria. This woman is almost hurting herself. She's been raped multiple times. Nigeria. Nigeria has mortgaged her future. And Ninas presents a golden opportunity to have Nigeria sorted out through referendums, multi-regional referendums, in the Lower Niger Territory, in the Oduduwa Nation, and Middle Belt Nation. That will save the day. Understand your role in society, you can never make any meaningful contribution. According to the Greeks, there are 3 types of people on earth: the idiots, the tribesmen, and the citizens. My concern early here is that Nigeria may have been dominated by the idiots. Studies show only 10% of Africans are citizens. The remaining 90% are either tribesmen or idiots. When the Greeks used the word idiot, they did not use it as a curse word. Idiots are people who just don't care. If they write exams, they will cheat. If they are in government, they will steal. An idiot does not care at all. If he eats bananas, he throws the peels anywhere instead of putting them in a trash bin. According to the Greeks, some societies have more idiots than tribesmen and citizens. The next set of people are the tribesmen. These are people that look at everything from the point of view of their tribe. These are people that believe in you only if you are part of their tribe. It can be terrible to have a tribesman as a leader. He will alienate the rest. This perfectly captures Muhammad Buhari and his mentality, his narrow worldview. When the Greeks talk about tribes, it's not just about ethnicity. They also consider a religion as a tribe. A great percentage of Africans are tribesmen because they view everything from the point of view of their tribes. They trust only their tribesmen. This is probably among some tribes, not all tribes. Number 4, the last group are the citizens. These are people that like to do things the right way. They will respect traffic light rules even if no one is watching them. They drive within speed limits. They respect the laws, won't cheat in exams. In government, they won't steal. They are compassionate and give to others to promote their well-being. Citizens often promote projects that benefit everyone.
The Greeks call this group the citizens. Some countries have more citizens than tribesmen and idiots. Others have so many idiots. A tribesman can become a citizen through orientation, and an idiot can become a citizen by training and constant enforcement of the law. But things fall apart if you select an idiot or a tribesman to lead you if he has not been reformed. Wow. The interim chairman of APC once told us that Muhammadu Buhari was a reformed Democrat. That was a lie. So the disaster called Muhammadu Buhari could have been avoided if that man had actually spoken the truth timely enough to Nigerians. Nigerians allowed this dangerous man to get into office because of the lies of some party members. Wow. But things fall apart if you elect an idiot or tribesman to lead you if he has not been reformed. Where do you belong? Are you an idiot, a tribesman, or a citizen? Reflect about your life, reflect about your country and Africa in general before you answer. Food for thought.
This is a press statement by Chief Agriculture on the statement made by General Ambassador over the question of ownership of data resources. Which I titled the provocative statement as the catalyst to Nigeria breakup. Niger Delta resources don't belong to Nigeria. When I first heard the statement that the Niger Delta resources is not owned by Niger Delta, but by Nigeria, candidate to General Obasanjo, former president of Nigeria, I thought it was quoted out of context. But when I read in the This Day newspaper, crediting the statement to General Obasanjo, citing the Constitution as the source for making the statement, the source magisterial authority, I rushed to read the base story to know which Constitution it was relying upon. I was curious to know whether it was the Independence Constitution document. I was shocked and highly disappointed that the general was quoting profusely from the military imposed constitution on the country. A constitution that has been described as fraudulent and rejected since its introduction. The attempt by elder statesman Chief Edwin Clark to put the record straight was rebuffed by a statement by Iowa Consultative Forum supporting the statement made by General Obasanjo. Before the issue degenerated, therefore, into disputation between two respectable elder statesmen, I owe a duty to our founding fathers to throw some light on the historical constitutional evolution of Nigeria to help us move Nigeria forward. With my recent interaction with General Obasanjo, I can appreciate his passion for a united Nigeria. But a united Nigeria does not exist from his own perspective and understanding only. Nigeria has existed before he became the president of the country, with our founding fathers with equally great passion, if not greater passion, for united Nigeria. Our colonial masters brought the various ethnic nationalities together through various constitutional reforms under a unitary form of government from 1914 to 1950. Under Mafa's constitution, when Nigeria was divided into 3 regions, namely Northern region, Western region, and Eastern region, the Mafa's constitution, which was supposed to last 5 years under a unitary system, collapsed in 1953, following a motion by the late Chief Anthony Nehru for self-government for Nigeria in 1956. The then colonial secretary, Sir Oliver Littleton, later known as Dr. Shandus, summoned the political leaders, our founding father, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Sir Ahmadu Bello, and Shivabafe Maholo, to Lancaster House in London. It was at this conference that the defects in Mafa's unitary constitution were dissected and settled for a federal constitution, which became operative in 1954 with the establishment of the 3 autonomous regions headed by a premier. The provision of this federal constitution, with some amendment, was incorporated in the 1960 and 1963 Independence Constitution. The residual power in the Constitution is reserved for the federating autonomous regions. Revenue allocation was agreed to be on derivation, which you now refer to as the source control, with the payment of 50%, see Section 140 of the 1960s Constitution, to the region where the revenue was derived. It was a 2-tier federal system, with the state government being coordinate and not subordinate to the federal government. This was the peaceful, coexistent position of the unity of the ethnic groups until 1966, when the military took over the government and abrogated the constitution agreed to by our founding fathers and set up the present 1999 constitution. The obnoxious provisions of this constitution have been the cause of instability in Nigeria. When General Obasanjo asserts that the Niger Delta resources is not owned by Niger Delta but Nigeria, it is a general suggestion that God created the resources in Niger Delta when Nigeria came into existence in 1914, or was it there before the amalgamation? It is the amalgamation and the decision of our founding fathers to live together under the conditions agreed to in the independent constitution that made other parts of Nigeria to lay claim to the resources of Niger Delta. The question of the protection of Niger Delta resources against external forces by the federal government is not a big deal, but a responsibility assigned to the federal government under the federal system. I will therefore passionately appeal to General Obasanjo to join hands with the other persons to bring pressure to bear on President Muhammad Buhari to ensure the change of the present fraudulent constitution by structuring the present unity constitution to the federal system agreed to by our founding fathers before the 2023 election to enable the nation move forward peacefully in unity and progress. Long live the Federal Republic.
Nigeria is a country in crisis.
Everywhere you go, you see evidence of failed state written all over the country, and there's a lot of disquietness, a lot of disturbance, a lot of insecurity, poverty, bitterness, hatred across the country. In fact, a criminal gang is controlling Southeast right now to the point that they can tell people to stay home for 1 week, and everyone patiently stays home because they know there is nothing out there to protect them. So everyone shuts down their businesses and their daily activities that actually is where they get their daily bread, they let it go because they want to be safe, they don't want to get into trouble. They shut themselves in. I have been on ground here for over a month and I have seen things that are completely bewildering. I can't even explain it. That people can listen to criminals, gangs, who are going about burning people's businesses, killing people. At Umuch, they killed 2 people last week during the 4-day shutdown, Monday to Thursday, because one of us, an Igbo man, was facing trial at Abuja, Nnamdi Kanu. And they also killed 2 people at Ekulobia. And at Ogad, I understand they used machete to cut 2 people's head. Now, I don't know how this leads to anything near freedom or the realization of the illusionary Biafra they have in mind. But we know where all this is leading to. It's state of anarchy. That's what they're looking for. And they believe that the more they cause trouble, the closer they get to referendum. But let's hear what Kingsley Mogalo had to say about the current state of Nigeria and the hopelessness of future elections into federal elections in a country that is completely polarized. Everybody wants to go their own way in this country. The Ibom people from Akwa Ibom are asking for their own free state. Lower Niger Territory is asking to go apart, and Oduduwa Nation is also seeking to go apart. And Middle Belt that has come under intense jihad attack, where the Fulani herdsmen terrorists being powered by the Nigerian government, being protected by the Nigerian government, being armed by the Nigerian military, has been attacking communities and replacing them. An active genocide to which the world has turned a blind eye to. The Middle Belt are equally seeking out of Nigeria, just like Lower Niger Territory and the Oduduwa Nation. Let's hear what Kingsley Mogalo had to say about this.
Hello, my name is Kingsley Mogalo. I know that it looks like it's all over for Nigeria, but I'd just like to remind each and every one of us that working together, we can stabilize Nigeria and make it a prosperous country. But in order to do this, we must all come to the table and address what the fundamental issues are, which is injustice. Nigeria needs a fundamental constitutional restructuring. There is no other way out. Else, there is a very strong possibility that the country can implode. If it does, and it does so violently, it will not be pretty. War and violence do not yield any real benefit for the normal man or woman in our country. It means disruption, it means economic dislocation, it means refugees, it means hunger, starvation, and all kinds of things. And if that happens, let us be very clear who is responsible. Those who refused the opportunity to fundamentally restructure Nigeria, giving it a truly new people's constitution. That's what we need to do. Let's begin that discussion before it is too late. But let's not give up hope. And on the other hand, we cannot have the peace of the graveyard. I don't believe in illusions. I don't deceive myself. I'm very pragmatic. We will and we can face the problems that are facing us, and we can overcome them. But I don't believe in the peace of the graveyard, and I don't believe in violence. Both are extremes. We want justice. We want prosperity. We want jobs for our youth. That's what we want. We need a leadership and a constitution that can give us the kind of leadership that this country desires and deserves. Thank you.
Here is a post shared by Simon Okube Ekwi, and it sounds very prophetic and appears to be on its way to fulfillment unless Nigerians, and by this I mean Southern and Middle Belt, wakes up and do the needful now. The target goal is not to stop people from voting. The goal is for you to run your campaign in your region, in your block, in such a way that your politicians are compelled to close shop. You sensitize your people enough, and to the extent that the people and or through their priests, pastors, traditional rulers, lawyers, NGOs, social influencers, in the marketplace, I heard, start calling for multi-regional referendums in place of the Fulani INEC validation of the 1999 repudiated constitution, which opens the massacre gate. If for any reason 2023 holds like people were warned in 2015 and 2019, but they stubbornly followed deception, the harvest of blood will continue and Fulanization and the jihadi agenda will continue. However, those of us who believe in and ardently supporters of Lower Niger Congress and Nina's proposition will continue our work. Just like Codesa did in South Africa, remember Noah continued to build the ark despite the mockery from those who did not believe that horrendous rainfall, which is full Fulanization and Islamization, will come one day. And that flood did come. It did come. Only those that made it into the ark got saved. I must add that. Another example from history. Britain hates Igbos so much because of their stubbornness and the tough time they gave them while trying to stop colonization. For example, they tagged the 1966 coup, Igbo coup, as a setup and strategy to whip Ndigbo. Ndigbo lost nothing less than 3.5 million plus 2 million children starved to death. The aim was to wipe the entire Igbo race. Did they succeed? All that has happened, Ndigbo received all that whipping, still receiving, but is what Ndigbo warned the rest of Nigeria not happening now? I mean, look at the killings going on across the Middle Belt. Look at Kaduna. Indigenous Christians who are actually the owners of entire Kaduna, some of them are now making excuses for the Fulani as the Fulani are killing their people and taking over their lands. That's the most tragic one. Just like Ndigbo that sabotaged the war on the side of Nigeria. And those sabotaging it today by killing our people and locking down our places in the name of an imaginary, elusive Biafra that doesn't exist, only in their emotional mind life. That warning and campaign is on again now. Some people, rather than sit down to study and understand this almighty and all-encompassing strategy for the indigenous people's self-determination, have again chosen to distract others with trivialities. Others think Tony Nnadi Esquire, the attorney, is their headache. When the real rainfall starts, everyone will perish and or be swallowed up. It is already happening in the northeast and middle belt, Plateau, Benue, Kaduna, Zamfara, Nasarawa, etc. It's also happening in Oyo State, in Enugu State, in Ebonyi State, in Anambra State, Imo State, Abia State, Cross River, all over the place. These people are causing havoc. Everything cannot be politicized. Thanks, and stay at peace. From the LNC, it's been Stephen. In answer to a question on whether Nigerians, Africans look down on other people around the world, black people in North America, like the descendants of those that were stolen from Africa and brought to the New World, which includes Igbo families and Yoruba families, including Ghanaians. Here is what Dr. Okenwanwosu, the Ezudemba of Igboku, had to say. By the way, he's the head of LINAS in the United States. Nigerians don't look down on anyone. They always look up instead. The attitudinal and cultural distinctiveness of Nigerians, especially those residing in the diaspora, has made them not only thrive, but also seem to prevail over other national groups in critical indexes of human endeavor. Within the borders of Nigeria, there are specific ethno-national groups that possess the can-do mentality more than others. The Nigerians who do spectacularly well in the African diaspora and elsewhere overseas originate mostly from these ethnic groups. I must say that it will be much more wonderful if all Nigerians in diaspora, especially the southern and middle belt Nigerians, are keen into what is going on in Nigeria and contributing to the discussion on how to get out of the madness that is called present-day Nigeria through multi-regional binding referendum. Listen to this video, this commentary by some speakers in the United States who are of Nigerian heritage, most likely from the east or southwest.
To that. Do Africans really look down on black American people?
No, I think Africans, I would say specifically for Nigerians. Nigerians are proudful people. We look down on other Nigerians. So it's not even, and it's not even that we're looking down. We're just always looking up. And so if you're not in our purview, we don't see you.
That's a word.
So it's perspective shift. And so for us, like I tell people all the time, like, because it used to be like when I would meet other African Americans, like they would know nothing about me. Like, oh, so you African? So what, you think you better than us? And I'd be like, listen, man, we think we better than everybody. Because my father would be like, if the black man does it, do it better. If the white man does it, surpass him. If the Asian man does it, finish him. It's just like, okay. Like, that's like the household I grew up in. It's like nobody's your competition except for the person that you're trying to advance over. So it's just like, who is in your purview? Get them out. Like, why are they even there? Like, why did you even give them an opportunity to be better than you?
That's the mentality you should have, though.
And so that's why I'd be tripping when people were like, oh, so you smart? Yes. I worked hard to be smart. Like, getting a B, I would cry. Because my mom would literally be like, so the person who got an A, what were they doing? And why were you not doing it? Like, I don't know. They just know math better than me, Mom. But it was just like, that's unacceptable. We came over here and gave you opportunities, so do better. And it was like, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
And so I think to have the perspective of, do you think you better, or do you think, it's just like, no, I'm just trying to be my best. And if everybody had the I'm trying to be my best mentality, we wouldn't be worried about who thinks they're better or not.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Pennants were presented to each other by the opposing captains before the start of the game between the Nigerian Football Association team and Marine Crosby. The Nigerians spurn the use of football boots, but they have no qualms about taking on a team which uses them. When the game got going, the crowd of 6,000 could make interesting comparisons between the two styles. Nigerians played fast football and shot very hard indeed. In fact, they kicked the ball so hard and so successfully that they won by 5 goals to 2. Hardly a barefoot shuffle.
I'm like Nigerians to white people. Nigerians don't tolerate any nonsense that comes their way. And that's why there are not so many white people in Nigeria. Because they think Nigerians are rude people. They think the Nigerians are not polite people to work with. But that is not the case. The Nigerians don't tolerate nonsense. And every time they answer you, you will think they are fighting. They are not fighting. They are emphatic. They know what they want.
That's the factor. Third, Nigerian Americans are one of the most educated groups in America, according to a study by Rice University. They only make up 1% of African Americans, Nigerians, 1%. Yet they are represented at the Harvard Business School at a rate of 25% of black students. So no wonder they are out earning whites, Nigerian Americans. I didn't know any of this, and I know you did.
Very resilient people.
Yeah, we got pump the speaker for this one. I'm on Nigeria. Oh.
Indeed, Nigerians are 1% of the African American population, but they attract the hatred. I must use this word, hatred, to describe the kind of expression that is coming from some learned African Americans against Africans in the United States. And that comment is actually directed to Nigerians specifically, even though the professor, Jeremiah Small, mentioned Ghana, Nigeria, and one other country. But their anger, their frustration is usually directed at Nigerians. Would God that those Nigerians would actually pay attention to what is going on to their own country, to which they are actually first or second immigrants. I mean, yeah, they are probably first or second immigrants in the United States or Canada. If only they can pay attention a little bit, they will make a lot of impact, a lot of impact, positive impact in arresting the drift going on in Nigeria. Thanks for listening to the Lower Niger Territory Radio. It's been your guy, Stephen. Here's a very interesting one that you would think will attract the attention of the United States to deal with Nigeria effectively. U.S. sanctions 6 Nigerian bankrolling Boko Haram. United States sanctions 6 Nigerians bankrolling Boko Haram. This is from March 25th, 2022, Friday. The United States has designated a network of 6 individuals connected to the Nigeria-based terrorist group Boko Haram, now under the control of ISIS. The U.S. Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, made this known in a statement on Friday. While stating that they have added the citizens to the terror support list, stated that all 6 were found guilty by establishing a Boko Haram cell in the United Arab Emirates, UAE, to raise funds for and provide material assistance to Boko Haram insurgents in Nigeria. They are Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Salihu Yusuf Adamu, Bashir Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, Ibrahim Ali Al-Hassan, and Surajo Abubakar Muhammad. Abu Dhabi convicted Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Salihu Yusuf Adamu, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, and Surajo Abubakar Muhammad for transferring $782,000 from Dubai to Boko Haram in Nigeria. Salihu Yusuf Adamu and Suraj Abubakar Mohammed were sentenced to life imprisonment for violations of United Arab Emirates anti-terrorism laws. Abdurrahman Ado Musa, Bashar Ali Yusuf, Mohammed Ibrahim Isa, and Ibrahim Ali Al-Hassan were sentenced to 10 years in prison, followed by deportation. I must interject here that Nigeria has been a very cozy home for terrorists. When they release them, they let them go the other way. Not a single one of them have been convicted. In fact, they even take Boko Haram fighters and tell us that they are repenting them. I don't know what colors they are painting them when they repent them. But they just let them go. They melt into the society and even they recruit them into the military. I mean, Nigeria is getting surrounded daily by this. By the actions of government enabling terrorists. These 6 people that were convicted have now been specially designated nationals and blocked persons pursuant to Executive Order 13224 as amended. The U.S. government stated that OFAC's action follows arrest
prosecutions and designations in the UAE in September 2021, demonstrating the commitment of the Emirati government to using judicial measures and targeted financial sanctions to disrupt the flow of funds to these networks, terrorist networks. The U.S. government stated with this action, the United States joins the UAE in targeting terrorist financing networks of mutual concern, said Under Secretary of the Treasury Brian Nelson. Treasury continues to target financial facilitators of terrorist activities worldwide. We welcome multilateral action in this Boko Haram network to ensure that it is not able to move any further funds through the international financial system. As a result of today's action, all property and the interests in property of the individuals named above and any of the entities that are owned directly or indirectly 50% or more by them individually or with other blocked persons that are in the United States or in the position of control of U.S. persons must be blocked and reported to OFAC. That's an agency of the U.S. Treasury Department. Unless authorized by a general or specific license issued by OFAC or otherwise exempt, OFAC's regulations generally prohibit all transactions by U.S. persons or within the United States, including transactions transiting the United States that involve any property or interest in property of designated or otherwise blocked persons. This man wouldn't have actually been convicted if it was to be handled by Nigeria. Furthermore, engaging in certain transactions with the individuals designated today entails risk of secondary sanctions pursuant to EO 13224 as amended. Pursuant to this authority, OFAC can prohibit or impose strict conditions on the ongoing or maintaining in the opening or maintaining in the United States of a correspondent account or a payable through account of a foreign financial institution that knowingly conducted or facilitated any significant transaction on behalf of a specially designated global terrorist. The power and integrity of OFAC sanctions derive not only from its ability to designate and add persons to the specially designated nationals and blocked persons list, SDN list, but also from its willingness to remove persons from the SDN list consistent with the law. The ultimate goal of sanctions is not to punish but to bring about a positive change in behavior. For information concerning the process for seeking removal from an OFAC list, including the SDN list, please refer to OFAC's frequently asked questions for detailed information on the process to submit a request for removal from the OFAC sanctions. Again, this is that the United States has sanctioned 6 Nigerians convicted in the United Arab Emirates, 6 of them, all from the Sharia belt, all Ariwa elements, working, facilitating terrorist group Boko Haram, providing Boko Haram with a large amount of money. I mean, there are many going on. Like I said before, the government is the one repenting them, injecting them back into the society, and then they continue to sabotage any war effort against terrorist groups because the government is behind it. Again, Abacha said it while he was alive that any insurgency that lasts more than 24 hours, the government has a finger in it. Muhammadu Buhari has proven that to be nothing but reality. Have a nice day. The era of the angry black man is becoming the black responsibility era. It's about looking within to find reasons for being victimized and addressing them. By Ndidi Wechua. It has become very imperative for the victims of the catastrophic rape, pillage, plunder, and deprivation currently going on in Africa, especially Nigeria, to rise up and take charge of their collective destiny. The stench of death, the evil, thick darkness, and the signs of impending doom looming and lurking around can no longer go unnoticed. What do you do when you are daily exposed to horror, yet you have no voice to express your woes because the perpetrators of your woes have silenced you with the barrels of gun they placed over your head? It is time for the indigenous peoples trapped in British Caliphate colony of Nigeria to lead the initiative to end and correct the evil done to them and their peoples. It's no more acceptable for the beneficiaries of the ongoing abomination to tell us what to do, let alone lead this all-important life-saving conversation. However, there is a way to do it. But how would you know and understand this way if you refuse to listen to those who initiated this project about 20 years ago? Unlike you, remember, they have taken time out to study the pitfalls and landmines on this chosen pathway. So, for safety reasons, everyone cannot direct at this time. How come you like Nina's proposition but hate the messengers? Are you like the proverbial dog who refused to pay attention to the whistle of the guide because he has accepted that getting lost is his fate? You keep asking, why should it be him, her, them? As our enemies approach to swallow us while we have the key to our escape in our hands, bickering like toddlers. How can it be that we're so intelligent, yet our intelligence has refused to work for us? How is it that we are so spiritual and religious, yet our spirituality has refused to work for us? Is it the barber that lacks barbing skills, or is the hair clipper that is not sharp? Or could it be both? Please join Daughters of Truth for a thought-provoking session of their Saturday talk show, Saturday, November 20th, 2021. Here are the times from different time zones around the world. Central, 9:30 a.m. Texas Central Time, 10:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 4:30 p.m. local time in Nigeria, 3:30 p.m. London, 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time, and 7:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, PST, which is Vancouver time. You can also check this out on Lower Niger Radio 24/7. It's there. Or YouTube, or even on Facebook. Thanks for listening.
Not in alliance with either of the southern region, either with the Yorubas or with the Igbos. But without which they cannot do this rule the country.
The problem was that Awolowo was a highly principled man.
Okay.
You didn't talk to Awolowo about squalid deals and fixing things. Awolowo was not that kind of person. If you read his books, this man was a world statesman. And his young lieutenant, Chief Enaharo, was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. However, they did do a deal with Zik, Dr. Azikiwe, from the East. Dr. Azikiwe, there was this big problem in Nigeria. It's the same big problem in America and in Britain. How do you get funds to fight elections? The candidates in Nigeria had no money, but they did have marketing boards, which were a kind of semi-nationalized industry. And they borrowed money from the marketing boards. But there was a suspicion that Dr. Azikiwe, who has formed his own bank, the African Continental Bank, was actually bankrupt. But he was borrowing very large sums of money from the marketing boards and not necessarily repaying the loans. We knew this. We had a great secret service. All the politicians' phones were tapped. All the politicians' mail was opened. Everything that any major politician did in Nigeria, we knew in hours. We watched. We knew all that was going on.
Are you saying, in essence, that Dr. Azikiwe took money?
He was blackmailed by the British to do our bidding. We told Dr. Azikiwe that he could go to prison if an inquiry was carried out into his bank and his financial circumstances. However, we would not want to be vindictive if Dr. Azikiwe was cooperative in helping forward the plans that we had made in the best interests of Nigeria. Dr. Azikiwe has nothing in common with the northern politicians. He loathed the northern politicians. But Dr. Azikiwe went north and did as he was told. And what he was promised was this: the real power, effective power, would be in the hands of the northern emirs. However, it would look great if the president was Dr. Azikiwe and he was given a field marshal's uniform and an admiral's uniform. He asked, please, could he have a row of medals? But they said, well, no, that was a bit difficult, to get the medals. So when the ambassadors started arriving, he was known to be asking people from foreign countries, perhaps they had a medal for his uniform. We thought this was terrible, but it was said that this happened. He was very vain. And for a time, he functioned as first the Governor General, and then when Nigeria became a republic, as the president. But he had no power. And when he did try to tell the army, he said, I'm the field marshal, the army has got to do with this. They said, hey, you're just a ceremonial figure. You have no power.
This is now repeating with all the southern politicians. You can see criminals, former drug pushers, those that actually relinquish their own properties to the state, like Bola Ahmed Tinubu gave up properties to U.S. Justice Department as a plea bargain to be let free over drug-related issues, or people who have looted their states like Rochas Okorocha and Ojus Okalo. Thieves, people who should be in jail for the rest of their life for stealing from the public. These are the people lining up to give 4-year life to the crooked, criminally motivated, Fulani-inspired 1999 Constitution. Tinubu actually said that he was born to rule Nigeria. he must be the next president before any other person. And that he's going to get dirty. And already he's getting dirty. Now, these are the type of people that the caliphate would work with. These are the kind of people that are promoting the Southern and caliphate relationship. Like a caliphate agent was so bold enough to tell us that the alliance that Tinubu built to make it possible for Muhammadu Buhari to emerge as president must be sustained, so that the Yoruba people will continue to be slaves to the Ariwa, so that the entire South and Middle Belt will continue to be taken for granted by the Ariwa. They are either rushing to Buckingham Palace to receive signature or approval of the Caliphate, or Caliphate to receive turban, scarf to cover their head, like we have seen Ojus Okalo, Rotimi Amechi, Rochas Okorocha, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. These are all Southern Judas goats going to receive the approval of the British colonial masters who are still ruling Nigeria in proxy, and the Caliphate. They want to be identified with the Arewa in order to be relevant. They have all been compromised and are therefore being blackmailed. Yes. Just like what Harold Smith said here about Zeke. How Zeke got cornered. And the great Zeke was only looking at physical appearances. Zeke was compromised to the point that he never even remembered our people anymore. The great Zeke of Africa became so cheaply evaluated by the British. And that's how the slavery has continued to this moment. Our only hope is ourselves, the indigenous peoples, the Nigerian indigenous nationalities and alliance for self-determination. That's the only lifeline left for our people right now. Each standing on her ancestral land while holding hands together in alliance with others who have also agreed to dress back to their own original ancestral land, bearing our fathers' names as documented in our original documents. Not Nigerian new names or states' names of divide and conquer system, that is rogue Nigeria. We must never give up on this great opportunity that is presenting itself before us right now. Going for another 4-year election will extend the life of that criminal document that is holding us, tying us with our killers, with our enemies, with our land grabbers, you know, those that are being brought in by the Arewa through the open borders in the north, while the southern borders are closed. They are coming in to encircle the country and overpower the indigenous nationalities. We can only make it possible for them by going for another election again. It doesn't matter who they present from the south. If it is from the Igbo, it doesn't make any difference. That Igbo is already their agent. He is not for any Igbo family. If it is Tinubu or any other person, it's still something. They are all agents of the sense-left takers. Let's call it straight and stop monkeying around.
Brief introduction of our Lower Niger Radio. Lower Niger Radio is the initiative of a few individuals who saw the necessity of enlightening and educating our peoples in the Lower Niger Territory on the urgent need to be part of this liberation project of all the ethnic nationalities that are entrapped in the union of death Nigeria has become for them. Following the events happening in Nigeria today and always, I am sure nobody is happy with Nigeria as currently constituted. However, the owners of their respective ancestral lands in the South and Middle Belt formed a strong alliance for the single purpose of self-determination. This alliance is called NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which declared a constitutional force majeure, CFM, on the 16th of December 2020. NINAS has 3 blocks, the Lower Niger, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt blocks. NINAS cannot be pensioned without connecting it to the Lower Niger Congress. So, seeing and recognizing the enormous good work the Lower Niger Congress had been doing all these years, these few individuals formed a media team to help the Lower Niger Congress bring these messages of hope, trust, and truth to all our peoples in our homeland. These peoples include Anang, Ibibio, Efik, Ishan, Ijaw, Idoma, Igbo, Kalabari, Bini, Itshekiri, Urobo, Obolo, Ogoni, Ogoja, Ugep, and so many others. Join us today and be part of the People's Revolutionary Movement for total freedom from the oppressive and brutal caliphate-imposed document called 1999 fraudulent constitution. Power belongs to the people. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation.
We came out yesterday, May the 2nd, to a statement purportedly coming out from one Peter Afunanya that is a spokesman of DSS, threatening everybody who says who is doing anything that would threaten the unity of Nigeria and the sovereignty of Nigeria and government, and also all such nonsense. Well, I would be surprised if it came from DSS, because one cannot trust what we find on social media these days. But if anybody is still at that mundane level of thought of describing self-preservation actions being taken within the rights of self-determination that's inalienable to the constituents of the disputed Federation of Nigeria, because this Constitution 1999, that is a forgery, that has our signature at the base as authorization. As long as that constitution is in place, Nigeria is a disputed project, because the people who are purported to have agreed to live together have come forward to say we never met, we never agreed on anything. It is a forgery, it is a fraud against all of us. It is in that kind of setting that one will be addressing on behalf of NINAS, addressing that State Directorate of State Services, DSS, to point them, to explain to them, just in case they didn't know. They should be finding out from their principal what is going on. That is the federal government of Nigeria. They should realize that what the people who are demanding an immediate reconstruction of the constitutional basis of Nigeria, the one they call restructuring, or even the ones that say they are fed up, they want to go to be countries of their own, they are not the ones threatening the unity of Nigeria. The people that are threatening the unity of Nigeria, that are pushing Nigeria towards disintegration in the manner that the Vice President had warned about in September of 2020, are the ones who are holding on to that forgery of a constitution to say we cannot, that Nigeria is non-negotiable and not indivisible and all of that. They are the ones who are refusing to come forward for that imperative of reconstruction for a house that is on the verge of collapse. They are the ones pushing Nigeria towards disintegration, and one will expect that they will, the DSS and all of those who are trying to. The other time it was some semi-literate governors that were talking about people who are doing secession and others who are doing treason. The only secession on the table now are the ones who declare themselves Sharia, who have seceded from the secular union of Nigeria, these 12 states. The only treason on the table now are the ones who are clinging onto the constitution that's a forgery, against the rest of us.
The NINAS movement petition is back on. Direct link to the petition is found at www.ninasvoice.org/petition. The petition can now be found on the official NINAS movement website at www.ninasvoice.org under the petition for referendum tab. As before, you can sign this petition with either your email or your Nigeria phone number. That is very useful in a place like Nigeria where many do not have an email address. It also means that if you have a smartphone, you can use it to access the petition. Then input the phone number of your extended family and good friends in the village after you have explained to them what the NINAS movement is about, and they have given their consent or permission. Do also copy the link to the petition to share via your social media networks like WhatsApp, Messenger, Facebook, every platform out there, Twitter, whatever. It is to inform the world that we are ready, we are determined, we are focused in gaining our freedom from bondage in Nigeria. Thank you as you join the movement. There are revelations that when they come to light, you chuckle, you pinch yourself to actually say, is this really happening? What is going on? Here is an interesting development in Nigeria. Fraud in Buhari government as 1.5 trillion, 9 million traced to Nimasa boss Basha Jamo's personal accounts. United Kingdom investigators have busted another corruption scandal in the President Muhammad Buhari-led administration involving Nimasa boss, the Nigerian Marine Administration and Safety Agency Nimasa Basha Jamo, where various sums of money have been banked. Point Blanket News investigation revealed that 1.5 trillion was found in a Fidelity Bank account. Curiously, the Fidelity account had over $1 billion in it. Hamza Ibrahim Jamo. With BVN, the investigation also exposed other infractions by the agency's boss, which also included award of contracts without due process. The investigation focused on fraud, money laundering, and breach of Nigeria's Code of Conduct Act. They broke every rule. Global investigators in United Kingdom equally has investigated the bank, Alhaji Jamo, of inflows from Nigeria. The central bank is involved. Every arm of government was involved in moving this money, large millions of dollars and naira. Most baffling is that CBN transferred millions of dollars into personal accounts of Bashar Yusuf Jamo. Records have shown that Bashar Yusuf Jamo set up a company, Talent Enterprise International Limited, with registration number. Everything is in the open, in violation of the Code of Conduct Act of the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. According to the report, Bixby Oil Limited has also paid money into his account, and the following payments has been fully documented. I will play this one more time. Nigeria is a rotten place. Bashar Jamo's personal accounts are bearing billions of naira and millions of dollars, with Muhammad Buhari's full knowledge. This is the change. Yeah, 1.5 trillion naira and over $10 million traced to personal account of Bashar Jamo. And a young man that is working in Buhari's government, who is also father-in-law of Sabiu Yusuf, Tunde. Their BVN number, their account numbers are all listed. They are armed robbers. Fela spoke about them prophetically, and now it's all happening. The beggars from Sahel are robbing Nigeria to the bone. Every rule has been broken. The guy is moving every money from Nimasa into his personal account, in violation of the Treasury single account policy. He's putting money into his personal account as against into the Nimasa account. These people have destroyed Nigeria. They need to go. We need to have a binding multi-regional referendum so that each can go their way without this foolishness continuing. Look at Tunde, a young man controlling billions of dollars from oil and gas they have nothing to do with, while Delta is on fire, while Rivers is burning with heat. This is Nigeria. This is Nigeria that must be rejected, that must go through that surgery they are so scared of going through. Otherwise, it will go down in a heap.
About 14 years now, I've been an event host, MC, compare, moderator, and in about 10 years, I've moderated several events in the oil and gas industry. Particularly over the last 2 years, I was moderator at the Oil Trading and Logistics event, Africa Downstream Week. And some conversations that have come up at sessions where I moderated would just baffle me, like, are these things real? For example, do you know that in the last 3 years, the Nigerian refineries together have refined zero crude? Nothing, zilch. But it has cost us 10 billion naira every month to maintain these same refineries. I mean, I'm like, do Nigerians know these things? The Nigerian refineries can be compared to a beat down, broken down, not serviced, engine not Peugeot 403, leaking, rusty, corroded. Nothing working. And even if we were to find the parts to change and upgrade to make it quite new, they'll be extremely expensive and even difficult to find. And should they work, the quality of refined products from these refineries will be less than desired. The standard way less than what is internationally accepted. So I'm wondering, what are we doing? One of the reasons I hadn't talked about about this for some time as I was saying, what qualifications do I have? Am I an engineer? Am I a PhD holder? Am I an economist? No. I'm a Nigerian. And if it concerns me, it concerns all of us. So I wouldn't just like to talk about the problem and not prefer a solution or two. Solution number one. Can we please lease or sell these refineries to players in the private sector that know what they are doing and can bring them back to life and possibly convert them into income-generating facilities as they were built to be? Or number two, perhaps we should just shut them down completely, counter our losses, walk away, and possibly use the funds to encourage those who have licenses for private refineries. So that at least as a country we can together prosper even more. But by all means, we have to change something. So tell me, what do you think?
What do I think? Nigeria needs to shut down. Nigeria needs to have complete overhaul. Nigeria needs to pass through the scissors. Nigeria needs to go through the knife. Nigeria's constitution empowers all kinds of criminality, like everything from A to Z that is troubling Nigeria is rooted in the dubious, criminally manipulated constitution of 1999. The Fulani deed that enslaved the rest of the Nigerian indigenous nationalities. So go after that document, then you can begin to talk about other things that can be gotten right, including these Nigerian refineries that are consuming billions of dollars without producing a drop, without refining a drop of fuel or kerosene or whatsoever. That's the fraud called Nigeria. That is Nigeria real. That is the way Nigeria was meant to be, a fraud, a criminal. Something that will never work, was never designed to work. Nigeria. The eyesore of Africa. Nigeria. The land that consumes its own citizens. Very shameful country.
What is constitution?
Okay, so before we talk about what a constitution is, let's first explain why we need one. Let's start by looking at the fundamental things we all need as human beings. These are a voice in the decisions that affect our lives, material well-being such as food, shelter, and education, security and protection from violence or discrimination, and recognition and respect as individuals and communities. To help meet these needs, people create governments and delegate powers to them to exercise for the common good of society. The problem, though, is that while governments need powers to perform their functions, history tells us again and again that power without limits can lead to corruption, dictatorship, and oppression. Free, fair, and regular elections might help ensure good government. They allow people to select who they want in power, and over time, to vote out those who perform badly. But we also need some basic rules to control how that power is used, so that those who win elections still have to respect your rights and promote your interests, rather than using power for their own benefit. Just as in a game of football, there have to be rules and a referee. So in a democracy, there must be rules by which all the players are bound. These rules are provided in a constitution. The constitution is a law, but it's not just an ordinary law. A constitution is a supreme law that establishes, organizes, and empowers the government, and determines how other laws are made and implemented. It is also more difficult to change than ordinary laws, so that those in power cannot make up the rules as they go along. Football wouldn't be fair if the winning team could change the rules, and democracy isn't fair if those in power can just change the constitution according to their own whim. The constitution harnesses the energy and power of the state, ensuring that the people control the reins. This explains why when people are trying to establish a new, fairer society, one of the first things they do is write a new constitution. This is what Norway did in 1814, India in 1950, South Africa in 1996, and Colombia in 1991. Indeed, nearly all countries in the world have a constitution to establish rules for using power. On the other hand, we've seen that when a democratic government is illegally overthrown, one of the first things the coup leaders do is set their sights on destroying the constitution. They don't want any inconvenient limits on their ability to rule by force. So the constitution both organizes and constrains power. Now, how does it do that? Well, there's several ways. One way is to divide power between different political institutions. For example, sharing functions between a president and a prime minister, or between two houses of a legislature, or between different levels of government, the national level, the regional, state or provincial level, and the local level. A constitution defines the powers of these institutions and regulates the relationship between them. It also ensures that power is rotated. One year we may vote for one candidate or party, but after a few years, their time will be up, and we will have the chance to choose someone else. This means that no one person, party, or institution can accumulate too much power or stay in power too long. It is important to maintain a strict separation between the political institutions on the one hand, such as the elected parliament and government, and on the other hand, the permanent neutral institutions of the state, such as the courts, the military, the police, and the civil service. Constitutions also constrain power by saying what governments must and must not do. For example, a set of constitutional rights may specify that you can't be tortured, that you can't be imprisoned without due cause, and that your freedom of expression can't be infringed. Other provisions may direct the government to provide for basic human needs, such as education, healthcare, sanitation, or housing. Constitutions don't only protect the majority. There may be special provisions for minorities and marginalized groups, for their security, their participation in government, and protections for their identity and culture. Most constitutions also have a nation-building function. They seek to embody national unity and to reflect and declare the identity of the nation and its people. The Constitution announces to citizens, to the government itself, and to the outside world what the nation is, what it stands for, where it has come from, and what its vision for the future might be. A good constitution is just one step along the road to a peaceful, prosperous, and democratic society, but it is a fundamental one. By setting down the rules by which the state should be governed, a good constitution helps to ensure that the democratic aspirations of a people become and remain a reality.
If the Constitution is a compass by which the ship of state has to sail, then what Nigeria is doing is actually headed to a big border that would destroy that ship. If the Constitution were to be a GPS under which Nigeria is driving to a particular destination, then Nigeria is headed the wrong way, the wrong destination. And it doesn't look good for the country, because the people that are supposed to help rescue this country, they are actively pushing it the wrong way. They are actually actively ignoring the obvious. In fact, the truth is presented to them and they consistently walk away from it, choosing instead to do the wrong things. Like Senator Abaribe said, how can they change the system that is taking care of them? How many of them in the National Assembly? None of them are honest enough to say, this is our problem. A senator once stood up in that floor and waved the document and said, here is the problem of Nigeria. Yet people like Enyinaya Abaribe and the rest of them don't recognize this urgent need. It's very shameful, very sad, very pathetic that we have people like this, criminals, armed robbers, in the National Assembly and House of Representatives, where they come to parade their wives, their harem of wives, 4 wives, where they come as Islamic caliphs, sitting in the chambers of the National Assembly to tell us that they are there to take charge. This is not the country for us. This is not the constitution we consented to. And so the need to have fresh protocols is imperative. It's unavoidable. This has been your guy, Stephen, speaking.
In national politics, there are no friends or enemies. Only friends, unquote, and enemies, unquote. France was such a friend, unquote. The reason for its support, I believe this is referring to Biafra, was, of course, not philanthropy, but competition with the co-colonialist UK. Not to forget that and how France had plundered Haiti, including African countries, to this day. France is still doing it. But hey, France in the League of Powers was the only friend of Biafra. Friend, unquote. Image of a music cover containing the names of Biafra and Nixon. The name reference Nixon probably refers critically to the Nixon scandal. On the other hand, it was President Nixon who credibly expressed heartfelt regret about Biafra in 1968. However, due to the constraints of the presidency, he could not or would not do anything. There is a note here. Note even past.org/foreign policy from candidate to President Richard Nixon and the lesson of Biafra. Since then, the deep state in the US, the Western neoliberal plunder oligarchy, has shown only cold disinterest in the southern Nigeria. Don't mix up deep state with government or population. During the Biafra War, millions of whites were affected and supported Biafra through associations, etc. But the deep state prevented the government from doing the same. The same superpower, the US and middle powers, hereinafter referred to as the powers for short, are now demanding your commitment to Ukraine. As usual, they want everything from you and give you nothing except the caliphate. All the powers and their systemic media system continues to firmly and effectively suppress your voice during the caliphate consummation in Nigeria, which is still ongoing, I must add. But the same powers want your verbal support for Ukraine. Mafia bosses, oligarchy, right-wing extremists, the social and governmental system as amenable to Western modernization as Afghanistan. Of course, similar things can be said about most post-Soviet states, that is, including Russia, but it is not necessary here because the Western systemic media system already spreads this sufficiently. To be honest, I am not really interested in the world situation or Ukraine. I am not interested in your opinion about Ukraine. Please, no comments on the situation in Ukraine, but I'm interested to see how to proceed in your very own matter, Nigeria. I register with astonishment the extent of the Ukraine expertise of my friends from South and Southeast. I am saddened to see that the same expertise is hardly applied to the situation in southern Nigeria. Don't let a commitment be extorted from you for free in support of Ukraine. Demand value for money. Use your brains. Russia was supplier of MiG planes against Biafra. Well, Ukraine, like Russia, was part of the same former Soviet Union which supplied the MiG fighters flown by Egyptian pilots to the Caliphate for the Caliphate to destroy Biafra. The Soviets were no more system friends or enemies of Biafra than several other powers. All the powers considered pros and cons, and in the end, almost all, example, UK and Soviets, were united for the destruction of Biafra. This is correct. And I must mention at this point that Bernard Warner is right on the mark here. He knows exactly what he's talking about. This is our living history. We are alive. We are part of this history.
At an earlier stage of Ojukwu's negotiation with the Soviets, Soviet support for Biafra with arms supplies and probably diplomatic support was considered if Biafra would make some parts of the oil fields available to the Soviets. Ojukwu had declined. The rest is history. Biafra's only friend from the League of Powers was France. France secretly armed Biafra. France even let its aircraft carrier pass in front of Biafra from Gabon as a symbolic support. The picture is included on this post. If you still want to unthinkingly express your emotions in media support, forget Ukraine. Forget Ukraine and a fan club found by France. Better still, forget emotional underpinnings in the friend-enemy scheme. Of course, you can curry favor with the powers that be. Unfortunately, it doesn't help. But the powers have more experience with this behavior and your partly unconscious motives than you think. You will only be heard if you have something to offer. The Caliphate knows the game very well. It's already well taken into account. At all these international conferences in which Nigeria participates, the Caliphate Fulani minister is actually the decisive international partner. And so the Caliphate can, of course, very well support Ukraine verbally and wallow in the goodwill of the Western neoliberal plunder oligarchy. For the people in the South and especially Southeast, the said support for Ukraine brings nothing at all. There is simply no quid pro quo that the Western powers would want to or need to give in return. With the work Ninas is doing, the old issue of trust and suspension among the ethnic nationalities has been reduced to the barest minimum, as every indigenous ethnic nationality has been empowered to obtain her sovereignty and run as fast as possible to establish their people's self-determination. Things have changed and are changing. It's new dispensation. It's a new era. As we organize our people according to the UN standard of operation, once an information comes out, please let's think of how we can benefit from it as a people. Once your people are okay in their ancestral land, collectively we will be okay and empowered to drive out all aggressors. The indigenous peoples have the common core value of all men being born equal and have right to life. The aggressors do not. So please let this be the focus and let's fight this bloodless war together and fast too. Thanks. Check out Ninas on Facebook, on YouTube, on the internet, www.ninasvoice.org. Please, I want to apologize to our listeners up front. The reason I have been mentioning the rogue franchise that has destroyed essentially our place, that has caused Nigerian military to be wearing rags along the road from Port Harcourt to Anambra State. You will see them even beyond. You will see Nigerian police essentially not showing up in uniform. Instead, they are scared of the unknown gunmen. Places like Olo are completely destroyed. You will see broken glasses as you come to an intersection in Olo where Nigerian police and other security agencies are extorting our people, taking money from them right at the middle of the road. In fact, they are using POS to transfer money to Nigerian police and the Nigerian Civil Defense, Custom, Army, immigration and prisons. You can name it, anything that is bearing arm in Nigeria. They are on the road collecting money from Port Harcourt to anywhere you're going in the southeast or south-south. But in Olo in particular, the place is destroyed. Olo is the epicenter of the war that is going on between Nigerian military and members of the ESN and unknown gunmen and known gunmen. All those things, all those people like holding people on the middle of the street and snatching their vehicle and continuing wearing red gowns or black gowns or blue gowns, all kinds of things going on by our own people, on our own people. I mean, that's against what other people are very envious of the Igbo people. The Igbo people are known to be very productive people. That's who we are. People may wonder why I'm mentioning Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB and the joke they're playing on our people. It's because I just went through the whole experience firsthand. You know, here's a simple definition of economic activity. An economic activity is a process that, based on inputs, leads to the manufacture of a goods or the provision of services. The very things others are envious of Igbo people is what the IPOB using ESN ex-cons who escaped prison at Owerri or somewhere there in Imo State. They are using unknown gunmen, including the Nigerian military and police. They are joining in the game. And what you are seeing is that there's a lot of insecurity in our place. To go from one place to the other, you will see a dozen or more police checkpoints along the way. Within 30 minutes drive, you can see another police checkpoint from the one you are standing on right now, like 300 meters away. The very things others are envious of Igbo people, which is economic activity, is being shut in by a group that claims to be fighting for Biafra. Our people on Echezikwe Echiche, like Ndibai or this in Zuzu, that the people that are destroying you wouldn't be the people trying to save you from current danger in Onia, which is Nigeria, because Nigeria is a dangerous place to be. As a country, as a land, the way it is now. In fact, the land is so hot, like if you go to River State in Port Harcourt, you will be feeling like not stepping out on the street for the rest of your life. Because it is very hot. The flames are setting the place on fire. Now, how could you destroy the things that others are very envious of you? The thing that made the Hausa man to be jealous of Igbo people. The thing that made people to sell land many times over to Igbo people in Lagos. I saw it. If you buy land, the moment you go to dig in to do anything, they come again and tell you they are money, and they start demanding money. The Igbo were making trade and making money to buy these things. I saw Alaba market when it was only the electronic side before the madness that went through there. Now, if you turn out to be a movement that is looking for the salvation of Ndi Igbo, and you start destroying and shutting Igbo people in every Monday, in fact, they shut them in 4 days last month because of what Nnamdi Kanu had a court appearance. I mean, is this about Igbo people or a war from Nnamdi Kanu against Ndi Igbo over the killing of his parents? Because he blamed Ndi Igbo for the death of his parents. Is this a war between the haves and the have-nots? Is this a war between the people that broke out of prison and those that have not committed any crime yet, that haven't gone into prison? What is going on? We are made poorer and weaker by their attacks. Ndi Igbo must fight back and secure our towns and villages from invading criminals waving Biafra flag like they really are working to realize an independent state or an independent state of Biafra. Which one are they looking for? To put Ndi Igbo in a state or a federation, a nation that is called State of Ndi Igbo? Are they trying to put us in a particular state, or we are becoming people, a nation, by their actions? This has been your guy, Stephen. Have a nice day. The challenges and fraud within the Nigeria
There's a
Constitution.
document labeled Constitution for Nigeria. But when lawyers who are lawyers are gathered, that document does not pass the test to be called Constitution, because Constitution is simply the union agreement. And Nigeria became one political union in 1960.
collapse
There's a
of the Union
document
Agreement.
labeled Constitution for Nigeria. But when lawyers who are lawyers are gathered, that document does not pass the tests to be called Constitution, because Constitution is simply the Union Agreement. And Nigeria became one political union in 1960 at independence on account of some agreements that were reached between the constituent components to become one political union. And those agreements that were spelled out in Lancaster House in 1959 eventually were products of the discussions that happened all through 51, 52, 53, when something extraordinary compelled a choice to be made on the kind of union, on the kind of partnership the otherwise independent regions that the British had governed separately will be entering at the point the British will leave. And the crux of that agreement, of that union agreement, was that there will be a federation of autonomous regions. The Western region, we remember, had their own constitution as far back as 1957, while those discussions were already going on, because what I said about 1953-54 was when the push for independence had come to the point where one of the ringleaders, Enohoro, moved the motion for independence on the floor of the parliament. The northern delegation of the time opposed that motion, saying that the northern region of the time wasn't ready to go to independence at that point. What was their reason? Ahmadu Bello spelled out their reason. He said that they would require a certain level of autonomy in terms of control of their assets and their governance structures as condition for going into any kind of union with these other regions. That's the western and eastern region of the time. Now, Ahmadu Bello, on behalf of that northern delegation, listed 8 demands that will define the level of autonomy they will have in order to become a part of the Federation of Nigeria. It took all the way from that 1953, because the meetings then began in 1954, for how that federation, that coming together on the basis of regional autonomy as defined by those 8 points. It was those 8 points that eventually, shaped the kind of the depth of the level of autonomy, what the regions will be able to do, and what they will allow the Union Office to do. They now finalized in 1959 at Lancaster House. That autonomy that we're talking about began with the regions having their own constitutions, like countries who have. Germany will have its own constitution before going to the meeting of European Union formation. So the Western region got their own constitution in place in there's internal self-governance. The British allowed them to now begin to manage their own affairs in 1957. Shortly after, the Eastern region completed its own process. They were granted internal self-governance. But 1959 was when the North finally got their acts together and had their own constitution and therefore their own internal self-governance. These 3 units then went to Lancaster House to finalize the terms by which they would become one country at independence upon the departure of the British. That was what delayed our independence from the time the motion was moved in 1953. And therefore, that level of autonomy in which the assets of the regions belonged to the regions, and they only contributed to the upkeep of the center for the limited, responsibilities they delegated to the center. The center was their union office. It was their own creation. The constitutions of the regions came first. The one that became the federal constitution was a matter of the regions donating powers. It was the powers they decided to delegate to the center at Lancaster in 1959 that became the contents of the federal constitution. And the money by which the center will function was to be contributed to them. 15% of their income was what they dedicated to, so you got your money, your assets were yours. you worked it to how it can produce more resources for you to be able to attend to your healthcare and your education and your roads, infrastructure, electricity, everything. We saw what Awolowo did in the West, scoring a lot of firsts. We saw what Emma Okpara did in the East, putting Eastern Nigeria as the leading the leading economy, the fastest growing economy in the developing world at the time. Everybody built their own infrastructure. The Ojiri power plants that have been shut down now for over 30 years was built by the government of Eastern region of the time, powered by coal, and powering all of the industrial designs of Eastern region of the time, including Port Harcourt. Oil and gas came later. The North also, they went into their own, they did agriculture, they did hides and skin. You heard about granite pyramids. When Western region built a university in Ibadan, the East built, the East built its own UNN. And then the North struggled and built Ahmadu Bello University. That was the kind of healthy competition that was going on at the time. Everybody trying to outdo the other, but it translated to only one thing: development for the people. And you prioritize what you wanted. And so, if you prioritize wrongly, the outcome is here for everybody to see. And so, that was the kind of thing that got them, moving fast and well, until the accident of 1966, when the coups, when the military struck, and then those constitutions were taken down, and that was the end of that federation they agreed upon. Every other thing had been in position since that time to date, and therefore we don't have, the union agreement is what is in distress, what has gone bad. If we don't fix it, I tell you, the union is at an end.
End 1999 Constitution. Political parties close shop now.
Hearing that for so long. I haven't seen anyone who organized well enough and just take over the government of a region in Nigeria and declare a republic, and we can say, wow. Nobody has done that. Most of the people who are telling us that we need to fight, we need to talk to Russia, we need to talk to this, we need to get ourselves armed, we need to do this and that. There have always been suggestions. There's never been an organized platform that can actually make that happen. I believe there is one, and that one is the unity of purpose. First of all, just know that America is not coming, Britain is not coming, Russia is not coming, North Korea is not coming. Those fantasies, you can entertain them, you can enjoy them. The real thing that is coming is that the moment you discover that we need ourselves and we need to do away with the rules from all our own part of that country. When you do that, Nigeria will listen to you. How, Mayegun? I mean, don't pretend. You want me to say it loud and clear? When people come together and say enough, what happened? They shut down the system. They can't kill millions in a day, trust me. They can't. Just like Russia occupation of Ukraine is never really going to last. They will walk around it because 190,000 soldiers, they cannot occupy a country of 40 million people successfully. That is exactly what is happening in Igbo land. That's exactly what is happening in Yoruba land. Because Nigeria has been occupying our land, our resources, abrogating them for themselves, while our people live in penury and abject poverty. But they didn't do it alone. They did this in collaboration with those who are supposed to speak for us, who are supposed to fight for us, who are supposed to be on that table to say, no, Yorubas will not take this. No, Igbos will not accept that. They went to bed with them and they were comfortable with them. Did you get that? I don't know if you did.
Basically, what Mayegun is saying is that our people need to wake up from our decades of slumber. Our people need to wake up and gain some strength instead of the weakness that we're displaying all over the place. We are expecting a Messiah to come down from the sky to set us free. We're expecting some foreign powers who do not care
who are actually favored by current status quo, so much so that they wouldn't bother. We're expecting them to change their mind and forget about their so-called national interest and then come for our rescue. They will not do it. So we have to actually rearrange ourselves, as it were, internally. We have to reorganize ourselves, rearrange ourselves, tell ourselves the bitter truth, that this is our problem to solve. This is our challenge that we must figure out. Not some external intervention that will never happen, because they don't really care.
It's us against them, so to say. When you don't get rid of those who enable them, you can shout on the United Nations from now till eternity. It's never going to happen. I'm looking for that day, that spark. I can feel it. I can sense it. But at the same time, yeah, it is so gloomy. It is so bleaky. And it is so blurry too. As long as we are so divided, looking for vainglory attention. Oh, you know what I mean? I won't say more. But trust me, the day we find that spark, the world will listen. Not that they will come and fight. They won't come and fight for you. But they will listen. And when they listen, your criminal rogue politicians and leaders will see where they can run to. But if you think reporting them to this Western power, will make your politicians shock, it will make them buckle up, then you are not paying attention. That's the point. You are not paying attention. Nobody is coming. Pay attention to what is happening in Ukraine. If Nigeria starts killing us in the Yoruba land, nobody is coming. You would have to what? Get yourself guns and all of that and do that. But before you get to that stage, why not win the people over? Let them know. What we are asking for is this, okay? Nigeria is not working. Trust me, it is not. They can use all manner of manipulation, propaganda, threat, fear to drink you or to continue to condition you. But you know it in the inner you, I mean, the inside of you that it is not working and it's doing a lot of damage. So,
well, if Nigeria is not working and there is a way out, like the call for referendum by the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, how come Nigerians are acting ignorant? How come many people are not keen in and figuring out that, look, this is the most peaceful way out? What is wrong with our people? What are we looking for? Some extraterrestrial humans to come and die for us? To come and make the impossible possible? It's really in our hands to make it happen. Not some forces from the Azores. What we make of it is what it's actually going to be at the end of the day.
How do you deal with that? You don't let those who make that, who brought you to this stage, you don't let them continue to decide on how to bring you out of it. You have to push yourself forward. Like we have seen those who have done that. Yeah? So you get rid of these rogues. At some point, you're going to get rid of them. No, they're going to be reading that. We're going to get rid of them. At some point. Yeah? But when you have people on your side, it becomes easier. And I'm preaching to you today, okay? If everybody who travel to Ukraine tell you their stories, our brothers and sisters are in Dubai right now. They have been facing hell for the past 1 year. No joke. Many of them are facing the obstacle of not having their work visa renewed in Dubai. And it is deliberate. When they called it on Nigeria, what happened? It is a dead silence. We are working on it. We are coming back to you. We'll do something about it. Many of you are the victims today. Some of you are going back to Nigeria this weekend, I've been told. Some of you are going back to Nigeria by next week. It's because even when you run away from Nigeria, in far away Dubai, Nigeria still happened to you.
Yeah, Nigeria still haunt you.
Do you get what I mean now?
Yes.
So when we have ourselves on our sides and say, listen, you may love Nigeria, but it's not working. These criminals don't want to have a chat about it. If you want to keep Nigeria, there should be an arrangement that says the people agreed, and this is going to be the terms and conditions. Why is that difficult?
Referendum.
Why is election the next thing? Of course, it's because you haven't really learned any lesson. Yeah? And you are probably never going to learn one until it becomes obvious that you have no other way to go. Deal with it now or perish.
with one Nigeria. Yeah. I don't preach hate, I don't preach division. I just tell you the facts that we all know the division is obvious. And the people that brought this division upon us, they are no other people than the politicians. The politicians who told you to be careful of this person, careful of that person, careful of this tribe, careful of that tribe, and in all to their own advantage, not yours. At the end of the day, our people, majority of our people are left in abject poverty, in total destruction and ruin, and they want it to look like everything is normal. No, it's not. Until
it is the politicians that rendered our people slaves to the caliphate. It is the politicians that want the system to continue as it is because it's favoring them. It gives them access to the treasury. It gives them open access to the presidency, to every office that they ever so desire to walk into. And so disrupting them should be our number one assignment, to stop them. Because when we stop them, then we can get to the next level, which is to discuss our continued staying together with our killers. That is what the indigenous nationalities must do to break the cycle of slavery that is killing thousands in Benue, in the Middle Belt, in the Southeast, in the South-South, in the Southwest. We need to get our act together and go for it as one. That
Club and Clubhouse is pleased to be involved in promoting justice and in being part of bringing about true with the people democracy in the Nigerian space. So we are hosting the Nina's Movement's virtual town hall meetings over 2 weeks and starting at 7:30 p.m. Nigeria time on Friday, 3rd December 2021. The topic is 4 frauds that are fatal for the 1999 Constitution, how we got there and how we can fix it. Session 1. We the People fraud. Number 2. Federation fraud. 3. Fighting corruption masquerade fraud. 4. Socially responsible state masquerade fraud. Chinwenzu. Please check the Atlantic Post Facebook page for more information and on when the next session will take place, plus the direct link to our Atlantic Post Club on Clubhouse. Virtual Town Hall meetings by Atlantic Post on Clubhouse. If you are fed up with Nigeria, this virtual Clubhouse meeting is for you. If you are fed up with the lack of electricity, you are fed up with police brutality, as in NSARS. You are frightened of insecurity. You are frightened for your future, etc. Atlantic Post Club on Clubhouse is pleased to announce that we are hosting Nina's Movement's virtual town hall meetings for 2 weeks period, and the topics, as listed earlier, is the 4 frauds that are fatal for the 1999 Constitution. Atlantic Post is an online newspaper whose mission is to be at the forefront of bringing about the positive transformation of the African continent. That involves being sensitive and responsive to what happens in the Nigerian space. Our desire is for a safe and well-functioning society. Thus, our main purpose is to report not just accurate news, but also to bring the public's knowledge, interventions, and events that will improve society. So come and be empowered with knowledge about the 1999 Constitution and how you can be a change agent to end those things that make you fed up and frightened with Nigeria by joining us for this Nina's Movement's virtual town hall meetings. Links to the meeting can be found at www.clubhouse.com/club/Atlantic-post-club. For more information, please visit the Facebook page, facebook.com/Atlantic-posting. Thank you.
Here are some narrative of what happened in Lagos State, where the CSP was flouting the order of the governor of Lagos State. like we always tell you guys, that the constitution is the problem of Nigeria, and not until that constitution is brought down, nothing can be done. I won't blame that police officer. If you read the narrative, you discover that he is actually following the constitution of Nigeria. And as at that, even the chief security officer of the state, which is the governor of Lagos State, has no power to control the policing of his own state. So you all can see that constitutionally, the man is doing his job. And I want you to listen to this clip where the lawyer that works with Arise TV said it openly, that the constitution, Nigeria needs to go through restructuring, through a referendum, whereby this constitution will be brought down and giving every territory their self-determination right to participate in the new constitution, if we agree to be a nation. My name is Donado Baido. I'm the one presenting this narrative. Please listen to this video from the Arise TV.
Can you call your superior in Abuja and tell them that the governor is here and I'm the chief security officer and that you don't have any business being in my state right now and that I want you to disengage forthwith from here?
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. I'm not here on my own orders.
That's why I'm asking you to make a phone call and tell them, your superior, that I'm here standing in front of you. Make that phone call.
Thank you, sir. I'm here on instruction of this Inspector General of Police to the AGF, sir. And that is why I'm here. I'm too small or too low to call them. Your Excellency, sir, with due respect, sir, you can call them directly, sir.
I have spoken to the Attorney General this morning, so he's not aware that you are here.
We are expecting the call that we should disengage.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Yes, sir.
Because when I make the phone call, it will be tougher. If you can call and say that the governor is here in front of you, what should you do?
It is not my duty to call because I'm too low to do that, sir. Okay. If you call...
So where are your men?
My men are here. They are all over the estate, sir.
How many men do you have here?
I have several of them, sir.
No, what number?
What's the number, please? I cannot precisely tell you the number.
So even if anything happens to your men, you don't even know the number of men?
I know the number of my men I have here.
So what is the number?
We sought for some other people to join us now.
What is the number that you have here?
I'm sorry, sir, Your Excellency.
So you cannot even do a head count of the number you have?
For the security purpose, I cannot say this is the figure, sir.
So you don't know the number of men?
I know the number, but for security purpose, I cannot say this is the figure, sir.
So you know I'm the one talking to you?
Yes, sir.
You say you're assistant, what is it?
I'm a chief superintendent of police.
Oh, CSP?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. So pressmen, don't worry. I'll make 2 phone calls, right? One to the Inspector General of Police and one to the Attorney General of Police, Attorney Inspector of the Federation. I have spoken with him this morning and he says he knows nothing about the fact that they are still here. Very illegal operation. They have absolutely nothing, and I'm the chief security of the state. Not even with the Inspector General wrote me, and before I said Jack Robinson, his men are here. They're not from the Lagos State Police Command, like you have said, right? They are not from Lagos State Police Command. He says it's coming from Abuja, and I don't know what other interest do they have beyond just keeping peace of the country. Absolutely. This is not an expectation that I will expect for them to keep peace, because they don't have any business here at all. The case is between the state government and I'm this governor standing in front of you, not with my residents. These are my residents that have been
happen, the importance of restructuring, the fact that the 1999 Constitution serves no one, even those who feel that it serves them are completely mistaken. Very interesting. If you get a commissioner of police and you tell him as a governor, give him an instruction, he will tell you, oh, I'm going to go away and do some preparations, but he's not doing any preparations. He's gone to call the Inspector General of Police, and if the Inspector General tells him to go ahead, he will. If he tells him not to go ahead, then he won't. And really, that is constitutionally backed. The issue is not any kind of disobedience or disgrace by that police officer. He is actually doing what the Constitution requires him to do. Our problem, as always, is the Constitution, and we have to amend it. It just shows, and how are we ever going to make any progress? This is why insecurity is rife in this country.
Say no to 1999 Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good road, yo. Sign the petition. Better work, oh. Sign the petition. Clean water and light. Sign the petition. Security. Sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, oh. Sign the petition. Housing project. Sign the petition. Hope for the future. Sign the petition. My people, and we never tire for these leaders when they oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing. Waiting we need now to come out to this year 1999 constitution. We don't approve everything finish. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We go make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, yo. As you they hear this message, run now. Go to www.ninassfn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time, mo. The time for change is now.
Concluding part of Tony Nadi's address at the Aladima meeting at Enugu some time ago.
Biafra was declared on the 30th of May in 1967. 3 days before, Lagos announced the creation of a River State and Southeastern State that have become Akwa Ibom and Cross River today, such that you go to where you want to solve the problem at the UN, the people of River State or Akwa Ibom will be telling you that they were not in your eastern region that became Biafra on the 30th of May in 1967. And as mischievous as it may all be, it will be factually correct until you find an answer to it that is satisfactory to them, which was why the LNC started by going around to sit down with them. We went to the Jaw, the Anang, the Efik, and they bought into it to say we will be a region of 70 million people standing together to recover what Nigeria took from us. And if others are willing to walk along, the Yoruba will have no quarrel with, the Middle Belt will have no quarrel with. The only problem is the strange civilization Sharia and then 12 contiguous states, the Caliphate. And if anybody says we don't have a problem emanating from that, that person needs to do some more study between them and the British joint venture. They don't belong here. They came by jihad. They got the northern part and had it for 100 years before the British got here. They came from the Atlantic front, conquered and deceived. They met halfway in the Middle Belt area, the Lorry-Benue axis, and like two robbery gangs, after one target, they formed a joint venture to capture that target and share the benefits. That was what became Nigeria in 1914. That caliphate was part of how it was all worked out. We were not told until it was announced. It was resisted here, but there were Dobas up north in Sokoto and Zungeru to celebrate that merger. And that joint venture is still taking 3 million barrels of crude oil every day, ready to kill whoever stands their way. That was what consumed 3.5 million people in Biafra. That's what led to all the arrangement to tie us up and down. 80% of the oil Nigeria is selling today, Umanu Igbo. Has anybody been to Boni here before? Has anybody been to any other language in Boni? Okrika, Degema, and all of it. So what they did in 1960 was to begin this pretense that there was some Niger Delta somewhere. Yes, there's a Boni language, there's a Joe language, but in all of what they have put together to divide up that place so that we're not on speaking terms anymore, it's just to make sure that we're not able to even know what is wrong with us. And therefore, we've come to where this constitution will go down. Those planning elections on it, those planning to renew it for another 4 years by holding elections on it, are going to have to contend with all of those who have repudiated it. Those repudiations were not matters of accident. They were worked out, programmed, and sold to the grassroots. And today, while they plan their election, the reason we've been in one retreat after the other, those who are going to make things happen in their places, we say, we will not accept one more electoral round to renew our enslavement for the same reasons. Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo,
Nelson Mandela, Governor Mbeki, and all of them rejected apartheid. There was also the Bantustan regime in which some blacks in South Africa were persuaded to take it slowly, like some of our people talking restructuring. Let's go, take whatever we can find and not die. No. We say this document will go, and our strategy for shooting it down, because it's been talk and talk, nobody has seen much of action. The action around it is that those who reject it are rejecting election, and if elections are shut down, this document will not survive another month from the point that happens. And we're talking about 2018. We know security people are here. In fact, some of them are streaming live to Abuja. But it doesn't matter. We are convinced that it is within our reach to shut down this instrument of enslavement. And that was why we had to identify with the ADF when they said that our people are not in search of how to fix Nigeria. We want self-determination, that we reject this constitution as basis of Nigeria, and that we must go to a referendum to decide whether we're going with Nigeria or with ourselves. I think if all we take from this convention and this celebration is for our people to know that such is coming, that would have been a great achievement. Thank you very much.
That has been Tony Nadi of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, speaking at the convention of Aladima ADF, Alibo Development Foundation, at Enugu a few years back. I hope you gained a few insights as to why we need a referendum in Nigeria and why Nigeria is the way it is. Nigeria was set up to manipulate a particular people, to divide them, to sow the seed of discord among one people, telling Oloibiri people, Boni people, that they are not Igbo. Meanwhile, they are Igbo-speaking people. They are the same people. Nothing divided them. They are one people. But for it to work for Nigeria, they had to divide them. Now, our people have to actually wake up from their slumber and see the reality on ground, that all this thing has been designed to manipulate them. The 3 million barrels a day oil that is being lifted by Nigeria, which is now going for over $90 a barrel at the international market. It has not profited the people of Ijo. It has not profited the people of Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Ogoni. In fact, they have received massacres, genocides. So the earlier we subject Nigeria to referendum, the better for all of us.
What do these terrorists want when they say they're not talking about money? And have they communicated it? Yes, because that's the tone of their language. They made a demand. And we go further back to what we have heard from those who should know, people like Buba Galadima, all of those who marketed the Buhari to us in 2015, that these terrorists, this massive army of Fulani invaders, were actually brought in to help with the brigandage required to win the election in 2015, the terror that was required to push out Jonathan. And something was promised them. That's what we're hearing from all of those who are speaking from here and there. Is that what they are asking to be fulfilled now from those who made that promise? Because if it is not money they're talking about, it also will not be anything money can buy. So they're not talking about being given cows or being given anything money can buy, or cars or houses. No. We suspect they are talking about the land that was promised them in terms of ownership, that they're going to be allotted the lands of Nigeria, to be the permanent to be their country, to be their, what do they call, a home country. If that is what it is, let it be, this is where the media should come in. What is the media of Nigeria doing with all the information that is on the table now from everywhere? What are those terrorists asking about? What are they asking for? What was promised them? Arise TV, where are you in this discussion? AIT, where are you in this discussion? Why are you talking about parties and candidates and whose turn it is to be president and who has ruled for any length of time longer than the other? Channels TV, where are you? This is the time to probe what has come, because it will not spare anybody when it begins to flow around. Who promised them what? And why is the government not talking about it? Who knows what? Can Gumi be called in to find out whether he knows? Can somebody be bold enough to ask the president, did you discuss anything with these people? Can El-Rufai be called in to tell us the balance of what he knows concerning this matter? Media, fourth estate of the realm, this is your task. This is your mandate. This day newspaper, Vanguard newspaper, Guardian newspaper, Punch, Tribune, all of you, where is the media in this discussion? The multitude of online platforms. You are using your online skills now to advance the cause of one rickety political party or the other. If the election will pass away, you go back to your misery. The people who want will go to their comfort. A few of you will be appointed spokesman and all kinds of media aid. That's where it ends. But when the onslaught, when the invaders will get to your community, you may be in Abuja, you may be in Lagos, but when they get to your community, they will overrun that community. If they turn up in the town where you are, or you board a train, or you go to the airport, or you are on the road, you are the one digging your own grave in this matter. If you do not bring that skill, that online skill you have, for us to interrogate what's happening and what we can do, particularly because there's a proposition on the table for how this matter can be addressed, how this onslaught can be halted, how this invasion can be stopped. The NINA's constitutional force majeure provides a framework by which all of us can stop this madness that is about to swallow everybody. But the media must come into it and put it on the front burner. We don't want to see on the front pages or the headlines on TV whose candidate is topping the chart. That is nasty discussion in the face of the danger in the war we are caught in the war being thrusted upon us by people who are determined to kill off the owners of this land and take all the land. The lawyers in the land, where are you? By association. The labor union, where are you? Nobody's going to be spared. The students, your teachers are on strike, even the teachers association, ASU and all of that. The intellectuals in this land who should be leading this discussion are being kept busy with all kinds of distractions. Can't you see that it's not by accident that you are being owed salary to keep you in misery and bondage? Why can't we all come and be part of this discussion to arrest this monster before it comes to our doorstep? Because it's not stopping. The election they're talking about is only to buy more time, to enable them get to where you are. You listening. Let us be sensible for once. Let all of those who are going about talking about their party and how it will do differently, when they come to you, tell them under what constitution. Tell them what is their answer to the invasion that is going on. Tell them whether they will take control of the INEC that's already in control of everything. Ask them whether they are the ones in control of the two parties that we have seen in the hands of the caliphate. This is a question of life and death. We can decide to feign ignorance, but it's only a matter of time. for the matter to come to where we are. They're all over the country. We saw what happened in Afghanistan. One day now, they are within 1 hour of Abuja, less than 1 hour of Abuja. One day now, you hear that they storm Abuja. Then the people in the villa who have been working with them in collusion, thanks to Jaradan Juma, who spoke out very loudly in 2018. The people in the villa will pretend they're overwhelmed. They will take over the country, not just power. We've been through many coups. People take over power. But that's not what we're discussing now. If the people running this invasion, if the people making this demand, this terror that is making this demand, will launch itself at Abuja, it will take over the country. That's a different ball game from taking over power. Taking over the country means they will impose a new legal regime, like we saw in Afghanistan. The Taliban, here we have been infusing Boko Haram in large numbers into our armed forces. They are coming closer and closer to Abuja. It takes being blind not to see that they are encircled. They've cut off Kaduna with all the military installations there. They are within 1 hour of Abuja. The day they lock out Lokoja, the Abuja Lokoja highway, nobody will be able to escape from Abuja. You don't say you were not told. The terror machinery is encircling Abuja. The government and the armed forces that should have been pushing them back, hand in glove with them. That's our charge. You, the would-be victim, you, the one that will be slaughtered, what are you doing to save yourself? In the midst of this discussion, you are keeping quiet. In the midst of this discussion, you are going to party campaign for election that will aid this enemy to advance his cause, the conquest they're already driving. Let us use our head. Back to the media. Ruben Abati, Rufai in Arise TV, all of the crew in AIT, the owners, Nduko Baibena, for Arise TV and this day, Uncle Sam in Vanguard, Uncle Raymond Dokwesi in AIT. Those platforms should be used to engage these discussions. This is the time to do it, not electioneering. I would think that a word should be enough for the wise.
All the politicians have failed. We have to come back to the drawing board. If there is no issue of failure, what brought back the agitation of Biafra? Because we have failed. People share the same mind with me, but they are afraid. Some are emotionally inclined to their religion. Some are emotionally inclined to their tribe. That is why people kept quiet. Well, everybody now use Islam to say what he wants. So people can easily use Islam to say it is against the tenet of Islam to call a failure. Were they absent when Jonathan was criticized by Muslim clerics? Gradually, I learned that the problem we have in this country that is going to consume all of us if we are not careful is extremism. The best option in dealing with banditry, Boko Haram, whatever, is to crush them.
Hello, my brothers and sisters. It's showtime. Well, today from Ibom People's Radio, the topic is UK MPs to debate sanctions against Nigeria. Today, Wednesday, December 11th, 2021. As a matter of fact, this is going to happen at 4:30 p.m. UK time. So this is going to start in about an hour or so. So basically, what are we talking about here? MPs from news reports would hold a debate today. United Kingdom members of parliament from the House of Commons will hold a debate on the Magnitsky sanctions and human rights abuses in Nigeria. This debate, as usual, will be held in Westminster Hall in England. The debate will be led, reportedly from the reports, by Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament. Chris Bryant, Member of Parliament, will lead this debate on sanctions, on how to sanction greedy, inept, and murderous Nigerian officials. So we have a couple of questions to address here. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? A lot of people don't know what this is. I'll give a quick background. The second question we're answering, how does it apply to Nigerian officials and UK laws? The third question is, how does it affect Akwa Ibom? We are here to advocate for Akwa Ibom people, for 7 million Akwa Ibom people, for self-determination, for economic independence and political independence. That's what we are here to advocate for. So we take these Nigerian issues and see, does it affect Akwa Ibom? Should Akwa Ibom care about the Magnitsky Act? Should it care that the House of Parliament is in London, where a lot of decisions are made on even the very Nigeria? Should it matter? Should it matter in London? This is where the president goes to get his health care, gets everything. Nigeria politically depend on their former colonialists in the United Kingdom. Does it matter? The question is yes. I will go on to respond to the 3 questions I posed today. Number one, what is the Magnitsky Act? Well, this is really a bill that was passed in the US in 2016. It authorizes the US government to sanction other countries where they believe the officials of those countries, not the nation itself, but the officials of those countries are human rights offenders. It allows the government, the US government, and in this case, the UK government, to freeze their assets and ban them from entering the US, in this case, the UK. Because the UK is actually adopting the Magnitsky Act of the US own. So, if you are from a country which the US does business with, and you have human rights abuses, such as what Buhari and his Fulani-led government is doing, so it allows that government, in this case, it will allow the UK, this debate today will allow the United Kingdom to freeze the assets, as you can imagine, all those fancy houses in London and UK, by Nigerian officials who have stolen money. Everybody's aware of this. Essentially, grab the whole of Nigerian oil resources money and packed in the UK. It allows the government to freeze this. If the government can prove, if like what Chris Bryant is doing today, if it can ascertain that that government has human rights offenders, which we do. We have political prisoners today, a lot of political prisoners that Buhari put you in prison. If you say a single thing against the insecurity in Nigeria, against ISWAP, people who Buhari calls his Fulani brothers from Mali, from Niger Republic, coming into the country, if you say anything, you are thrown into Buhari's gulag. You are thrown into his gulag. So those ones, human rights abuses, to freeze the assets. Freeze the assets. Freeze the assets in England, in this particular case, and ban them from entering the UK. I could give them a list. I could help them here. Starting from the Chief of Staff himself, Professor Sulu Gambari, to ministers like Lai Mohammed, which people refer to as Liar Mohammed, because he lies a lot about government policy. In fact, he even lied recently about the killing of young people in the NSAS debacle, where young people were murdered at the gates of Lekki Toll. So that's what it allows them to do. So that kind of answers my second question. How does it apply? It applies to Nigerian government officials. It applies to the ministers who have enabled the killing, has enabled the stealing, who own property in England. We have the list of all of them. We are going to submit this to United Kingdom. We have the list. Nigerian officials should not be allowed. People like Malami, the Attorney General. People like Issa Pantami, who is a terrorist who trained in Sudan, a self-confessed terrorist who trained in Sudan, is running the communications ministry in Nigeria. Basically, is in fact in power to decide who comes into Nigeria and who doesn't. And he has allowed, according to him, not me, his brothers, Fulanis, to flow into the country, causing the serious insecurity in Nigeria today. So how does it affect Akwa Ibom? Simple. Akwa Ibom resources are used to fund this.
Yes.
So if you go to Hyde Park in London and see those houses, 30% of the value of those houses belong to Akwa Ibom. Why? Because Akwa Ibom finances the Nigerian economy by 30%. This is accurate. This is simple. I don't mind pushback on this. I welcome it. Feel free to write about this. And I'm very, very ready to respond. So we are waiting the results of this. But we have sent input. I know I've sent input to the House of Commons myself on behalf of our organization. Quick input. But we have details. We have let them know that we are ready to supply them details, to give the names of every Nigerian officials who have abused human rights, specifically the Inspector General of Police and all that, and those of them who have stolen money and are parking them in England itself. That is the whole idea of the Magnitsky Act. It has been adopted by a lot of countries now. So if you do what people like Buhari is doing in Nigeria today, you can be stopped. You wonder, why is it a big deal? They are afraid. These people, all their children are in England and the US. All their money is packed over there. They don't love the Nigeria they claim to love. They are all scared and they will run. When the country is about to break up, watch, all these men and women will run away. They don't have anything in Nigeria, so what do they care? So, which is why people like us are calling for self-determination. We are calling for self-emancipation, not restructuring. Self-determination, which means we decide where we want to be. Akwa Ibom is not part of this. Akwa Ibom is not part of the destruction of Nigeria. Akwa Ibom, very, very rarely will any Akwa Ibom people be affected in this, what is being debated now. We have a list of those who will be affected. I gave you some names already. I could give more. Thank you very much. This is all. This is our only message today. Magnitsky Act being debated in the United Kingdom House of Commons. Nigeria will be affected. Nigerian officials like Laya Mohammed, Nigerian officials like Issa Pantami, Nigerian officials like Sule Gambari, the chief of staff, Nigerian officials have to be made. Seize those assets, return them to Akwa Ibom State where they belong. Return them to Akwa Ibom people. Let them decide what they want to do with it. Let them decide whether they want to be part of this country. To be part of this country, which every single day you hear one terrible issue or the other affecting a country in which people are insecure, the education is done, all the doctors are fled. This is all I have to say to you this morning. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Goodbye.
Concluding part of Tony Nadi's address at the Aladima meeting at Enugu some time ago.
Biafra was declared on the 30th of May in 1967. 3 days before, Lagos announced the creation of River State and Southeastern State that have become Akwa Ibom and Cross River today, such that you go to where you want to solve the problem at the UN, the people of River State or Akwa Ibom will be telling you that they were not in your eastern region that became Biafra on the 30th of May in 1967. And as mischievous as it may all be, it will be factually correct until you find an answer to it that is satisfactory to them, which was why the LNC started by going around to sit down with them. We went to the Jaw, the Anang, the Efik, and they bought into it to say we will be a region of 70 million people standing together to recover what Nigeria took from us. And if others are willing to walk along, the Yoruba will have no quarrel with, the Middle Belt will have no quarrel with. The only problem is the strange civilization Sharia and then 12 contiguous states.
the caliphate. And if anybody says we don't have a problem emanating from that, that person needs to do some more study between them and the British joint venture. They don't belong here. They came by jihad. They got the northern part and had it for 100 years before the British got here. They came from the Atlantic front, conquered and deceived. They met halfway in the middle belt area, the Lorry-Benue axis, and like two robbery gangs, after one target, they formed a joint venture to capture that target and share the benefits. That was what became Nigeria in 1914. That caliphate was part of how it was all worked out. We were not told until it was announced. It was resisted here, but there were Dobas up north in Sokoto and Zungeru to celebrate that merger. And that joint venture is still taking 3 million barrels of crude oil every day, ready to kill whoever stands their way. That was what consumed 3.5 million people in Biafra. That's what led to all the arrangement to tie us up and down. 80% of the oil Nigeria is selling today, Umanu Igbo. Has anybody been to Boni here before? Has anybody been to any other language in Boni? Okrika, Degema, and all of it. So what they did in 1960 was to begin this pretense that there was some Niger Delta somewhere. Yes, there's a Boni language, there's a Joe language, but in all of what they have put together to divide up that place so that we're not on speaking terms anymore, it's just to make sure that we're not able to even know what is wrong with us. And therefore, we've come to where this constitution will go down. Those planning elections on it, those planning to renew it for another 4 years by holding elections on it, are going to have to contend with all of those who have repudiated it. Those repudiations were not matters of accident. They were worked out, programmed, and sold to the grassroots. And today, while they plan their election, the reason we've been in one retreat after the other, those who are going to make things happen in their places, we say, we will not accept one more electoral round to renew our enslavement for the same reasons. Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo, Nelson Mandela, Governor Mbeki, and all of them rejected apartheid. There was also the Bantustan regime in which some blacks in South Africa were persuaded to take it slowly, like some of our people talking restructuring. Let's go, take whatever we can find and not die. No. We say this document will go, and our strategy for shooting it down, because it's been talk and talk, nobody has seen much of action. The action around it is that those who reject it are rejecting election, and if elections are shut down, this document will not survive another month from the point that happens. And we're talking about 2018. We know security people are here. In fact, some of them are streaming live to Abuja. But it doesn't matter. We are convinced that it is within our reach to shut down this instrument of enslavement. And that was why we had to identify with the ADF when they said that our people are not in search of how to fix Nigeria. We want self-determination, that we reject this constitution as basis of Nigeria, and that we must go to a referendum to decide whether we're going with Nigeria or with ourselves. I think if all we take from this convention and this celebration is for our people to know that such is coming, that would have been a great achievement. Thank you very much.
That has been Tony Nadi of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, speaking at the convention of Aladima ADF, Alibo Development Foundation, at Enugu a few years back. I hope you gained a few insights as to why we need a referendum in Nigeria and why Nigeria is the way it is. Nigeria was set up to manipulate a particular people, to divide them, to sow the seed of discord among one people, telling Olobiri people, Boni people that they are not Igbo. Meanwhile, they are Igbo-speaking people. They are the same people, Nothing divided them. They are one people. But for it to work for Nigeria, they had to divide them. Now, our people have to actually wake up from their slumber and see the reality on ground, that all this thing has been designed to manipulate them. The 3 million barrels a day oil that is being lifted by Nigeria, which is now going for over $90 a barrel at the international market, it has not profited the people of Ijo. It has not profited the people of Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Ogoni. In fact, they have received massacres, genocides. So the earlier we subject Nigeria to referendum, the better for all of us. What is constitution?
Okay, so before we talk about what a constitution is, let's first explain why we need one. Let's start by looking at the fundamental things we all need as human beings. These are a voice in the decisions that affect our lives, material well-being such as food, shelter, and education, security and protection from violence or discrimination, and recognition and respect as individuals and communities. To help meet these needs, people create governments and delegate powers to them to exercise for the common good of society. The problem, though, is that while governments need powers to perform their functions, history tells us again and again that power without limits can lead to corruption, dictatorship, and oppression. Free, fair, and regular elections might help ensure good government. They allow people to select who they want in power, and over time, to vote out those who perform badly. But we also need some basic rules to control how that power is used, so that those who win elections still have to respect your rights and promote your interests, rather than using power for their own benefit. Just as in a game of football, there have to be rules and a referee. So in a democracy, there must be rules by which all the players are bound. These rules are provided in a constitution. The Constitution is a law, but it's not just an ordinary law. A constitution is a supreme law that establishes, organizes, and empowers the government, and determines how other laws are made and implemented. It is also more difficult to change than ordinary laws, so that those in power cannot make up the rules as they go along. Football wouldn't be fair if the winning team could change the rules, and democracy isn't fair if those in power can just change the Constitution according to their own whim. The Constitution harnesses the energy and power of the state, ensuring that the people control the reins. This explains why when people are trying to establish a new, fairer society, one of the first things they do is write a new constitution. This is what Norway did in 1814, India in 1950, South Africa in 1996, and Colombia in 1991. Indeed, nearly all countries in the world have a constitution to establish rules for using power. On the other hand, we've seen that when a democratic government is illegally overthrown, one of the first things the coup leaders do is set their sights on destroying the constitution. They don't want any inconvenient limits on their ability to rule by force. So the constitution both organizes and constrains power. Now, how does it do that? Well, there are several ways. One way is to divide power between different political institutions. For example, sharing functions between a president and a prime minister, or between two houses of a legislature, or between different levels of government, the national level, the regional, state, or provincial level, and the local level. A constitution defines the powers of these institutions and regulates the relationship between them. It also ensures that power is rotated. 1 year, we may vote for one candidate or party, but after a few years, their time will be up, and we will have the chance to choose someone else. This means that no one person, party, or institution can accumulate too much power or stay in power too long. It is important to maintain a strict separation between the political institutions on the one hand, such as the elected parliament and government, and on the other hand, the permanent neutral institutions of the state, such as the courts, the military, the police, and the civil service. Constitutions also constrain power by saying what governments must and must not do. For example, a set of constitutional rights may specify that you can't be tortured, that you can't be imprisoned without due cause, and that your freedom of expression can't be infringed. Other provisions may direct the government to provide for basic human needs, such as education, healthcare, sanitation, or housing. Constitutions don't only protect the majority. There may be special provisions for minorities and marginalized groups, for their security, their participation in government, and protections for their identity and culture. Most constitutions also have a nation-building function. They seek to embody national unity and to reflect and declare the identity of the nation and its people. The Constitution announces to citizens, to the government itself, and to the outside world what the nation is, what it stands for, where it has come from, and what its vision for the future might be. A good constitution is just one step along the road to a peaceful, prosperous, and democratic society, but it is a fundamental one. By setting down the rules by which the state should be governed, a good constitution helps to ensure that the democratic aspirations of a people become and remain a reality.
If the Constitution is a compass by which the ship of state has to sail, then what Nigeria is doing is actually headed to a big border that would destroy that ship. If the Constitution were to be a GPS under which Nigeria is driving to a particular destination, then Nigeria is headed the wrong way, the wrong destination. And it doesn't look good for the country, because the people that are supposed to help rescue this country, they are actively pushing it the wrong way. They are actually actively ignoring the obvious. In fact, the truth is presented to them and they consistently walk away from it, choosing instead to do the wrong things. Like Senator Abaribe said, how can they change the system that is taking care of them? How many of them in the National Assembly? None of them are honest enough to say, this is our problem. A senator once stood up in that floor and waved the document and said, here is the problem of Nigeria. Yet people like Enyinaya Abaribe and the rest of them don't recognize this urgent need. It's very shameful, very sad, very pathetic that we have people like this, criminals, armed robbers, in the National Assembly and House of Representatives, where they come to parade their wives, their harem of wives, 4 wives, where they come as Islamic caliphs, sitting in the chambers of the National Assembly to tell us that they are there to take charge. This is not the country for us. This is not the constitution we consented to. And so the need to have fresh protocols is imperative. It's unavoidable. This has been your guy, Stephen, speaking. Here is a quick reminder to everyone in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, everyone related to the country. The powers to make a new constitution, are in the hands of the indigenous peoples. It has nothing to do with National Assembly or any part elected or government appointed or imposed persons.
Constitution making has two stages. The first stage, number one, is referendum or vote by the various regions to agree to be in the same union country with indigenous peoples from other regions. This referendum is explicitly the business of each region and again has nothing to do with so-called National Assembly or federal government. Stage 2, number 2, if the referendum vote is in favor of federation to form a country, different regions now, to form a country, then the indigenous peoples will elect among themselves those who will represent them to craft the constitution in conjunction with representatives from indigenous peoples from other regions. That's how countries are brought together, like different countries, different regions, different provinces, different states come together to form their own country, to form a larger union that becomes country. Otherwise, those individual regions, they are nations on their own without the union. If the referendum vote is in favor to federate, to form a country, then the indigenous peoples will select among themselves those who will represent them to craft the constitution in conjunction with representatives from the indigenous peoples from other regions. The crafted constitution will be subjected to national referendum before it is adopted as a binding document. Again, this process has nothing to do with National Assembly or government appointees. This is how other countries that are doing well today are. This is how they came to be. Nigeria is operating a fraudulent document called 1999 Constitution. To obtain a properly made constitution, the two stages described above must be followed, and a transitioning body is required to oversee these two stages. The transitioning body will be selected by the indigenous peoples themselves and not by any National Assembly or any government, state or federal. No. It is the people. It starts from the local. Just as they say all crimes are local, the power to control any space is local. It is the people. This is the message of NINAS, and we believe it is achievable through the alliance of the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria. Everyone is therefore encouraged to join NINAS through your regional platforms, blocks, example, Lower Niger Territory, represented by the Lower Niger Congress, Middle Belt Forum, representing the Middle Belt, and the Lanomo Odua, representing the Southwest. If, as it will surely happen, the blocks vote not to be part of any union called Nigeria, then the indigenous peoples within that block can choose any name they want to bear. But it must be a name which is agreed by all and not because a particular section wants that name or that they feel the name has been existing for 1 million years, and whether the other constituents like it or not, they must bear that name. No, it doesn't happen that way. Referendum is an inclusive exercise. The people have to make up their mind where they want to be, what name they want to bear. It's not imposed, never. Personally, I don't have any problem with the name Biafra, but it must be acceptable to all and not forced on any ethnic nationality. Secondly, each ethnic nationality must willingly agree and get their representatives to sign to be part of that footprint called Biafra. The map of footprint of Biafra should be by agreement and willingness of any ethnic nationality that wants to be part of it. Imposition of Biafra or by any other name, by any other group, should be by agreement and consent, willingness of any ethnic nationality that wants to be part of that nation. No imposition will work. It's just like Nigeria. Nigeria cannot be imposed upon the people. And so also no other thing can be imposed after we get out of Nigeria or as we are trying to get out of Nigeria. So it's still power to the people. And that is what NINAS is all about.
No society wants you to become wise. It is against the investment of all societies. If people are wise, they cannot be exploited. If they are intelligent, they cannot be subjugated. They cannot be forced in a mechanical life to live like robots. They will assert their individuality. They will have the fragrance of rebellion around them. They would like to live in freedom. Freedom comes with wisdom, and no society wants people to be free. The communist society, the fascist society, the capitalist society, the Hindu, the Mohammedan, the Christian, no society would like people to use their own intelligence. Because the moment they start using their intelligence, they become dangerous. Dangerous to the establishment, dangerous to the people who are in power, dangerous to the haves, dangerous to all kinds of oppression, exploitation, suppression, dangerous to the churches, dangerous to the states. In fact, a wise man is a fire, alive, a flame. He would like rather to die than to be an slave.
And that is why NINAS must succeed, because it is the new gospel unto our people. To be free, to organize ourselves, pointing us toward the direction of freedom, is the new gospel. To all people of Southeast, South-South, otherwise known as Lower Niger Territory, Middle Belt, and Southwest, or Oduduwa Nation. The call to get organized is for your freedom, for your empowerment. That's what it's all about. NINAS got it covered. Check it out at www.ninasvoice.org. ninasvoice.org. This has been the Voice of Liberty, Radio, Lower Niger Territory.
Corruption called Nigeria that must be tackled urgently. Everyone knows that Nigeria, as experimentally constituted in 1914 by the British colonial masters, has evolved into a full basket of problems, wars, miseries, and controversies for the indigenous peoples, who are mesmerized, confused, brutalized, and outrightly denied human rights on a daily basis. Nigeria is suffocating everyone in Nigeria. Children, youths, men and women, families are directly and indirectly affected. At the entrance gate of a university in South Africa, an inscription reads, "Destroying any nation or country does not require the use of atomic bombs or the use of a long-range missile. It only requires lowering the quality of education and allowing cheating in the examinations by students. The consequence is patients die at the hands of such doctors, buildings collapse at the hands of such engineers, money is lost at the hands of such economists and accountants. Humanity dies at the hands of such religious scholars. Justice is lost at the hands of such judges. So, the collapse of education is the complete collapse of a nation or a country. Nigeria, as a divergent ethnic nationalities forced to be in one political union, the center no longer have the capacity to hold together democratically, such as plastic union. So, because of this simple but complex reason, nation building is quite impossible in Nigeria. Indigenous peoples, their sovereignties, assets, and resources are being hijacked by the Fulani Caliphate through an imposed 1999 fraudulent constitution. So the Fulani Caliphate dominates and rules over the rest of us as infidels. The same Sharia Caliphate are also feudalists who believe that all men are not born equal and that they are born to rule over the rest of us in the toxic Nigerian Union. As a consequence of this feudalist worldview by the Sharia Caliphate, which translates to a master-slave society, the insistence by the rest of Nigeria on democracy, which is premised on the equality of all men, translates in the imagination of the Sharia Caliphate to a direct challenge on their master-slave worldview, and therefore an affront against the master by the slave, which is punishable by death. The situation to the majority of the people, the South and the middle belt of Nigeria precisely, therefore, is that of being guilty on two separate counts that each carry death penalty. A lot is very wrong with the current fraudulent constitution that does not allow for referendum for self-determination. Consequent on this fraud are a lot of hunger, hardship, anger, unemployment, frustrations, killings, corruption, injustice, nepotism, subjugation, marginalization, insecurity, political rape, election manipulation, ethno-religious killings, economic conspiracy and strangulation, and so many other human casualties. All these woes are traceable to this 1999 fraudulent caliphate imposed constitution, and this is untenable. Another blindfolding ploy by the caliphate is to use a political game against the gullible politicians from the alliance territory of South and Middle Belt to go into elections in 2023. Some political actors from the alliance territories do not seem to sense the danger ahead by thinking that a slot for Southern presidency will solve the hydra-headed problems in Nigeria. The problem of Nigeria can't be solved by a president coming from southeast or southwest or wherever. Ninas is saying that all political parties should close shops. All political parties should close shops. And all politicians should retreat and surrender to the will of the peoples. All politicians should retreat and surrender to the will of the peoples. And they should be among the movement. They should join the movement of the peoples to decommission the fraudulent 1999 caliphate imposed constitution because it is not paying any person good. And the people say no more elections under the current 1999 fraudulent caliphate imposed constitution. The peoples say all the ethnic nationalities which make up the peoples say no more elections under the current 1999 fraudulent caliphate imposed constitution. Power belongs to the people. Power belongs to the people. For more information and to learn more, visit the websites www.ninasvoice.org, www.ninasvoice.org, and the other one is www.lowernigercongress.org, www.lowernigercongress.org, lowernigercongress.org. Thank you for listening. Stay tuned in the Lower Niger Radio always and get more information, get more enlightened, and get more educated. Thank you. God bless you.
Here is notes on the Nina's Self-Determinal for All campaign, November 24, 2021. Notes on the Nina's Self-Determination for All campaign, November 24, 2021. In response to a suggestion that the methods adopted by the agitators for the creation of Midwestern region could be a guide for attaining the self-determination goal of today by the various groups seeking autonomy, self-determination and independence in today's unitary Nigeria, Tony Nnadi, on behalf of the NINA's Secretariat, wrote as follows. First is to note that there was a settled constitution of Nigeria at the time the campaign for the creation of the Midwestern region was waged and eventually won in 1962-63. So the exercise was basically a plebiscite under the 1960 Constitution. Today, we do not have any constitution under which such could be pursued, except we want to elevate the Caliphate-imposed fraud of 1999 to the status of a constitution. This makes the situation radically different from the reality of the 1960 Federation of Nigeria. Next is to note that in the period leading to independence in 1960, the minorities of each of the three regions of the time, that is, northern, eastern, and western regions, had demanded and vigorously agitated to be separated from the majority ethnic groups in each of those regions, prompting the setting up of the Willings Commission of 1957, which main mandate was to examine and address the fears of the minorities ahead of the 1960 projected date of independence. The minorities of the North Middle Belt, led by the likes of Joseph Tucker, wanted a separation of the Middle Belt from the House of Fulani Kanuri-dominated northern region. The peoples of the Midwest wanted to be separated from the Yoruba-dominated western region. The minorities of eastern region, Niger Delta, wanted to be separated from the Igbo-dominated eastern region, as they demanded for the creation of COR states pre-independence. COR stands for Cross River, Ogoja, and Rivers. For these minorities, any independence from the British colonial control that would leave them in the belly of those ethnic majority-dominated regions was tantamount to mere transition to internal colonialism, and therefore amounted to incomplete decolonization for them. It is significant to note that the eventual excision of the Midwest from Western region of the time had to do with the wider orchestrations against the embattled Chief Obafemi Awolowo, then imprisoned for treasonable offenses by the Caliphate controllers of Nigeria, who sought to whittle down the towering influence of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. It is also significant to note that the Eastern minorities' agitation for the creation of COR states was attended to by the federal government of Nigeria in mischief, May 27, 1967, practically on the eve of the May 30th, 1967 declaration by the embattled Eastern region of itself as the Republic of Biafra. In other words, amidst the coups, union disputations, and chaos of 1966-1967, the fracturing by the then disputed federal government of the time of Eastern region into Rivers State, now broken further into Rivers and Bayelsa states, the southeastern state now broken further into Cross River and Akwa Ibom states, and the east central state now Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo states, by Gowon's decree number 14 of 1967, was a preemptive measure by that illicit federal government to block and truncate the May 30, 1967 secession of the then eastern region as Republic of Biafra. The pre-independence autonomy agitation by the Middle Belt has not been addressed to date, maybe because there has not arisen yet an occasion for the depth of mischief that bettered Midwestern region,
the old River State and the old Southeastern State. Perhaps, if the Gideon Oka coup of April 22, 1990 had succeeded, the Middle Belt would, like the other minorities of the Western and Eastern regions, been delivered from the suffocating bowels of the old Northern region. Let it be understood by all that, armed by the history of these heavily manipulated nation-building processes and the lessons of that history, the strategic objective of the NINAS, Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities and Alliance for Self-Determination grant script, is to peacefully complete the decolonization of Nigeria in a manner that would fully restores the sovereignties and self-determinations rights of the various nations and peoples forcefully conscripted by British colonial fiat into the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914. The world calls Nigeria now encapsulated and defined by the rogue 1999 Constitution. Visit ninasvoice.org and lowernigercongress.org. From the NINAS Secretariat, November 24, 2021, signed by Tony Nadi.
Niger Delta agitation is caliphate seizure of oil and gas. Behind Biafra and Odua agitation, caliphate imposed unitary Nigeria. Behind the caliphate itself is the rogue 1999 constitution. Elections 2023 is caliphate push to retain the 1999 fraud. Nigerians, say no to any further election in the country. Let's take down the 1999 Constitution and save our people and our land.
The country is not burning for nothing. You probably have heard in the news in the last few days that a lady from the north, a Muslim lady, got crowned Miss Nigeria. And the reaction of the north is to send their Sharia police to arrest the lady. We're not in one country, and so we must part ways. Here is the parable of Europia, written by Femi Olufumilade. It touches on the very heart of the problem. Meanwhile, NINAS has given us the guideline, the processes that must be followed to get out of this mess called One Nigeria. Because we don't belong, really, we don't belong with the Arewa 12 Sharia states. We do not belong. And we do not in any way impede them in following after their religious dictates. But the other question is, why are they standing on our way? Why are they being such an obstacle to seeing Nigeria peacefully sorted out? Why are they standing in the way of a lasting solution to the existential problem of Nigeria? Why are there such a clog in the wheel of progress of the nations being detained in one Nigeria under the 1999 Constitution? Imagine Hisbah arresting the parents of the Kanu girl who just won Miss Nigeria pageant. Those Islamists in the north of Nigeria are qualified to be a separate country governed by Sharia. That's what they all want. They are just like Afghanistan, if I may add. Don't mind the pretension to being some sort of liberal nationalists. It doesn't exist among them. They all want the Sharia, including the professors
They only differ on the type of extent because they only differ on the type and the extent because each of the Islamic sects that are better among them claims superiority over the others. The Sunni have gained the upper hand, the president of Nigeria and most of the governors being part of the sect. But the other sects too, including Boko Haram, have members in powerful positions, including the armed forces. They are the ones who undermine the fight against insurgency. As the Yoruba would say, the insect destroying the vegetable plant lives on it. Let them have an autonomous nation with their preferred and chosen constitution based on this Islamic law. I mean, we are very, very free-minded in this matter. We wish the North what they wish themselves, which is Sharia state, like Somalia, Afghanistan, that's Yemen. This is who they want to be. If eventually they decide to be like Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or UAE, we also wish them all the best. But we need to go through referendum to sort things out and get things going the right direction, at least for our people. Give me and my own people the latitude to enact our own constitution and spell out how we want to be governed and our vision of our place in the world. We can associate as a confederacy the way Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and England have been for decades. That's the minimum for peace, harmony, and progress. It is crass ignorance on the part of supposedly educated people to think the solution is in being a Nigerian and forgetting you belong to diverse cultures. Exactly. That's stupidity. It's like the Roman Empire welding the French, Italians, Germans, Russians, Irish, and English into one country called Europea. Then the country isn't working. Excuse me. They perpetually quarrel over revenue sharing, power sharing, etc. They plot coup against whoever is in power based on the perception that he's favoring his tribe. Maybe he's Hitler favoring the German tribe. Then some idiots come up with an appeal. We are all whites. Let's see ourselves first and foremost as Europeans. Let's forget our tribal differences. If we can see ourselves as one, we shall be the hope of the white race. Europea is the hope of whites. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether, be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut down. I'll go over that again. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut them down. They called them anarchists until a day came after the centralized authority lost total control over security. Dozens of armed groups are springing up outside the control of government to provide security. Eventually, a bloody civil war breaks out because of an election in which the ignoramuses have placed the hope of a messiah being elected. While those who know better won, the ignorant and puffed up illusionists call them doomsayers because they are living across the ocean in safety. A bloody civil war breaks out, election dispute, and who should control power, and great is the fall of the hope of the white race, Europea, by Femi Olufumilade. I pray that this doesn't come upon Nigeria, but it is up to Nigerians to decide how it goes.
because the future looks very bleak for the country presently known as Nigeria. The future looks extremely bleak. Very, very bleak. That's the parable of Europea and the call by Ninas on which way Nigeria, the call for referendum, the most peaceful way to get things sorted out and put this derailed train on the track again.
Lower Niger Radio is your station for all the amazing topics on history, culture, and self-determination. We discuss ways we can solve our collective problems created for us by seen and unseen, known and unknown elements. We take you from the starting point to your destination. We promote and uphold our cultural, social, and moral values. Tune in today and listen to amazing personalities and be entertained as well. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation for the peoples of Anang, Bini, Eshan, Efik, Ibibio, Ibo, Ishekiri, Ijo, Igede, Kalabari, Ubolo, Ugoja, Ugoni, Okrika, Urobo, and others. We bring you messages of hope, truth, and trust. Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from slavery.
Amidst the union dispute declared by the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, on December 16, 2020, when the regional political merchants are done with their horse-trading charade labeled political solution to separatists and secessionists, they will dismount from their high horses and soberly engage the self-determination questions arising from the grave constitutional grievances inflicted by Nigeria's imposed unitary constitutional order on the peoples of the distressed Federation of Nigeria. Until then, let folly reign in the refugee camp of regional renegades called Abuja, said by Tony Nadi, December 2nd, 2021. There's something else that is like this. That one had questions to ask. Here it goes. Wale Arishekola asked the following questions. He says, if anyone has any answers, they should please wake him up and in the morning and let him know what the answers are to these questions. What suddenly happened to the Bring Back Our Girls movement? Have all the girls returned, or it was a mere selfish project by aggrieved individuals? Number 2, why has Duziki not gone back to court to face charges for his monumental fraud since he was granted bail last year? Does bail mean all charges have been dropped forever, or has he been going to court secretly? Number 3, those who promise that they will expose the sponsors of Boko Haram as soon as possible, what are they still waiting for? Are the sponsors still elusive 5 years down the line? We haven't had the name or prosecution of any sponsor.
4, where is Sadiq Oguche, the mastermind of the Nyanya bombing, and Kabiru Sokoto, who was apprehended for the Suleja Catholic Church bombing? Where are they? 5, when Boko Haram members repent, unquote, and get rehabilitated, how do they not mention their sponsors? Also, how do we monitor them to ensure they don't go back to rejoin the terrorists? Number 6, Where are we on this sensational NDDC/off-mic exposure? Are the people just going to get away with such monumental fraud as exposed by Babio and Co.? 7. What is the outcome of EFCC's investigation into the alleged multi-billion naira financial misappropriation and embezzlement by the chairman and commissioners of Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission and illegal use of the commission's money against President's directive to buy expensive luxury cars for themselves and their spouses? Number 8. Where are we on the Magu issue? Is he still on suspension or has he been removed? Was he found guilty or was it just a setup? Number 9. How did the police arrive at discharging Abba Kyari without releasing the circumstances surrounding his involvement and vindication by the Special Panel of Investigation? Does it mean that FBI lied? Is it the duty of a police officer, crime investigator, to mediate between a teller and an international criminal? Number 10. When will we see the report of the NNPC audit that was promised to be released within the first 6 months? Anyone with sensible answers to any of or all of the above is invited to help out. This is courtesy of Advocacy for Good Governance Social Network. Again, the whole thing that contains all that Wale, what is his full name again? Wale Arishekola, the whole thing that, the 10 questions he just put out now, they are all embedded in the Constitution of Nigeria. The 1999 Constitution is the reason all the problem, all the headache, all the stomach upset, all the challenges, all the lack of water, electricity, road, infrastructures, all the discrimination, all the bloodletting, all the Fulani terrorists. Muhammadu Buhari. It is because of that constitution. That's why we are where we are. And so the earlier we get it sorted out, the better for everyone. And it is the best thing that can happen to Africa, that we get it sorted out. Others will come to learn it from us. So check out ninasvoice.org, lowernigercongress.org. Here is Ahmadu Bello's mission statement and battle script of October 1960. October 12th, barely 11 days after Nigeria's paper independence, on October 1st of 1960. Here is what he had to say. The new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We must use the minorities of the North as willing tools and the South as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. This is 1960. Now consider how the North went to set up Sharia during Obasanjo's presidency. And Obasanjo, who has always been a slave to the Arewa, called it political Sharia. That was effective separation from Nigeria, but Obasanjo didn't react very well. Instead, he sent Nigerian military to go, the same Janjaweed soldiers, to go and kill off people of Odi and Zaki Biam. Now, or even the killing of mass members or imprisonment across Southeast. Now, this is how Nigeria has been going. Consider what this Ahmadu Bello said in 1960 to what Muhammadu Buhari is carrying out today. And you get to realize why Nina's movement is the way to go. The dominoes are falling for Nigeria. It's all going. The union is going down. So all that we're doing, we're buying time. But the country is already gone down the cliff. Only a multi-regional referendum will rescue the situation. Anything else is merely postponing the evil day. And that's very unfortunate. Here's an article penned by the Secretary General of Lower Niger Congress and the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, on May 21st, 2021. It goes this way. The wisdom of setting your own roof on fire. The conquest, designs, and murderous invasions of the Fulani is countrywide in Nigeria and was long in coming, facilitated immeasurably by the Caliphate-imposed 1999 constitution that tied everyone's hands to the back. Receiving a great boost when Buhari, the great Fulani champion, marauded his way to power via the Boko Haram campaign machinery back in 2015. The situation certainly required strategic action from the new non-caliphate rest of Nigeria to address. At a time, the non-caliphate rest of Nigeria rallied behind the strategic actions prescribed by the LNC Movement for New Nigeria, or NINAS grand script that would oust both the Fulani and the 1999 constitution that brings them to our various spaces. Those Igbo folks, especially in the diaspora and particularly in the World Igbo Congress, WIC, who mocked what was being done by the LNC and its MNN allies, now NINAS, as mere academic exercise. Those Igbo who wanted physical action and who clapped and cheered rancorously and donated generously when Nnamdi Kanu announced the Igbo self-immolating outfit tagged ESN that was commanded to murder soldiers and policemen in Igbo land are the same ones shouting blue murder now that the Fulani embraced the invitation and license of Nnamdi Kanu to kill Igbo youth with impunity. Maybe when the blood festival that Nnamdi Kanu has been preparing for the Fulani and Nigeria in Igbo land gets fully underway, and when sufficient blood is shed in Igbo land to satisfy the bloodthirsty demons being invoked by the chief merchant of the Rogue Biafra franchise, the unthinking and dishonest Igbo cheerleaders of Nnamdi Kanu's lunacy will become sober and honest enough to proclaim very loudly to the hearing of both the global community and non-caliphate alliance partners in Nigeria that Nnamdi Kanu is the cause of the great calamity that has befallen Igbo land. Until then, let us continue in our dishonesty and folly of clapping and cheering for the bloodthirsty lunatics setting the Igbo roof on fire in the name of a totally meaningless Biafra restoration. No one is rejoicing about Nigeria's current genocidal onslaught in Igbo land and consequences will attach for the crimes against humanity now being committed in the East by the illicit federal government of Nigeria. But while all steps are being taken to get that, to get halt the official and unofficial bloodletting and military operations in Igbo land, we must also find the courage and honesty to proclaim very loudly that Nnamdi Kanu brought this upon Igbo land, and he truly did. Next is the Guardian newspaper advertorial taken up by the World Igbo Congress, whose leader is based in Houston, Texas, U.S., where World Igbo Congress was in total support for the ESN madness that has bettered the clearly foreseeable killings and military operations in Igbo land. Hailing and expressing support for the so-called Eastern Security Network set up by Nnamdi Kanu and his IPOB, which rapidly degenerated to unknown gunmen, which prompted the massive military operation, was unleashed in Igbo land by the federal government of Nigeria as a reaction to what Kanu was doing. This WIC World Igbo Congress advertorial in Guardian newspaper is cited by the federal government of Nigeria as irrefutable evidence that the Igbo elite are in full endorsement of the mass murder Nnamdi Kanu was orchestrating in Igbo land, both against the Igbo who opposed his methods and against law enforcement, police and military. This unfortunately was what informed the indiscriminate killing by federal troops, by Nigerian military and police in Igbo land, because in the sight of the federal government and its military, IPOB was Igbo. We heard when the Inspector General of Police openly asked the mobile police forces deployed as part of the military operation in the southeast to kill instead of arresting anyone suspected to be involved with IPOB. More like kill them all order, reminiscent of the 1966 pogroms, when they were killing whoever that is considered to be non-Northerner and Easterner. Just because the WIC at the Victoria turned all Igbo to IPOB ESN in the eyes of the Nigerian federal government. It was against the backdrop of the WIC at Victoria tragedy that the widely circulated AVID's letter, the U.S. Department of Defense, citing Nnamdi Kanu as the only hope of the Igbo, simply reinforced the aforementioned Igbo conspiracy view of the federal government of Nigeria for the killing of troops and policemen in Igbo land, compounding therefore an existing tragedy. Below is another video and a commentary.
From the various states of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, they come in honor of the invitation of the Ijaw National Congress to its program titled All Ijaw Summit.
The point of fact is that
expectedly, issues concerning the aspirations of the Ijaw nation dominate discussions on the theme, the Nigerian state and the Ijaw question.
What we have in our country today is a unitary system of governance.
That's the governor of Bayelsa State.
And dressed in the borrowed robes of federalism.
Not surprisingly, speaking.
States and ethnic nationalities are increasingly clamoring for self-determination.
God bless you.
Or even in outright cases, secession.
Thank you.
An ideal situation will be the devolution of powers from the center to the states.
There you go.
While it is my cherished hope that Nigeria will find reasons to coexist peacefully, equitably, and justly, we cannot believe that all is well. Gatherings such as this should actually prepare us for the eventuality.
The country called Nigeria.
The sub-themes are redefining the Nigerian state and the Ijaw people, the imperative of Ijaw quest for self-determination yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and reforms in Ijaw national polity, the need for self-introspection. The program ends with a communique.
The Ijaw nation and Ijaw people will no longer depend on the Nigerian state.
That's Professor Benjamin Ogaba,
for the protection of their environment.
President of Ijaw National Congress.
To this end, an autochthonous Ijaw environmental protection strategy is evolved so as to leave behind a sustainable land for future generations.
The Ijaw nation takes a stand for self-determination.
We have resolved from this summit to employ and engage all peaceful, diplomatic, and non-violent means and pursuits to actualize our right to self-determination as a distinct people of common historical, linguistic, and cultural affinity and geographical contiguity. The Ijaw people shall stop at nothing to drive, to pursue this target of self-determination until it is achieved.
Amen.
A common denominator among participants is the leaking wellhead of ITAL's OML 29,
the pollution in Nembe, and the cry of the people. Ovietime George, Arise News.
The leakage is continuing and nothing is being done about it. The leakage in Nembe is ongoing. You can see the pipe leaking. Nobody is doing anything about it. Meanwhile, a northerner, Aminu Seira, wrote the following about the South. The Igbo people need to follow exactly what the Ijaw people are doing. We need to follow through with it. Ndi Igbo through Ohaneze needs to come out and make our position known. We're not interested in the next 2023 election. We're not interested in who becomes the president of a dysfunctional country, Nigeria. But we're interested in having a referendum to help us find out from our people whether they want to remain in Nigeria or they want to remain outside of Nigeria. This is what our people are clamoring for, not who becomes the next president of Nigeria. The president of Nigeria would do no Igbo any good. It may make a few people billionaires in naira or dollars, but that's how far it can go. You will still be in jail under the 1999 Constitution if your neighbor, if your town's guy becomes the president. It doesn't change anything about your future, anchored on the 1999 Constitution. Now, this is what this Northerner had to say against the South. Notice how he addressed the Southerners. No Southerner will smell the seat of the president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments, says Aminu Seira. We are just watching the actions of the Southerners against the Northerners without taking any decision, without taking any decisive action against them, because we know where we are waiting for them. The North is telling the South that they have the population. Maybe they are counting the sons in the desert to outnumber the South, but we're not interested in the election. We're interested in a referendum that will happen before we even get far. That they are focusing on something else. So he says no Southerner will smell the seat of president in this country again. Politics is a game of number, not by education or derogatory comments. We have the number and we are at liberty to decide who becomes the next president of this country. We've watched Southerners humiliate, insult, abuse, kill, and torture our people, and as well destroy the means of livelihood of our people, doing their legitimate business in the South. In all of this, we never revenge because we know, wow, the Northerners are master of liars. These are the people that has been beheading people, destroying businesses and houses and lives across the North. When something happens in Europe, Christians in Nigeria get killed by Islamic extremists and terrorists in Nigeria, in Arewa, Nigeria. These people killed an old lady in Kano just a few years ago. They killed a teacher in Bauchi for removing Quran in the hands of a student that was using it to cheat in an exam. They killed that teacher, a Yoruba lady. Now they are telling us that they don't do nothing to the South. Wow. Anyway. Any Southerner planning to contest the presidential position of this country will receive the highest humiliation and embarrassment he has never seen all through his life. These people hate us with passion, including our religion, and you don't expect us to allow them rule us. This is in line with Ahmadu Bello's position that the South must be treated as a conquered territory, with the minority in the North as their slaves to do whatever they wish, and never allow the South to have the rule over them. That's what this guy, Aminu Seira, is repeating here. We are meant to be at the top, not beneath, right from the origin of this country. We've not been defeated in an election, and it won't happen in 2023. They should continue destroying their region with sit at home while we are planning ahead of them come 2023. If the South does not follow through with what the judges did, I mean, I mean, particularly Southeast, Ndị Igbo must follow through and make their position known in Nigeria. Ndị Igbo, we are not interested in any further election about who rules Nigeria. There is future beyond Nigeria. There is future beyond present Nigeria that is not working. There is something better. That is what Ndị Igbo should be suing for, not who becomes the next president of a dysfunctional country. Ndị Igbo must not die because of Nigeria, but Ndị Igbo can live outside of Nigeria. Outside current arrangement that is not working. A hijacked arrangement. Nigeria, as presently constituted and administered, is a rogue country, worse than North Korea. Worse than North Korea. I mean, North Korea even have road. Whether it's few, it doesn't matter, but they have road. Maybe there are not much cars on it, but they have road. Their electricity may be epileptic, but it's better than that of Nigeria. Referendum is loading. Referendum, multi-regional referendum is loading.
Niger Delta agitation is caliphate seizure of oil and gas. Behind Biafra and Odua agitation, caliphate imposed unitary Nigeria. Behind the caliphate itself is the rogue 1999 constitution. Elections 2023 is caliphate push to retain the 1999 fraud. Nigerians, say no to any further election in the country. Let's take down the 1999 Constitution and save our people and our land.
The country is not burning for nothing. You probably have heard in the news in the last few days that a lady from the north, a Muslim lady, got crowned Miss Nigeria. And the reaction of the north is to send their Sharia police to arrest the lady. We're not in one country, and so we must part ways. Here is the parable of Europia, written by Femi Olufumilade. It touches on the very heart of the problem. Meanwhile, Nenas has given us the guideline, the processes that must be followed to get out of this mess called One Nigeria. Because we don't belong, really, we don't belong with the Ariwa 12 Sharia states. We do not belong. And we do not in any way impede them in following after their religious dictates. But the other question is, why are they standing on our way? Why are they being such an obstacle to seeing Nigeria peacefully sorted out? Why are they standing in the way of a lasting solution to the existential problem of Nigeria? Why are there such a clog in the wheel of progress of the nations being detained in one Nigeria under the 1999 Constitution? Imagine Hizbah arresting the parents of the Kanu girl who just won Miss Nigeria pageant. Those Islamists in the north of Nigeria are qualified to be a separate country governed by Sharia. That's what they all want. They are just like Afghanistan, if I may add. Don't mind the pretension to being some sort of liberal nationalists. It doesn't exist among them. They all want the Sharia, including the professors. They only differ on the type of extent because and the extent because each of the Islamic sects that are better among them claims superiority over the others. The Sunni have gained the upper hand
the president of Nigeria and most of the governors being part of the sect. But the other sects too, including Boko Haram, have members in powerful positions, including the armed forces. They are the ones who undermine the fight against insurgency. As the Yoruba would say, the insect destroying the vegetable plant lives on it. Let them have an autonomous nation with their preferred and chosen constitution based on this Islamic law. I mean, we are very, very free-minded in this matter. We wish the North what they wish themselves, which is Sharia state, like Somalia, Afghanistan, that's Yemen. This is who they want to be. If eventually they decide to be like Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or UAE, we also wish them all the best. But we need to go through referendum to sort things out and get things going the right direction, at least for our people. Give me and my own people the latitude to enact our own constitution and spell out how we want to be governed and our vision of our place in the world. We can associate as a confederacy the way Scotland, Ireland, Wales, and England have been for decades. That's the minimum for peace, harmony, and progress. It is crass ignorance on the part of supposedly educated people to think the solution is in being a Nigerian and forgetting you belong to diverse cultures. Exactly. That's stupidity. It's like the Roman Empire welding the French, Italians, Germans, Russians, Irish, and English into one country called Europea. Then the country isn't working. Excuse me. They perpetually quarrel over revenue sharing, power sharing, etc. They plot coup against whoever is in power based on the perception that he's favoring his tribe. Maybe he's Hitler favoring the German tribe. Then some idiots come up with an appeal. We are all whites. Let's see ourselves first and foremost as Europeans. Let's forget our tribal differences. If we can see ourselves as one, we shall be the hope of the white race. Europea is the hope of whites. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether, be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut down. I'll go over that again. Anybody who knows better and is warning that this is a structural problem, those who advise restructure or let each of the tribes decide how they want to be part of Europea, or those who wish to opt out altogether be allowed to do so via a referendum. The ignoramuses shut them down. They called them anarchists until a day came after the centralized authority lost total control over security. Dozens of armed groups are springing up outside the control of government to provide security. Eventually, a bloody civil war breaks out because of an election in which the ignoramuses have placed the hope of a messiah being elected. While those who know better won, the ignorant and puffed up illusionists call them doomsayers because they are living across the ocean in safety. A bloody civil war breaks out, election dispute, and who should control power, and great is the fall of the hope of the white race, Europea, by Femi Olufumilade. I pray that this doesn't come upon Nigeria, but it is up to Nigerians to decide how it goes, because the future looks very bleak for the country presently known as Nigeria. The future looks extremely bleak. Very, very bleak. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's the parable of Europia and the call by Ninas on which way Nigeria, the call for referendum, the most peaceful way to get things sorted out and put this derailed train on the track again.
Did you know that Peter Afunanya is DSS spokesperson, Onyema Nwachukwu is Army spokesperson, and Frank Mba is police spokesperson?
They are serving as spokespersons to Nigeria's DSS, Army, and police, while the same forces are serving as occupation force, killing and burying people in mass graves in the southeast. They are joining the Fulani in making sure that the population of the southeast is reduced. And that not just southeast, but in the south, southwest, and middle belt, they are continuing on genocide across Nigeria. These are the things that will see to Nigeria's end. And we want nothing other than a binding referendum that will take place across the Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa land, and middle belt to decide our future moving forward with Nigeria.
And do you know that even the constitution that we use today, which is the 1999 constitution, denies what is called in law autochthony. In other words, there is no referendum, there is no plebiscite. The people of Nigeria did not vote to say, this is the constitution we want. It was imposed on us by a military decree, and yet it remains the ground norm. I mean, what a misnomer. We are not in a dictatorship, but we are running a constitution that we didn't vote for. And our administrative units have been carved on the basis of that constitution, supplanting our regional.
The constitution that operates in Nigeria today is a fraudulent, mischievous document foisted on Nigeria by a departing military junta. In fact, it is Decree 24 of 1999, which should have been a mere transitional instrument for governing a country of the stature and standing of Nigeria within the international community. I would have thought that the first item on the agenda of the government that came to power in 1999 was to address the issue of that constitution, its legitimacy. Because, like the Patriots observed, it told a lie against itself by saying that we Nigerians, under God, have agreed to live together, blah, blah, blah. There was no time when we were asked that question. And Nigeria, I believe, still requires what lawyers call an autochthonous constitution, a constitution that that captures the needs and interests of the Nigerians, a constitution that finds legitimacy in the eyes of the citizens, not one handed down from low and high by a military junta.
Our present extant constitution is an imposition of the military. A supreme military council that was not elected by anybody, that did not respect any known parameter in its recruitment except seniority in the army, that was lopsided in terms of its geographical identity of membership, imposed a constitution, enacted it like a legislation. It was not subjected to a plebiscite, it was not subjected to a referendum. In law, you say it's not autochthonous because the people did not agree that the 1999 constitution is their constitution. We didn't vote for its approval. So it's not cognizable in law as a valid constitution. It has been imposed of us by sheer force. And no government has had the courage to subject it to a national plebiscite. And if you do, most Nigerians will say this is not our constitution. We've created local government and states administrative structures that do not obey any known parameter. We've taken away the sovereignty of natural resources from our people and concentrated in an omnibus and amorphous federal government that is characterized by inefficiency over time.
Wole Soyinka, as a man of knowledge, has just expressed the fact, unlike individuals that parade themselves as professors of constitutional law and constitutional lawyers, senior advocates, and the rest, who still continue to defend the 1999 Constitution as if it doesn't matter the source, it doesn't matter that it's a forged document, by claiming that the people made it and it has been shown that the people didn't make it, in a suit that was filed on behalf of Anthony Naro, Wole Soyinka, Bishop Bonigi, Dokubo Asari, Ralph Wazurike, and a couple of others, Alhaji Yerima Shetima, who just gave that ultimatum. Yeah, he was part of the signatory to the lawsuit that was filed on their behalf by the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress.
I dare to tell this nation today that this is the problem. This constitution can never give us progress. This constitution can never give us peace. This constitution can never give us unity. And unfortunately, most of us in this National Assembly, we don't have the spine to face what we need to give this republic to have peace and progress. What do I mean? This constitution has 68 items. 68 on the exclusive list. This constitution has only 12 on the concurrent list. And those 12 are written so nebulously, so fraudulently, that you know that the intention is to even undermine those concurrent lists. The formal name of this republic is Federal Republic of Nigeria. Unfortunately, we don't run a federalist system in Nigeria. Otherwise, what is so unique about all those things that are in the exclusive list? In this chamber, we try to federalize the police system. In this chamber, we failed. Every crime is local. And the solution to every crime is local. The earlier that senators in Nigeria summon the courage to say, we should not continue to deceive ourselves.
Nigeria is threatening everybody and groups. When we lie to ourselves and we're reaping the fruits of lying, we're victims of the lie that we call our own, the social contract, which is another name for the Constitution. We say we in Nigeria give this Constitution to ourselves. We didn't. It was imposed. And it's not working. It's centralized. And the good things of life are not available for Nigerians. And they are crying. And you begin to blame them. You don't blame victims. You blame the system that produced the victims. This Constitution is not made by Nigerians. It's imposed. A federal constitution should be truly a federal constitution. You don't centralize everything. Nobody can fix this system. It's like putting square peg in round hole. It wouldn't work. It's not Buhari's fault, or Jonathan, or the previous ones. They were handed, and still being handed, instruments, i.e. the Constitution, that cannot work the way it is. Let us do an agreement. Constitution is an agreement that we agree to live together by these rules which we will spell out about governance. This current one is a fraudulent one. And it's giving us victimhood because we never did it. And they say we did it. If somebody says you did something that you not do, is that not a lie? We went to court. The case is in court. Praying the court to say, look, the Nigerian people never did it. The court kept adjoining. Part of the problem we have. The case is still in court. In Nauru started it. A lot of distinguished men and women
up and down this country have their signature there. The case has not been taken.
All right, we'll also anchor at that point. Dr. Amos Akingba is in Adeko and Afeni Ferry Chieftain. We appreciate your talking to us this morning.
It's my great pleasure.
While the government of Nigeria is doing everything to destroy the country, to humiliate especially the Igbo people within the country, another group, the IPOB, has become essentially partner with the government in making sure that the lives of our people are messed up. That's why you have sit-at-home orders that are being enforced by criminals who were released from prison illegally. And they are roaming the streets, shooting and killing people, going about their normal businesses, disturbing lives, making sure that our people have no peace, that our people have no plan. In fact, next week they are planning on having people shut in from Monday through Thursday. Those days, Nnamdi Kanu will be appearing in the court for scheduled hearing. Now you wonder, is this group working for the good of Igbo people or for the destruction of the Igbo nation? Your guess is as good as mine. Because we've allowed failed state leaders to call the shots in our country. Everything has been destroyed and reduced to nothingness. Poverty, insecurity, among other challenges, is what our people are beset with these days. And yet they consider themselves messengers and deliverers of our people. Noam Chomsky had this to say: education is not memorizing that Hitler killed 6 million Jews. Education is understanding how millions of ordinary Germans were convinced that it was required. Isn't it amazing that some members of IPOB actually find grounds to justify the nonsense they are doing? Sometimes they go into denial mode, but we know what's going on. We can't be fooled. Education is learning how to spot the signs of history repeating itself. It's obvious and jumps right out at you that Muhammadu Buhari successfully has implemented his Fulanization and jihadi plan without hindrance from any quarters in Nigeria. And to this end, Marvelous Marvels Nato had this to say: Buhari is aware. He is deliberate about his goals and objectives. When you make excuses for Muhammadu Buhari on the premise that he has been unaware of everything happening under his government, then you are very ignorant. I must add that some people have actually stated that Muhammadu Buhari is suffering from dementia or Alzheimer's, both of them, dementia and Alzheimer's. Unfortunately, we have people who are calling the shots using his name, and they are running the country aground, doing all sorts of criminal activities in the name of government. Ruga was a long-term strategy of Buhari, and the only way to implement it was to murder indigenous people by importing and arming his Fulani kinsmen beyond Nigeria to come and dispossess people of their lands, and they are succeeding daily. As I write this, the Fulani herdsmen have occupied large swaths of land in the Middle Belt and some parts of the South under military and police protection, and those lands have become theirs permanently, except the inevitable happens or the people pick up arms against them. Secondly, Muhammad Buhari's plan was to build northern economy to the neglect of others. He started by closing the southern borders to revitalize the moribund Trans-Sahara trade route in the north for his kinsmen, while the patronizers of Nigeria-Benin trade routes groan and mourn under severe hardship. The railway construction from Katsina to Niger Republic was in furtherance of his economic and trade terrorism against Nigerians, especially southern and middle belt Nigerians. A project that adds little economic value to 95% of Nigerians, but aimed at enriching his Fulani kinsmen in the Niger and beyond. Note that the people he used in implementing these projects are mainly Southerners. People like Rotimi Amaechi, the Minister of Transport. The same people who insult, malign, and ridicule every step taken by
Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to expand the economy for all Nigerians, but now support the pursuit of parochial interest for current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari. Thirdly, he succeeded in transforming himself into a despotic leader by exploiting the selfishness, wickedness, and insensitivity of Southern Judas God politicians who are ever ready to throw their people under the bus for their political career. The implication is that the major political players dare to declare their presidential ambition without consulting him first. Just like Dave Umahu did on Monday, Bola Ahmed did on Friday, like they are taking turns to go and present themselves before the emperor. They are looking to become the next president of a country that is moribund, a country that needs nothing other than constitutional reordering, like regional, multi-regional constitutional vote that will have to happen in this country if peace were to reign in the land. These guys have no idea what is happening. Yeah, they dare not declare their presidential ambition without consulting him first. Buhari is the Lord who will determine who to run or who not to run. Finally, he managed to fool you into thinking that he wasn't aware of all the extrajudicial murder going on in Nigeria by the official Fulani security, that is the Nigerian army, the Nigerian police, the DSS, and all other security arms that are engaging in extrajudicial killings. Buhari is not ignorant. He is a deliberate murderer, a strategic wicked fellow. How can you claim that this man is unaware when he has deliberately and strategically taken everything for his kinsmen and turned you into a slave? Buhari appointed all the major security heads to be Fulani for them to rule this country, to run this country aground, to render the entire citizens slaves right in our ancestral lands. Don't make excuses for Muhammad Buhari through your ignorance. And again, I repeat, education is not memorizing that Hitler killed 6 million Jews or that Nigeria killed more than 3 million Biafrans during the Civil War. Education is understanding how millions of ordinary Germans and Nigerians were convinced that it was required to do so. Education is learning how to spot the signs of history repeating itself in 2022. Now, what's the solution? The solution is embracing the gospel of NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, the message that gives hope, the message that restores vision to the blind people of the southern and middle belt Nigerians, to seek, to press, to demand for a binding multi-regional referendum that will lead to breaking of chains, the breaking of the bondage upon which our people are presently held. Thanks for listening. This has been the Voice of Liberty, the Lower Niger Territory Radio. God bless you.
Nigerian Union Dispute: The Folly of Building on a Rickety Constitutional Foundation by Tony Nnadi, NINAS, January 7, 2022. Responding to media questions about what seems to be a mobilization by political parties towards the 2023 round of national elections under the disputed 1999 Constitution, co-convener and coordinating secretary of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nnadi, wrote as follows. Knowing what we know now about the fraud of 1999, enacted by Decree Number 24 of 1999 and christened the 1999 Constitution, and seeing the monumental failures of the Nigeria erected upon the rickety foundation of that fraud, as well as the mind-boggling miseries of Nigeria trapped in what has become a union of death, it is most obdurate to continue the construction of Nigeria on the basis of that constitution, which has been repudiated and rejected countrywide. Those still planning to go to another round of national elections in 2023 under the fraudulent of 1999 Constitution are actually compounding the treason initiated by Abdulsalam Abubakar and his confederates in 1999, and are therefore the worst enemies of their own people. As they continue to defy the will of their people and undermine the sovereignty of their people, they will soon find themselves on a head-on collision with those who are being killed, impoverished, and enslaved under that constitution. We must now formally halt the preparations for any further renewal of our damnation in 2023 by way of another round of national elections under that caliphate-imposed engine of fraud called the 1999 Constitution. We must now go into a transitioning process to undertake the orderly decommissioning of the defeated 1999 Constitution and the distillation of fresh constitutional protocols dictated by the self-determination imperative for Nigeria's constituent components as ratified by referendums. This would be in a two-stage process that begins with regional self-determination referendums to either recommit or opt out of the failed and unworkable union defined by the 1999 Constitution. Depending on the outcome of the aforementioned regional referendums in the first stage, it is in the second stage that the question of negotiating or drafting another federating constitution would arise. All political parties in Nigeria must be told in clear terms that the issues confronting Nigeria and Nigerians now cannot be resolved by elections, since the winners of any further elections under the 1999 Constitution must swear to and govern by that Constitution. They cannot, therefore, be allowed to frame the grave issue of existential threats confronting the peoples of Nigeria at this time as capable of being resolved by the emergence of one party or the other in power after another election ritual in 2023. The 5-point proposition of the December 16, 2020 Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, activated by the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, provides a clear, comprehensive, time-bound framework for the immediate undertaking the inevitable grand reconfiguration of the failed Lugodian of the 1914. Anything outside calling off the voyage to 2023 and the commencement of the remediation anchored on the sovereignty of the constituent components of Nigeria within the context of the self-determination imperative for those constituent components is an invitation to the unceremonious collapse of the rickety union. This is written by Tony Nadi, January 7, 2022, and is being read by Dr. Augusta Anosike. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Here's an article on the prophets and the palace. When Dr. Francois Duvela, better known as Papa Doc, held Haiti and his notorious secret police Tonton Makute and voodoo gangsterism, when children in poverty-stricken Haiti had become so plentiful and so cheap that mothers openly sold their kids for 40 cents, an equivalent of less than 200 naira. It was Catholic priests who precipitated the social crisis that snowballed into the fall of that brutal regime. 2. In Idi Amin's Uganda, many of us will know about this because we watched The Rise and Fall of Idi Amin, a movie that captured the atrocities of late dictator Idi Amin Dada. Idi Amin's Uganda, the voice of the church against that demented dictator was so loud that Amin personally shot Archbishop Lowon dead, telling his aides he lost his temper and shot him. 3. When the unbridled tyranny of Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania was raging, the church courageously took the fight to him, and consequently priests and other preachers who criticized his handling of human rights were arrested and sent to institutions like the Dr. Petra Groza Hospital in Bucharest to be diagnosed and treated of bizarre diseases like political paranoia, senile dementia, persecution complex, neurotic behavior, delusion, self-preservation drive, discordant character structures, etc. Just for the listener to know, Ceausescu did not end it well. He was eventually apprehended at the airport and executed along with his wife for the many evils and crimes that he committed against the country of Romania, including extrajudicial killings of his political opponents and all those that criticized him. 4. It was from the pulpit that Martin Luther King Jr. pulled the Negroes out of the pit and altered the contours of racial segregation in the United States. Race is still an issue after the death of Martin Luther King. It is still an issue in the United States, but he did something about it as a man of the pulpit. What about those in Nigeria? What are they doing? They are grinning ear to ear with the powers that be. They are feeling good, moving in their private jets from the money they collected from the poor and the contracts they render to the government. Number 5. In the Old Testament, when Saul became king of Israel and began his vindictiveness and his misrule, Prophet Samuel was a constant thorn on his flesh. You can read this more at 1 Kings chapter 22 from verse 6 to 14. When David, number 6, became king after the death of Saul, Prophet Nathan became the conscience of the nation. Remember how Prophet Nathan confronted David on the killing of Uriah and the taking over of his wife. Seven, through the reign of kings Solomon, Rehoboam, Abijam, Asa, and Jehoshaphat in Judah, and kings Jeroboam, Nadab, Baasha, Elah, Zimri, Omri, Ahab, and Ahaziah in Israel. This was after the breakup of the country into two. There was prophet Ahijah, Jehu, Elijah, Elisha, Micaiah, and others who were continually persecuted and even killed because they remained forthright in their watch over those making political decisions. I must add that Prophet Jeremiah was actually tortured, detained. He was in underground detention cell when Israel was invaded by the armies of Nebuchadnezzar that eventually destroyed the country and took them into exile for 70 years. Jeremiah remained steadfast even while in detention. And the king that put him in detention had his eyes gouged out. In the New Testament, John the Baptist had a brush with King Herod after criticizing Herod's taking over of his late brother's wife. John was arrested, imprisoned, and later beheaded with his head on a platter for birthday to the daughter of Herod's girlfriend. Number 9. Almost all the apostles of Christ were dogged after, persecuted, locked up, and some executed, or some thrown into hot boiling oil. Not because they were common criminals, but because of their unrelenting striving to hold power accountable. 10. In the days of yore, when the powerless heard that the prophets were coming, the polished oak tables trembled right inside the palace. Today, the church and the shepherds seems to be reading another scriptures. Rather than be the conscience, the church has either given up or is busy hating. 12. Those who are vocal are either supporters of one side of the looters or the other side, either hating because their benefactor is out or supporting because their benefactor is in. None support the masses. Nobody cares about the people. Nobody cares about the people. And it came to pass that even the laity, the congregations, are not in a hurry to ask for more than what they are getting from the pulpits. The pulpit has become the point of duping our people and misleading them. Nay, they want more, but more of the same. Wake up, pulpit. Drop a pinch of salt on the tip of our tongue and let us feel the taste again. Let the pulpits pull us out again out of the pit. This was written by citizen Abajalingo with some input from me, Stephen. Here is the Nigerian Vanguard's live report of the World Press Conference held by NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities for Self-Determination, or NINAS, titled Why 2023 Polls Should Be Put on Hold by NINAS, reporting by Dapo Akinrefon. In Lagos, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, yesterday, that is December 19, this is December 20, warned that any attempt to conduct the 2023 general elections with the 1999 Constitution may truncate Nigeria's peace and lead the country to a failed state. It warned that nothing will get better in Nigeria under the unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Professor Yusuf Turaki, who spoke at a press conference on behalf of the NINAS Board of Conveners 1 year after the December 16, 2020 activation of the Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure, warned that failure to heed warnings may lead to grave consequences for Nigeria. Turaki said, "Nothing will get better in Nigeria under this unitary constitutional order, no matter who gets to power. Let us all remind ourselves that whether we seek regional autonomy, resource control, or outright exit from Nigeria to become an independent sovereign state, the first order of business is the decommissioning and easing out of the 1999 Constitution, then a transitioning process during which referendum, plebiscites, and negotiations for fresh protocols will be undertaken as indicated in the NINAS 5-point proposition. It is no longer a matter for debate that the source from which the woes and miseries of Nigeria and Nigerians flows is the 1999 Unitary Constitution of Nigeria. That the life of the 1999 Constitution is renewed and reinforced once every 4 years through general elections. That only political parties contest elections in Nigeria, as declared by the Supreme Court of Nigeria in a governorship election suit from Rivers State. That all political parties in Nigeria subscribe to the 1999 Constitution and therefore contest elections under that Constitution. This means that whichever party wins the general elections in Nigeria, the elected candidate must, as a prerequisite for assuming office, swear to and govern by the 1999 Constitution. This further means that after each round of elections, the Constitution and all the debilitating structures and provisions erected by it remain intact, and so also the woes of Nigeria and Nigerians, getting only worse. From the foregoing, it is clear that whoever genuinely seeks to extinguish the source of woes and miseries of Nigeria and Nigerians must find a way to break this set of
set cycle of periodic renewal of the life of the 1999 Constitution by way of elections. Besides, he said, the new round of renewal for the source of our collective misery, that is, elections, is in 2023. It is obvious that the action to be taken to end our bondage and misery is to shut down the voyage to any further national elections under the 1999 Constitution, which merely renews our bondage. Turaki is the leader of the Middle Belt. Accordingly, guided by the 5-point proposition of the NINAS CFM of December, NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure of December 16, 2020, we must now brace up and prevail on the political parties to halt their preparation for the 2023 round of national elections so that the transitioning process can commence instead of wobbling on to another round of national elections in 2023 under the 1999 Constitution, as Nigeria could snap without further warning, having shown all the vital signs of a failed state. This is a wonderful release from Nina's Secretariat. I hope that the minders of Nigeria, those who erroneously think that they own Nigeria, I hope they are listening, they are paying attention. The people are not kidding. Our people are not kidding. We're serious. We're serious to have a binding multi-regional referendum that will be supervised by the United Nations for effective implementation of the results from Middle Belt, Lower Niger Territory, and Oduduwa nations.
Here is Nina's press statement on March 1st, today, 2022. All amendments to the 1999 Constitution will go down with that Constitution. A note of caution to the legislative conclave at the refugee camp of regional renegades. Nina's Secretariat, March 1st, 2022. 1. In the face of the union dispute declared December 16, 2020 by the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, on account of long-standing grave constitutional grievances emanating from the Caliphate-imposed Unitary Constitution of Nigeria 1999. The participation of the members of the Nigerian National Assembly from the Alliance territories of the South and Middle Belt in the ongoing Constitution Amendment exercise of 2022 is tantamount to an affront and a defiance of the sovereignty will of their people, who have repudiated the fraudulent 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Nigerian Union. 2. Let it be recalled that by a public statement of February 25, 2022, titled, "No quantum of amendments will save the 1999 Constitution from going down wholesale, nor can amendments confer legitimacy on that fraud of 99. NINAS had dismissed the 2022 round of Constitution Amendment charade of the National Assembly as an exercise in futility and a treasonous affront on the people, being done in usurpation of the sovereignty of the people. 3. The February 25, 2022 NINAS public statement was to remind the errant legislators in clear terms that the contention of their constituents and as encapsulated in the December 16, 2020 Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation is that the peoples of the Nigeria have not agreed upon nor made any union constitution contrary to the false claims in the preamble of the 1999 Constitution. 4. For the sake of clarity and emphasis, it is the contention of NINAS that the refusal of the operators of the disputed Nigeria state to first engage this incurable fundamental flaw is now being compounded by the so-called amendments to the 1999 Constitution, since the legislative mandate of the National Assembly is limited to lawmaking and does not extend to constitution-making, which required constituent powers to reside exclusively with the people as an incident of their sovereignty. It is in this sense that NINAS views the amendment's exercise as an arrogant affront to the people, an assault of the sovereignty of the people, and such a dangerous defiance of the sovereign will of the people, capable of triggering unpleasant consequences from their own people being killed, impoverished, and traumatized under that obnoxious 1999 Constitution. 5. Whilst reiterating the postulations and warnings of the February 25, 2022 NINA's public statement, the purpose of this short statement today is to remind the senators and members of the House of Representatives from the Alliance territories, that is, South and the Middle Belt of Nigeria, who will be voting in the 2022 Constitution Amendment charade, that the growls of the people you claim to represent will not be about whether or how you vote, but about why you partake in a constitutional amendment exercise that reinforces the hijack and confiscation of the sovereignty of the people you claim to represent by an illicit caliphate-controlled federal government presiding over the extermination and impoverishment of the same people you claim to represent. Number 6, ahead of the State Assembly's concurrence and ratification processes for the current Constitution Amendment cycles, and ahead of the doomed 2023 election ritual, let it be heard loud and clear that the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination insists that in place of election, the operators of the distressed Nigerian Federation must now initiate a transitioning process to undertake the inevitable constitutional reconstruction in redress of the grave constitutional grievances outlined in the December 16, 2020 Joint Multi-Regional Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation issued by NINAS, particularly in the 5-point proposition regarding sequence and modalities. This is from the NINAS Secretariat, March 1st, 2022.
On the recent call by one of the conveners of Bring Back Our Girls, Aisha Yesufu, that Muhammadu Buhari should be chased out of Asharok, here's Tony Nadi's reaction to that call. Buhari is merely one of the most poignant symptoms of the deadly element we must find immediate cure for. It will be a strategic error to expend the scarce energies required to extinguish the source of the deadly element on just one of the many symptoms. That element is the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution. The remedy lies in taking down the instrument itself, not in trying to oust one of the many evils it enables. Aisha Yusuf is one of the champions of Bring Back Our Girls hoax that foisted Buhari on us all in 2015. She still hasn't found the discipline to learn about what the fundamental problems are with the Nigeria Union, but she is prescribing an ignorant solution that does not scratch even the surface of the problem, and the energies required to embark on that wild goose chase is the same energies required to drive the final push to and past the finish line of the proper solution. So it's the Constitution of 1999 that we should be going for. Once that is dealt with, every other thing will be looked after. Talking of restructuring after 2023 is beer parlor promises.
But where does knowledge begin to meet ignorance in this matter? Many of the people who are shouting about their turn to come and be president are brothers from the East who says their turn. Instead of trying to solve the problem that is choking you, a few people are leading you to come and say, if we merge, all will be well. Unfortunately for all those who are listening to them, we have engaged all those people, the frontline contenders in this matter. We can tell you authoritatively, and we're going to, in a recent broadcast, we have said we will call names of the people we have engaged in this matter. Atiku Abubakar, for instance, in the 2016, we sat down with him when he began to talk about restructuring. We sat down with him, 9 of us. I led that discussion to say, sir, what do you mean? He narrated what he thought, everything. I'm just informing us now that there's no restructuring that will happen if Atiku becomes president, because his understanding of restructuring is limited to what the National Assembly will do. If he believed in the constitutional reconfiguration, the constitutional reconstruction that the country requires, let us ask Atiku what he has done since after the 2019 election to identify with the people who are pursuing that campaign. And that is after he had agreed with us in a meeting and then taken the materials that we used to support our presentation, turned into book form, presented himself as the champion of restructuring. We can tell you authoritatively, no restructuring in the manner you think will happen if Atiku becomes president. He took the ticket from PDP. I had to tell some of the topmost leaders of the PDP at the time it happened that they believed him and gave him their ticket for 2019 election in Port Harcourt. I told them the only reason we did not collapse his campaign was because we also wanted a contest between him and the Buhari that was carrying on as if Nigeria had become one big cow ranch. But now that same Atiku, who did not lift a finger on what we needed to do to solve this problem, which was what we agreed in 2016. Anybody who wants to know the detail should go to YouTube and click the title, Nigeria at the Valley of Decision. Nigeria at the Valley of Decision. On YouTube, you will see the 2016 on AIT, where we went to share with the Nigerian public what we were discussing with the Atiku. We had described in that video as a statesman, not politics, because he agreed with us we should solve the problem before we went for the elections, as at that time. But right after that meeting, the goalpost changed until after the ticket was secured by pretending restructuring was going to happen. All of that now in the past. Then we turn up in 2022, and the same article is turning up to promise everybody that restructuring will happen when he comes. No restructuring is coming even if he comes. As it is with Atiku, so it is with Kingsley Moghalu. The same thing with the people doing mega party. From the Utomi to the rest of them in that journey to mega party. They know that this is what needs to be done. They know that it has to be done before elections. That if we wait until after elections, it will not be done. Akim, Baba Ahmed and co, they are just trying to get us to election so that that constitution can be saved for their own purpose, for their conquest. It must be our own foolishness that will lead us to going with them to that journey. The same thing with Peter Obi and those from the East. The same thing with Orji Kalu and the rest of them from the East who want to be president. My good brother Samuel Habunwa, how are you going to solve this problem? If you want to walk us through the fire, the Fulani will conduct this election. INEC is in their hand. All the guns are in their hands. The PVC in their hands to print and give to whoever they give. And they already came out to tell us that if they make the mistake of giving up power at this time, we saw the governors when the PDP was fighting over where the chairmanship will go so that the presidency can go to the other side. We saw the governors on the PDP platform from that caliphate north coming to tell us that on no account will they allow power to leave them at this time, that they might be pushed out of Nigeria. What else do you want them to tell you? They're going to have a candidate in that election. They're going to be the ones processing through INEC all the other candidates for the election. They are the ones printing the PVC to give to whoever they choose. They are the ones that will control the guns on the day of the election. They are the ones that will count the vote and announce the outcome. At what point are you going to begin to compete with them? So anybody else who is going to participate, who is going to contest, is only validating the journey, is only validating the process, not that they have any chance. Some might become governor, others might become senator. But where does that leave everybody else? In the valley of death, we can be wiser than this. Let us insist. Ninas has placed a plan on the table. The 5-point proposition tells us, start to finish, what we need to do to reconstruct the damaged foundations of the defunct Federation of Nigeria. It doesn't have to be anything more than we saw in South Africa when they moved from apartheid. Just a transition. Let us accept we can continue to build on this foundation of fraud. It will collapse on our head. It will kill more people. Can't we be reasonable for once and save lives?
The Caliphate and their southern partners, the Judas goats, are going broke in order to continue keeping Nigerians under subjugation. Nina's mission is to keep them in reverse mode, to stop them and set our people free. But our people have to do their own part too. Get the message and act on it and live by the tenets. Enough of playing around. It's about time that we get serious. Crashing the Ruger Entrenching Constitution Amendment and halting the doomed voyage to 2023. Nina's Special Bulletin Series, March 2022. Editor's comment. Here's a 3-part special bulletin series by the Ninas Secretariat in video format and as well as audio format, ranging from 15 to 7 minutes in length. Yes, the war for self-determination is on. On one side, you have those who created the forgery called the 1999 Constitution, and their various helpers who either swear to govern by it, or those others who endorse and defend it, pretending that it is a legitimate union agreement. On the other side, you have the owners of the land, and they are repudiating that sham and illegitimate document in increasing numbers. It is futile and compounding the fraud by these exercises of amending the illegitimate 1999 Constitution and consciously deceiving the people by supporting those amendments. Now it has come to the 2022 amendments, being a grand scheme to smuggle in Fulani colonies called Ruger throughout the country. I repeat, the war for self-determination is on. It is a war between darkness and light. In this audio series, the way of justice contrasts with the way of injustice. And Nigeria being a multinational entity, it is right and proper for ethnic nations to be the ones to democratically agree and produce their legitimate union agreement. Please follow ninasvoice.org for more on this and other important issues that Nigerians must attend to. Thanks for listening. This has been your guy, Stephen, from the Ninas Lower Niger Territory Radio. In international politics, there are no friends or enemies. Only friends, unquote, and enemies, unquote. France was such a friend, unquote. The reason for its support, I believe this is referring to Biafra, was, of course, not philanthropy, but competition with the co-colonialist UK. Not to forget that and how France had plundered Haiti, including African countries, to this day. France is still doing it. But hey, France in the League of Powers was the only friend of Biafra. Friend, unquote. Image of a music cover containing the names of Biafra and Nixon. The name referenced Nixon probably refers critically to the Nixon scandal. On the other hand, it was President Nixon who credibly expressed heartfelt regret about Biafra in 1968. However, due to the constraints of the presidency, he could not or would not do anything
There is a note here. Note evenpast.org/foreign policy from candidate to President Richard Nixon and the lesson of Biafra. Since then, the deep state in the US, the Western neoliberal plunder oligarchy, has shown only cold disinterest in the southern Nigeria. Don't mix up deep state with government or population. During the Biafra War, millions of whites were affected and supported Biafra through associations, etc. But the deep state prevented the government from doing the same. The same superpower, the US and middle powers, hereinafter referred to as the powers for short, are now demanding your commitment to Ukraine. As usual, they want everything from you and give you nothing except the caliphate. All the powers and their systemic media system continues to firmly and effectively suppress your voice during the caliphate consummation in Nigeria, which is still ongoing, I must add. But the same powers want your verbal support for Ukraine. Ukraine. Mafia bosses, oligarchy, right-wing extremists, the social and governmental system as amenable to Western modernization as Afghanistan. Of course, similar things can be said about most post-Soviet states, that is, including Russia, but it is not necessary here because the Western systemic media system already spreads this sufficiently. To be honest, I am not really interested in the world situation or Ukraine. I am not interested in your opinion about Ukraine. Please, no comments on the situation in Ukraine, but I'm interested to see how to proceed in your very own matter, Nigeria. I register with astonishment the extent of the Ukraine expertise of my friends from South and Southeast. I am saddened to see that the same expertise is hardly applied to the situation in southern Nigeria. Don't let a commitment be extorted from you for free in support of Ukraine. Demand value for money. Use your brains. Russia was supplier of MiG planes against Biafra. Well, Ukraine, like Russia, was part of the same former Soviet Union which supplied the MiG fighters flown by Egyptian pilots to the caliphate for the caliphate to destroy Biafra. The Soviets were no more system friends or enemies of Biafra than several other powers. All the powers considered pros and cons, and in the end, almost all, example UK and Soviets, were united for the destruction of Biafra. This is correct. And I must mention at this point that Bernard Warner is right on the mark here. He knows exactly what he is talking about. This is our living history. We are alive. We are part of this history. At an earlier stage of Ojukwu's negotiation with the Soviets, Soviet support for Biafra with arms supplies and probably diplomatic support was considered if Biafra would make some parts of the oil fields available to the Soviets. Ojukwu had declined. The rest is history. Biafra's only friend from the League of Powers was France. France secretly armed Biafra. France even let its aircraft carrier pass in front of Biafra from Gabon as a symbolic support. The picture is included on this post. If you still want to unthinkingly express your emotions in media support, forget Ukraine. Forget Ukraine and a fan club found by France. Better still, forget emotional underpinnings in the friend-enemy scheme. Of course, you can curry favor with the powers that be. Unfortunately, it doesn't help. But the powers have more experience with this behavior and your partly unconscious motives than you think. You will only be heard if you have something to offer. The Caliphate knows the game very well. It's already well taken into account. At all these international conferences in which Nigeria participates, the Caliphate Fulani minister is actually the decisive international partner. And so the caliphate can, of course, very well support Ukraine verbally and wallow in the goodwill of the Western neoliberal plunder oligarchy. For the people in the South and especially Southeast, the sense support for Ukraine brings nothing at all. There is simply no quid pro quo that the Western powers would want to or need to give in return, simply because South and the entire Southeast, including Southeast, do not yet play a role in the power play. And this is true. That's why they abandon Nigerians to their fate, to the fate that has befallen them, which is jihad, takeover of the entire landscape. Are the powers now pigs? Are the powers now pigs? Not necessarily. It seems to be an anthropological constant that absolute power leads to pig morality. That is simply how power politics works. If you manage to find common interests, pigs become friends. The Western system is not bad per se. In many areas, it is better than all other systems. For example, I can write text like this one in it, as long as not too many people read it. However, the powers that be are not interested in your welfare, only your resources. Then, if ever a common interest basis with powers is found, make a fan club.
Thank you very much for still being there with us. Tony Nadi is the Secretary General of the Lower Niger Congress and also the spokesman of the Nigerian indigenous nationalities of the Southern and Middle Belt territories. Ninas, he joins us now as we shall be looking at the issue of Constitution Amendment. Thank you so much, Tony, for joining us.
Thank you. All right, let's begin by getting your opening comments from the interview we had with the Honorable Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed.
Well, what else do we expect? In fact, some of our people in distant locations across the world who are watching were already taunting us to say, here your man goes again. One actually recommended that I send a copy of the little book called Animal Farm to him, so that he can know that those he's speaking to are already familiar with all the antics of using statistics and gymnastics of logic. He just confirmed to us our worst fears, that the people running Nigeria do not understand that the people they are managing are able to see through their shallow schemes. Here we are, faced with an existential threat of, just life and death, straight life and death issues of people who are upon the communities of Nigeria across, the length and breadth. But I speak now from the perspective of the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. That is the alliance of, for the purpose of illustration, the part of the part of the country, for the purpose of illustration, here is a map that represents what I'm talking about. The portion in white is that alliance. The portion in white, which is the whole of the South and the whole of the Middle Belt, which make up the Ninas we are talking about. Now, the minister was saying that up until 2015, that bombs were going off everywhere. And then from 2015, it began to subside, and that we have a substantially, a remarkably different situation now, and we should all begin to clap. I will have to remind him, because some of the viewers are old enough to recollect that in the days of Abacha, bombs were going off in all kinds of places. Nadeko was being blamed. Our perception of the situation concerning the bombs for which they are taking credit, for the cessation, what we see is that those who were detonating the bombs at the time Jonathan was in office, as a part of their grand strategy for, bulldozing their way to power, simply stopped detonating the bombs because they got the power. That's our own reading of the situation. They stopped throwing the bombs since they were they got to power. And then I heard him talk about the railway that.
Mr. Nadi, what do you mean by they stopped throwing the bombs since they got into power? I mean, we're still facing some emerging challenges in different parts of the country.
The situation is that we saw how Boko Haram came. We saw all of what was happening. You remember in the tenure of Jonathan, you remember the GOC of the 7th Division that was shot by his troops as he came to commiserate with them, for yet another round of avoidable accident, avoidable, carnage. That action came against the backdrop of suspicion that GOC was actually in league with the enemy to compromise the troops. Such incidents had happened a number of times, and then on that occasion, he will send them in one direction, set up something that will relay them in that same direction. They finish an operation, so that we can be specific. They finish an operation, and their base, the way to their base will pass through a stretch that was very dangerous. They pleaded for their movement back to base to be delayed till the early morning, early hours, so that they could at least go in the daytime to be able to see whoever might be laying ambush for them. And then the GOC insisted that they had to move that night, and they got to the place that was dangerous, and they were attacked, and people died. And then he turned up in the morning to come to commiserate with them. They looked back at how many times such things had happened, and they felt that one of the soldiers opened fire on him, just that they had a bullet-proof vehicle with. And in that period, Jonathan was shouting that there were people working for Boko Haram inside this government, in his military, the military he commanded. And so we have seen progressively that collaboration. We had General Danju, my former chief of army staff, raising alarm that what was going on presented, looked to him like a collusion with the very federal government that was supposed to be leading the fight. And when from every side you look at it, you will see where are the people who are doing these killings. How many of them have been apprehended? Rather, you begin to hear things that sound like the government was hands in glove with them. We don't know how else to interpret it. They may want to tell us what they tell us, but we are also able to reason. And in terms of being the victims of the brigandage and the killings going on, we're entitled to perceive what we perceive and to say it as we see it. And I've been privileged to present these same viewpoints in the places of decision making in Washington, at Capitol Hill, and in other places, all the way to New York at the UN, which was reason this Special Rapporteur on Nigeria, Agnes Callamard, came in August of 2019 to investigate the extrajudicial killings, all kinds of killings going on in Nigeria. The police is killing, army is killing, Boko Haram is killing, Hezman is killing, kidnappers are killing. And then the UN was looking at a situation in which Nigeria was progressively looking like a problem the whole world will have to contend.
What is Constitution?
Okay, so before we talk about what a constitution is, let's first explain why we need one. Let's start by looking at the fundamental things we all need as human beings. These are a voice in the decisions that affect our lives, material well-being such as food, shelter, and education, security and protection from violence or discrimination, and recognition and respect as individuals and communities. To help meet these needs, people create governments and delegate powers to them to exercise for the common good of society. The problem, though, is that while governments need powers to perform their functions, history tells us again and again that power without limits can lead to corruption dictatorship, and oppression. Free, fair, and regular elections might help ensure good government. They allow people to select who they want in power, and over time, to vote out those who perform badly. But we also need some basic rules to control how that power is used, so that those who win elections still have to respect your rights and promote your interests, rather than using power for their own benefit. Just as in a game of football, there have to be rules and a referee. So in a democracy, there must be rules by which all the players are bound. These rules are provided in a constitution. The constitution is a law, but it's not just an ordinary law. A constitution is a supreme law that establishes, organizes, and empowers the government, and determines how other laws are made and implemented. It is also more difficult to change than ordinary laws, so that those in power cannot make up the rules as they go along. Football wouldn't be fair if the winning team could change the rules, and democracy isn't fair if those in power can just change the constitution according to their own whim. The Constitution harnesses the energy and power of the state, ensuring that the people control the reins. This explains why when people are trying to establish a new, fairer society, one of the first things they do is write a new constitution. This is what Norway did in 1814, India in 1950, South Africa in 1996, and Colombia in 1991. Indeed, nearly all countries in the world have a constitution to establish rules for using power. On the other hand, we've seen that when a democratic government is illegally overthrown, one of the first things the coup leaders do is set their sights on destroying the constitution. They don't want any inconvenient limits on their ability to rule by force. So the constitution both organizes and constrains power. Now, how does it do that? Well, there are several ways. One way is to divide power between different political institutions. For example, sharing functions between a president and a prime minister, or between two houses of a legislature, or between different levels of government, the national level, the regional, state, or provincial level, and the local level. A constitution defines the powers of these institutions and regulates the relationship between them. It also ensures that power is rotated. One year we may vote for one candidate or party, but after a few years, their time will be up, and we will have the chance to choose someone else. This means that no one person, party, or institution can accumulate too much power or stay in power too long. It is important to maintain a strict separation between the political institutions on the one hand, such as the elected parliament and government, and on the other hand, the permanent neutral institutions of the state, such as the courts, the military, the police, and the civil service. Constitutions also constrain power by saying what governments must and must not do. For example, a set of constitutional rights may specify that you can't be tortured, that you can't be imprisoned without due cause, and that your freedom of expression can't be infringed. Other provisions may direct the government to provide for basic human needs, such as education, healthcare, sanitation, or housing. Constitutions don't only protect the majority. There may be special provisions for minorities and marginalized groups, for their security, their participation in government, and protections for their identity and culture. Most constitutions also have a nation-building function. They seek to embody national unity and to reflect and declare the identity of the nation and its people. The Constitution announces to citizens, to the government itself, and to the outside world what the nation is, what it stands for, where it has come from, and what its vision for the future might be. A good constitution is just one step along the road to a peaceful, prosperous, and democratic society, but it is a fundamental one. By setting down the rules by which the state should be governed, a good constitution helps to ensure that the democratic aspirations of a people become and remain a reality.
If the constitution is a compass by which the ship of state has to sail, then what Nigeria is doing is actually headed to a big boulder that would destroy that ship. If the constitution were to be a GPS under which Nigeria is driving to a particular destination, then Nigeria is headed the wrong way, the wrong destination. And it doesn't look good for the country, because the people that are supposed to help rescue this country, they are actively pushing it the wrong way. They are actually actively ignoring the obvious. In fact, the truth is presented to them and they consistently walk away from it, choosing instead to do the wrong things. Like Senator Abaribe said, how can they change the system that is taking care of them? How many of them in the National Assembly? None of them are honest enough to say, this is our problem. A senator once stood up in that floor and waved the document and said, here is the problem of Nigeria. Yet people like Enyinaya Baribe and the rest of them don't recognize this urgent need. It's very shameful, very sad, very pathetic that we have people like this, criminals, armed robbers, in the National Assembly and House of Representatives, where they come to parade their wives, their harem of wives, 4 wives, where they come as Islamic caliphs, sitting in the chambers of the National Assembly to tell us that they are there to take charge. This is not the country for us. This is not the constitution we consented to. And so the need to have fresh protocols is imperative, it's unavoidable. This has been your guy, Stephen, speaking.
The unitary constitution of Nigeria is the source of all of the problems we have been trying to resolve. Everything that has brought Nigeria to where it is, that is now wobbling to some kind of catastrophic collapse, are coming from that constitution. All the contents of the treasury, the principles for managing the resources, so that's the custodians of the treasury, the custodians of power in Nigeria are not to be accountable to the populace for the contents of the treasury. Anybody talking about the rule of law in Nigeria under this constitution is just wasting his time. All atrocities committed in the name of government were put beyond the reach of the court to probe into. These same principles have matured into express provisions that became the quota system. They call it federal character. In that mediocrity, you bring the worst of everybody to come and manage everything for everybody. Go and look at the autopsy report on Nigerian Airways, on Nigerian National Shipping Line, on NITEL, on all the agencies of government that have been run aground. It was simply mediocrity.
Chief Awolowo attended the constitutional conferences for the review of Nigeria's constitution in 1953, 1954, 1957, and 1958.
The welfare of millions of people for generations to come may be affected by the wisdom which we here display. With Nigerian leaders and our British partners are to prove themselves worthy of their trust, now is the time for us solemnly and truly to dedicate ourselves to seeking the greatest good of the greatest number of our people in Nigeria. It is to this end that my colleagues and I pledge ourselves. The first main task of conference is to resolve those problems which defied solutions in 1957 and to evolve for Nigeria a constitution of which both the British and the Nigerian peoples can be proud. The second is to get Her Majesty's government to agree to April 2nd, 1960 as the target date for Nigeria's independence. Independence for Nigeria in 1960 is imperative. But independence for Nigeria as a corporate entity is not enough. The peoples of Nigeria must at the same time be guaranteed their freedom. We must ensure that in an independent Nigeria, individual citizens throughout the land enjoy liberty, human dignity, and equality under the law. There must be one Nigeria with one constitution and one law for all. Let us therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, close our ears to the counsel of despair, which says that we cannot here at this conference agree on a constitution. If there's any doubt among us as to what should be written into the constitution, let us, as Democrats that we profess ourselves to be, refer such problems as the goal has.
Unfortunately, the Nigeria that Awolowo and Zik were working on died even within a week by the thoughts and actions of Ahmadu Bello, who considered the country less than 10 days after independence to be the estate of his grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. And that Nigeria continued to die and is even fully dead as at November 2021. Nigeria is a dead country by the actions of those at the corridors of power, by the criminal constitution that rendered citizens slaves in our ancestral lands. And so that Nigeria that Awolowo was talking about, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo was talking about, turned out to be a mirage. It was never meant to be. It was a mistake that is now begging to be corrected. In the year 2021, the call is much more louder now than it was even before 1957, 1960. Regional referendum is unavoidable now. And Ninas is right on the mark. Here's a very interesting article from Nigeria. A Catholic priest has just been sent on an indefinite leave of absence. He has just gotten suspended. Catholic priest gets suspended. A Catholic priest has been sent on an indefinite leave of absence by the leadership of the church over some discriminatory remarks. This, I understand, took place in Benin, in Edo State. The priest was said to have banned the use of Igbo songs and choruses in any of the church's activities at the Holy Trinity Church, Ewu Owa Berigbe in Ikorodu, Lagos State. Reverend Father James Anelu was said to have argued that the Igbo people tend to dominate the church everywhere you find them, and as such must be contained. Wow, this guy is better a politician than in the priesthood. So why don't he just resign immediately before the Catholic Church fire him? They should fire him immediately. The Catholic Church has suspended Reverend Father James Anelu
the parish priest of Holy Trinity Church, Ewowa Berigbe in Ikorodu, Lagos State. In Lagos State, the Punch reports that Reverend Father Anelu was suspended by the church leadership for banning Igbo songs and choruses in his parish. In a disclaimer, the Catholic Church of Lagos, Alfred Martins, directed Reverend Father Anelu to proceed on an indefinite leave of absence. This guy is a racist right inside the church. He does not represent Jesus or God or anything, whether it is the idol of Benin, he does not represent nothing. But he's a little racist. He's as guilty as the slave dealers, those who took our people by slave ships and put them in camps like slaves in chains. Those who threw our people in the ocean as they were taking them to the North Americas, to Europe and the Caribbean islands, even as far as to Australia. The Arabs, who did it? All of them, these guys like them. The white people who did it, the Caucasians, the Europeans, the North Americans, they are exactly like this Mr. Anelu or whatever he's called. Yes. Sources said Anelu cited a case in his Benin diocese where Igbos dominated the activities of the church to the extent of securing a seat as bishop of the diocese. What is wrong with this guy? He reportedly claimed that the Spirit of God recognizes only the geographical languages of the parish. Can you imagine how people limit God, how people make God look so little? This guy is a little mind. He believes that God is only restricted to geographical languages of the parish. When you have a population that can follow in the song of worshiping God, well, what is this guy looking for? Is he of this world or the world that is to come? Is he having any hope of after this life? Like, why so racist? However, in a letter dated February 7th, 2022, Archbishop of the Lagos Diocese, Martin, said Anelu, it has come to the notice of the church that Anelu made some completely unacceptable comments about Igbo songs being sung in the church. If Igbo people cannot find the church as a place of sanctuary, what is the place of Ndibo in such churches? If the church cannot be a place of refuge for Ndibo as citizens, as tribe, as a nation, Ndibo are like more than 10 times the size of other smaller countries. The population of Ndibo is country in 10 times, like that. I can name countries: Monaco, Jamaica, Cuba, a lot of places, Fiji, a lot of places in the Caribbean islands. Their population are not 1/10 of Ndibo in Nigeria, including the territorial cover of Ndibo. Martin said that the unsavory remarks by Reverend Father Anelu do not represent the Catholic Church's position on the common brotherhood of peoples of all tribes and religions. Well, Catholic Church has done well by doing this, but they should relieve this guy of everything in the priesthood. He should be fired immediately. For this reason, he has been asked to proceed on an indefinite leave of absence to give an opportunity for a thorough investigation of all the matters relating to his ministry on the parish. This guy should be fired from every Catholic church location in the world, not just in Nigeria, so that he can go do something else and possibly repent, because he's not a person of the religion that he claims to be representing. The leave of absence takes effect from Tuesday, February 8, 2021, till further notice. The Archbishop further urged all Catholic faithful to continue to hold on to their faith in God while worshiping the Almighty as one and happy family that cannot be separated by race, language, or culture. The Catholic Church took a good decision here, but they need to fire this guy. They need to fire him. The traditional materials seen in the viral photos are
the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the Ninas Alliance will also be determined by the referendums of private sites. The two portions are these geographical formations and degree of autonomy can consolidate.
They could not see these traits in our ancestors. They concluded that they had been blessed with enough slave labor created by the gods to fuel and power their empire. Consequently, while carrying Bible on one hand, as they walked our ancestors like ox, even to death, they felt no guilt. When they assassinated our leaders, loot and impoverished the wealthy African continent, it was not a matter of conscience, for the gods chose Africa for slavery and exploitation, according to Greek philosophy. Similarly, behind Fulani victories, actions, and relationships are leadership, beliefs, and practices passed down generations as follows. A commitment to the territorial agenda of Usman Dan Fodio shapes their political agenda and aspirations. Nigeria is considered their great-grandfather's inheritance. A strongly held belief that with Arab blood, they are superior to other African tribes, second-rate citizens to be used for the good of the Fulani man. A culture of revenge killings that every Fulani, including elites in high places, subscribe to passionately. A duty to learn the languages of others for infiltration and economic, political, and religious advantages. The native language Fulfulde is reserved for planning and execution of policies and therefore rarely spoken in the presence of others. Now, a culture of unity, no public criticism or breaking ranks, both in good deeds and execution of anarchy, deceit, and chaos. Mastery of creative survival strategies, very tight-lipped, secretive, calculating, patient, and tough-minded. Yes, knowing when to sue for peace and when to crush the enemies. Cultivating corrupt satellites and saboteurs in every ethnic nationality, while politically or militarily annihilating the true leaders. Awareness of own limitations too. Yes, they do. They're no good at frontal wars. Therefore, deceit, sabotage, and sudden killings in large numbers, particularly at night, is the preferred way to fight a war and drill fears into host communities. A well-developed medium of unhindered, effective, and mass communication, mostly Fulani-led. What are they? The mosques and radio. Though considered by many as callous, irksome, mindless, and heartless, they are hardly remorseful. Now, these beliefs and practices condition the Fulanis to believe entitled to lead or rule wherever they are, regardless of comparative intelligence and capability of their host communities. They're born to rule ideology. That is how the Fulanis conditioned indigenous black Africans of today's northern states for more than a century. To conquer the South and Middle Belt, Jihad faced stiff resistance, so they opted for patience and intelligence gathering. It delivered years of endless dividends. They discovered that Southern and Middle Belt political elites think along party lines. Fulani elites think along ethnic lines. You can see the difference. They discover that Southerners and Middle Belts are treacherous, corrupt, and littered with potential saboteurs. Their strategy to get on the ladder is to sacrifice their people and religious values. The Fulanis used these weaknesses with ruthless wisdom. For example, according to Governor Ahmed Sani Yerima, I love that man, Governor Peter Orderly aspired for president, squandered River State money on northern emirs and northern opinion leaders. At the end, he failed. Rotimi Amechi is lobbying to be the next vice president in 2023. He is completing the biggest rail and road line into Niger Republic, while the roads in the south are impassable. He will fail in the end. James Ibori wanted to be vice president. Delta State Liaison Office in Abuja became an ATM for Northern PDP members. At the end, he failed and imprisoned. President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan postponed South-South development in pursuit of a second term, rehabilitated the Amajuris and MS palaces, built Abuja Kaduna railway line and universities. At the end, the Northern INEC chairman he appointed dismissed him from office. Now watch this. In recent times, for 2023 presidential ambition, in glorying fire victims of the Adeniji Adele Market, Lagos, Bola Tinubu donated 50 million to Katsina Market, ravaged by fire. He will fail. Ignoring market fires in the southeast, Nyesom Wike, for political ambition, donated 500 million to reconstruct Sokoto Central Market. He will fail too. The Fulani race, through leadership, organization, and unity of purpose, have scored successes never possible elsewhere on the African continent. For example, in the period of military dictatorship, through the influence of their emirs, they ensured the best of everything. Today, the Federal Civil Service, NNPC, CBN, and NPA workforce are dominated and controlled by the Fulanis, though not as qualified as their southern counterparts. Though no seashore or oil wells in the north, they are in control of all seaports, the NNPC, and oil wells. Though the poorest region in Nigeria, they are in control of taxes, industries, and revenues generated in the south. Clever stuff. Though a minority and less educated compared to the south, they are in total control of the presidency, Senate, judiciary, and the military, the police, the Air Force, civil defense, and immigration. They successfully nurtured a politically aware and active Fulani race, such that on polling day, rain or shine, even the handicapped, sick, starving, underage, and elderly turn out to vote for political power. Southern professors and uneducated professionals maintain criminal silence with the hope of attracting appointments from the Fulani-led administration. The Southern politicians jostling to be president in 2023 have also been subtly subdued into acquiescence in order to prove to the Fulani leadership that they will be worthy partners if allowed to mount the presidency. Now, hopefully, you have figured out why the Fulani and their leadership are not moved by accusations of brutality, insensitivity, carnage, and illegal occupation of lands in Nigeria. It is worth noting that the Fulani's practice of borderless global citizenship, proclaimed by Governor Bala Mohammed, will never apply to Arab African countries like Tunisia, Morocco, and Egypt, and will not apply to Europe and America. These are superior races. You can now appreciate the wisdom in General Tsu's words. And you have just witnessed the handwork of a true and patriotic leadership. You may not like the sight, sound, taste, and smell of the outcomes. However, be bold to acknowledge the genius in the Fulani leadership. They are not our enemies, but aggressive competitors on a mission. That's my expectation for a true Igbo leadership. In part 2, I will address the failures of Igbo leadership and propose a way forward. Thank you.
Africa. You got the African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man. See.
Here's an article by Malcolm Omiroho. I don't know how to pronounce it very well. He says to avoid a failed state, Nigerian elites must mobilize and enlighten the youth masses to seek a people's constitution that guarantees justice for all. The Lagos-based lawyer Malcolm Omiroho has asked and answered the most poignant question regarding the fast progression of Nigeria into becoming a totally failed state in recent years. The learned gentleman asked this question because he sees the Nigerian elite core, who constitute the intellectual and economic backbone of society, as too reticent in addressing the complex conundrum in which the country is mired. The aloofness and nonchalance of the elite core enable and facilitate the entrenchment of a corrupt governance order that has, with time, translated into all the woes of today's unitary Nigeria. Omiroho has no doubt that if nothing is done sooner to remedy the situation, Africa's most populous country should become a failed state. He then asks, who will suffer if Nigeria becomes a failed state? He concludes that the same elite core who prefer to play the proverbial ostrich now by failing to speak out against misgovernance and maladministration of the country should bear the brunt of the existential miseries of living in a failed state, but in a polity that is driven by crass opportunism, greed, and narcissistic instincts, hardly have the time to stop and reflect on anything that can interfere with the ongoing feeding frenzy at the center. The elite core are perceived by society's underdogs as active collaborators, and thus the main beneficiaries of the oppressors ruling over everything at the very top. In a failed state, those who wield power now shall be able to devise the means to protect themselves and their immediate cronies. The elite class, comprising professionals, technocrats, administrators, and the merchant class, is left to its own means after all the institutions of governance collapsed nationwide. Chief Omiroho spoke plainly as he painstakingly details the travails awaiting the Nigerian elite in a failed state. For the underclass, the writer quipped, "He that is low needs fear no fall. He that is low needs fear no fall, or he that is down needs fear no fall." The elite middle class shall experience the most trauma if Nigeria becomes a failed state today. Common sense would compel a critical mass of the country's elite core to become more attentive and proactive on matters pertaining to national governance, in particular, and the political economy. I'll go over that again. Common sense would compel a critical mass of the country's elite core to become more attentive and proactive on matters pertaining to national governance, in particular, and the political economy in general. But as we already know too well, common sense is not a common commodity, particularly in Nigeria. To read Malcolm Omiroho's article in full, go to the LNC USA website homepage and scroll toward the bottom. This brief was prepared by Dr. Okenwanwosu.
Notes on the self-determination goal of the NINA's campaign and the formations for the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignty, NINA Secretariat, December 2, 2021. As we advance towards the terminal stages of the processes for the reinstatement of self-determination and sovereignty to the peoples of the NINA's alliance territories, South and Middle Belt, trapped in the failed Lugadian experiment of 1914, whose sovereignties are currently suppressed and subsumed under the suzerainty of unitary Nigeria, erected by fiat upon the fraudulent 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. it has become necessary to once more shed some light on the formations in which the reinstatement of suppressed sovereignties are being undertaken. From the onset, as can be verified by a review of all our public communications documents, including audiovisuals over the years, the goal of the entire intervention we have driven since 1999 as PRONACO, MNN, and NINAS had always been to deliver the sovereignty of the peoples of Nigeria back to them. Subject to referendums and plebiscites, the formations in which the sovereignties would be pursued and taken back are also clearly articulated, hence the maps that accompany our propositions at each stage. Prior to the emergence of the NINAS map, which shows a 4-block internal delineation, the MNN map of Nigeria, broken into 4 blocks, has been in the public domain since the 2007 court suit challenging the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. The 4-block map represents the formations in which the inevitable union reconfiguration that would follow the demise of the irreversible 1999 Constitution is being discussed and undertaken, all the way to referendums and plebiscites. Just like the question of geographical formations for aggregating, the degree of autonomy desired by the peoples of each of the blocks in the NINAS alliance will also be determined by the referendums and plebiscites. The two questions, that is, geographical formations and degree of autonomy, can consolidate for resolution in the one referendum or plebiscite. These notes of clarification became necessary as a response to what seems like a confusion, real or contrived, regarding the formations in which the peoples of each bloc in the NINAS alliance will step into their freedom when the bondages of unitarism and suzerainty, masquerading as Nigeria, are broken, as well as the degree of autonomy represented by the self-determination being sought on their behalf by NINAS and its constituent components. All other arrangements regarding relationships between the various blocs in the NINAS alliance will be undertaken in freedom and self-determination, meaning that such arrangements will be determined strictly by agreements freely reached by the blocs, not by fiat or any form of imposition. May we request that those who understand these clarifications to please explain to others who may not. It is an important part of the liberation campaign to educate and enlighten the people seeking the liberation, as it has become clear to us that the ignorance of most of our people has been a great obstacle to our path to freedom, and that ignorance is being exploited by sundry mischief makers for all kinds of purposes, including quick gains.
They are not available anywhere in the world. No church like Redeem, no church like Winners, no church like Mountain of Fire, no church like Chosen, no church like Christ Embassy, no church like Deeper Life in the world. Redeem alone has over 40,000 parishes. Winner alone has 30,000. There are only 10,000 wards in Nigeria where decisions of those who rule these countries are made. So it's not just deliver Nigeria, it should be God. Wake up your church. Talk to your general overseers. The church community is an imprisoned community. Our general overseers have imprisoned us. They must release us, mobilize us, encourage us to go to the grassroots. Politics is grassroots. You know, I have done politics before. I have campaigned, I've been voted for, I was a deputy speaker of a state. I know how it works. It's not just prayer. We have prayed, and God has answered the prayers. The answer is that He has given us people. Next to God's power is political power. And I want what I am saying to be carried live.
Next to God's power is political power. And political power is people giving. And God has given us people. What else do you want him to do for us? You want God to come from heaven and be casting vote? You want God to go to the world and become world chairman? No, the 7 ESCO in each ward, they are the one that determine who is the president. We can't change Nigeria except we change the National Assembly. This evil law called Constitution, this is jihadist constitution. This is oligarchy constitution. This is a constitution that put the whole of the country under one tribe. This constitution cannot allow to go. And it cannot change until you change the men at the National Assembly. The men at the National Assembly will not change until you select new people that will replace them. So the church must wake up. And not only church, patriotic Nigerians must wake up in the name of Jesus. And you don't win on social media. You don't win on Facebook. You go to the grassroots. Me and you must be attending world meeting. And we will put our good people there. It is the people at the world that are called delegates. It is delegates that select who will be the president, who will be the governor, who will be the senator. If you are not there, you are at the back of the fence. If you pray from now till next year, and you are not there, it's a prayer in vain. Church must wake up. And that's what I'm telling the whole church, and I'm telling you now. I don't know why God sent me to politics when I went. But you see, God has to send Joseph to Pharaoh's house. Joseph has to be raised in the palace to understand the palace culture. And then God returned him to defeat Egypt. By the grace of God, we will take Nigeria back. This country must be restructured. We must go back to true federalism. Nigeria was a negotiated country. Nigeria is not one country. Nigeria is a country of many nations. How can one ethnic group dominate everybody? It will not happen. It will not happen again. This year, God will deliver this country. Nigeria is a fraud. Our constitution is a fraud. Very unfair, very unkind, no equity. The whole of us will be under one. And if it is an ethnic tribe that wants progress, it will be a different thing. Repressing us. Now, that evil called Nigeria system will change. Amen. They want to go and carry me. Let them come and carry me. Even there, I will be saying it. Amen. And please change your prayer mode. Lord, save Nigeria, and Lord, save Nigeria. God has already saved Nigeria. It should be God. Wake up, Christians. Talk to our leaders. Let them allow us. Are you hearing me? There are only 10,000 wards. And I just mentioned some churches now that have thousands of parishes. Parishes that are docile, that are asleep. You are in the majority, but you are asleep. Minority dominating over you. Changing the law. Terrible law. Those laws must be changed. Change your prayer mode. If you are in our church, we don't pray God save Nigeria. We just pray one country. Nigeria is not one nation. That's the first law we told ourselves. One nation. This country is not one nation. This country is many nations tied together by force. We must agree how to be one. We are not saying we are going to divide, but let everyone rule himself at his own pace, and let's meet at the center. Let's be like the United States of America. New York and New Jersey, they are side by side. They have different laws, different policemen, different constitution. That's what it should be. Not somebody who dictates in Abuja, and that is all of us must do. Slow down our education, slow down our economy, slow down our military, make Nigeria unsafe. This evil system, die today! Amen. I don't know why God took me to politics in 1991. You know, what I saw in politics, I can't see it from the pulpit. That's why sometimes I don't blame our daddies. They can't see it. Let's pray, oh, let's pray. Oh. You pray until they cut your neck. You pray until they abduct all your children. No, we have prayed enough. We will still be praying. Time for action. Time for action. Time for action. I am going to tell you more about it later. I'm writing a book that is circulating all over the country now. And I have been around here for 49 years with you. And some of you are blaming me when I went into politics. God made my eyes to open. Nigeria will not be free until we send away these evil politicians. They must be replaced. And our constitution must be rewritten in the name of Jesus. Do you still like me? All right.
Whatever China's intentions with Nigeria, now that they are contemplating sending military to Nigeria to help protect Chinese in Nigeria, because Nigeria is going through series of insurgencies, including those that are being sponsored by the current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari. It is incumbent, it is important upon all of us, especially those from Middle Belt, Lower Niger Territory, and Oduduwa nations, to press harder for referendum, because we need deliverance by all means, not just from the current Fulani-minded Nigerian rulers, but from predators like China. China is part of the problem that we're having now with regards to Nigeria. Whatever their intentions are, it is not for the good of our people. The New South should regard China as an enemy state. What they are doing is a decoy to do more harm to our people for the long term. That's what China is coming for. We should all go for referendum. Press hard for referendum. We need referendum to set our people free. We need referendum to secure our space. We need referendum to stop the loan sharks from loaning to current terrorists minding Nigeria. We need referendum to protect our people and life and properties. We need referendum to secure the borders of our emerging nations. We need referendum to protect our people, to restore rule of law in our country. We need referendum to establish a country that has human rights to protect our people. We need a referendum for a country that our people can live in and be proud of mentioning to other people in other parts of the world. We need referendum to restore the dignity of citizenship and right to the land. Ancestral people, that's not cheap. We need referendum to get to that and to give our people what they actually deserve, which is dignity and honor and respect. That's what NINAS is all about. That's what Lower Niger Congress is all about. That's what is at the crux of the matter. The land everywhere at every level. Somehow Buhari's regime has ushered in death in such a manner that no longer shocks, saddens, or some occasions, but never shocks anybody. On the streets, on the farms, in the villages, in towns and cities, in the woods, now schools and colleges. Even in churches, death has become a national totem, hanging in the Nigeria space and signifying the most tragic period in the country's history since the Civil War. If only current National Assembly had teeth and were alive to its responsibilities, for being fully rubber-stamped, the NAS shares in no small way the failure of this government. From all indications, the Buhari presidency has been at least complicit in various forms of death, and NAS has stood idly by and at times cheering when one hears a senator, Smart Adeyemi, on the floor of the state calling for Nigeria to invite a foreign power to take over internal security responsibilities of the government. One wonders if such a call was coming out of mischief or ignorance, or if the Murumiri pandemic has hit the Senate. Which country outsources its sovereignty to a foreign power? Which foreign power is willing to send its boys and girls without cause to die patrolling the streets and woods of a foreign land? The Senate knows, or ought to know, that the impeachment and removal of even a threat thereof of a very incompetent president will bring a big change of attitude and policy, and some serious crackdown on insecurity, with banishment of debt as a totem of our national policy. Such a change would be for the better, but sitting there with heads buried in the sand speechifying hollow and meaningless anger insults our intelligence. Death came to Bowen, a school in Lagos, because the kids there see death on television every single day. It became the new normal for them. Here is Smart Adeyemi and what he had to offer. In fact, let's begin with the child that got killed in Lagos school. He had already been crippled before his family was called to come and pick him up. He couldn't stand on his feet before dying in a school where he's supposed to be taken care of. He was beaten down mercilessly. Nigeria is a death trap. Nigeria is a shame to humanity. Let's get to Smart Adeyemi's contribution to this.
I rise to support the motion. I'm Smart Adeyemi, and I represent the good people of